हेलो 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 व्हाट्सअप व्हाट्सअप व्हाट्सअप, क्या हाल है भाई साहब। मैं खुद से मेहनत करके आज थंबनेल बनाया। मतलब पहली बार ऐसा हुआ है कि भाई इतनी मेहनत करके मैंने थंबनेल बनाया है। ये देखो, आई मेड दिस पूरा फॉन्ट वॉन्ट ये निकाल के वो निकाल के वैलोरेंट मास्टर्स का बैकग्राउंड ढूंढ के सब अलग अलग करके ना जमा करने में बहुत टाइम लगता है। देखो अपना वीएलआर तो खुला ही रहता है, आई डोंट नो व्हाई आई नेवर टर्न ऑफ वीएलआर। ट्विच टीवी, ट्विच टीवी थोड़ा लेट हो गया है, आई नो। ये मैं तारिक की स्ट्रीम की तरह लगा रहा हूँ। इट्स 1-0 ओनली, मैं ज्यादा लेट नहीं हुआ हूँ, मैं खाना खा रहा था। आई वाज
Now, I
लाइक
do want to
हर
talk about
रोज
the importance of
तुम्हारे
bringing the
साथ
pistol round here on
खाना
defense
खाना
with
थोड़ा
this
मेरे को
Wolves
ऑकवर्ड भी
comp,
लगता है।
because the operator is
वुल्व्स निकाल
critical
जाएगी BLG
to
आउट ऑफ
getting
द
this double
टूर्नामेंट।
sentry look
वुल्व्स का
rolling, get it in the
जो
hands
फॉर्म
of
है वो
your
बहुत
young,
क्रेजी है।
post up in different positions early, and then try and route the attackers, force them to want to avoid the op, and then run into all of that stack.
Funnel them into
Sentinel
the util.
Yeah, you want them to be running into the trips, and it's going to be so dangerous for YZ. Playing Neon against 4 tripwires could be an agonizing experience.
Double sentinel compositions. Definitely have what it takes to slow
तंग हो जाएगा भाई वो 4
the
ट्रिप्स में।
stopping power. 0 point does reveal some defenders here, but nothing out of the ordinary as far as Billy are concerned. But with 40 seconds on the ticker, they've got to make a decision.
See them already prioritizing, trying to get some orbs to Neff. You are going to want that null command against the comp Wolves are running.
30
Get
seconds
those
left.
trips deactivated so you can try to get a clean exec later in this half.
They stack up towards that heaven side as Juicy takes first contact, knows now. But Billy are trying to push up into upper. He's going to have to work them down. Clutch might have been available, but Spring
YZ gets
Juicy
one.
tries to fall back off the line. Relay Bolt forces it back to a degree, and YZ is dealt with.
Nev gets one.
The attack is now Lysor is
भाई
down.
साहब।
Shieldfat has the chance to intervene, but Billy disperse themselves around the site, and even though K9 gets the drop on Shieldfat, he can't
2v2
convert.
Oh, that's a beautiful flash, Rusha. Excellent timing to play off of it.
भाई क्या प्ले बनाया बिली ने।
Shieldfat, I like that. Shock dart just away. He's on the edge of it. Rusia with a solitary point of health. Now looks to challenge. The shock dart's expended.
Standing ahead.
No connection for Shieldfat. He himself is
The play they made.
1 point of health left. It doesn't get any closer than that.
How on earth have they gotten away with that? That
The
little
play.
versus 2. That underhanded flash up from Neff at the exact timing. Rusha had worked through window to swing out with a classic.
Hell nah, bro. The fucking play they made.
The minimal amount of options that they had in that situation. But where are the trades in the heaven
Zoop,
fight?
zap, zoop.
Where are the shots? Nothing is connecting from Wolves.
The relay bolt forced Juicy away. And Billy got to take these, XP1 scenarios all across the map. Worked the map to get rid of that util early as well. Very good hit over towards the B side already starting to unfold. YU Silfat dealt with YZ.
YZ gets 2.
Able to get this Spectre involved. Juicy's dealt with it Speedway now running
3.
into Spring and dispatches him with ease.
That's a YZ moment early on. 8 HP. What if I go for more anti-eco kills?
7 more than he needs.
Continue to hunt. Pretty effortless there from BLG. Impressive shot from YU, but no real economic damage done. We were just talking about the importance of getting the economy rolling for Wolves so they can get to an operator. BLG have fully denied that.
Bro, the way these guys are playing, that's crazy.
Wolves are getting their full buy off. Well, they are going up against a pretty strong bonus because Billy already have a stupid big economy on account of just winning that anti-eco. This doesn't even feel like they're going up against a bonus. This is a full buy.
Without an economy running, there's no op prospects for Juicy just yet. Posted pretty far forward towards the mid part of the map, but has to gain crash.
Why is he 140 ding?
Dinked down to 10 as he tentatively inches into mid.
Sufa has picked up that Odin, which is still strong on the map. Not as obnoxious with those changes towards B main earlier in the year, but there are still some paper mache walls like this if you want to get the spam down mid.
YZ's sticking to that left side wall, protecting himself against potential spam from Sealfat. Sealfat not shoulder peeking this, he's waiting off another form of info gain. Does have Juicy watching from an off range. Oh!
वो गोली नहीं चलानी थी.
Finds the time absolutely perfectly. And there's a refresh of the dark cover in B main, so Billy don't walk up B yet.
BLG now lacking their space crew.
Shooting that bullet was a very big disadvantage.
Some of those trips have been dealt with a bit of that defensive utility. They're still so spread across the map though, BLG. K-Knight is trying to really sell this presence.
Check PC का.
They slowly creep towards A, but they still have to deal with a couple of deadlock trips.
won't be
There
ready for
are
this.
multiple Wolves players there.
K-Knight can't convert.
Bro
Still
उसने
finds them to get away or not. Gotta respect how close
Bro
K-Knight
उसने
was,
bullet
but
fire
Juicy
की है.
gets involved.
And that's bad.
Here from main, that A presence has been neutralized in the dying seconds of the round. There's a plant here from Billy.
How are they still winning these fights? There was very little time left. They're pressured to run into the site. Juicy has multiple flashes to try and get out of this dark cover as soon as the molly expires.
तो तुम 2 सेंटी लेके खेल रहे हो उसके बावजूद तुम्हारे में दिक्कतें आ रही है.
Hard, of course, firing at that clone. 4-8 here from Tree. Juicy makes a bit of noise with the door shut.
They've split up. He has to break it.
Door is down, but it's time that has been bled off the clock. Levius shrugs off the flash, is ready to take the fight. A second one comes in, and Juicy runs into his line. Lysor, the veteran, on the site, gives it a tap. Sets, and he delivers. No stranger to criticism. Lysor's had his fair share of the last couple of days, but in his 4th consecutive global, he delivers a stunning round like that.
He said in the press conference that he's just blocking out the criticism. His team is still behind him. He still has that self-belief. He comes up in a round of the utmost importance. I can't believe that BLG were able to get that so close.
Bullet fire किए हो sir.
Late in the round, they got so spread across the map. Look at how little time there was.
And that's trashiest decision you are making. That's bad, bro. That's legit bad.
But then Lysor makes me eat my words at the end there. That was a disgusting snapshot.
Hard fought round there.
Bad decision making.
Costly. Does Billy have that economic base to play off of? Had to be a gate crash out there for Juicy, lest he be suppressed by the 0 point.
Look, you can see right now that they've got YU over towards that A side, all the trips over at B. That's standard play when you're facing down a null command.
Dangerous here. Hunter's Fury now coming out from Sufat. He knows his action over towards mid. Why is he trying to dodge away from those blasts? Levius that was handled on the B side. He just walked into main on his own. Lysor turns the flash and there's trade potential, but it's
भाई फोड़ रहा है आज लाइसोर को बहुत बोला है लोगों ने.
Last couple of rounds, 4 kills for him. Big impact.
He's had enough of the chatter online, the criticism. He's stepping up when they
Actually, Lysor को बहुत बोला गया है.
Even things up. That Spring caught alone in the corner.
There's another potential double up for the defenders here, though. Why you would
Hit!
What is this? Okay, Annihilation drawn out. Why is he trying to play ahead of it? Gets rid of Lysor, but can he save his compatriot? Oh, Rushia. It's too late to save him from the cocoon. Wyatt has to play through 3. Has to spike to
40 HP.
The time is not on his side, Wyatt.
40 HP.
Will he attempt to go, or at this point,
Home.
probably just save, yeah. Take a stroll right out of there.
15 सेकंड 40 HP है Werewolves का गेम है ये.
Into the next. As you mentioned, BLG, they had that economic base that you get just from winning the anti-eco early, which has applied so much pressure to Wolves, just knowing coming into every single round that their economy is hanging in the balance. It's on the line. They could get eco'd at any, or put on an eco at any time. BLG just
It's a solo walk up from Levius there in main. Good trade architecture set up here. It wasn't necessary in the end.
This is a little mental. But he gets away with it. All good.
Little jump swing.
Got away with it.
Yeah, okay. We are limbering up.
Now he is like boom, we can.
I need some more movement.
Lysor अब मार रहा है. Agreed भाई. बहुत गाली खाया है 2-3 दिन में. मैं ट्विटर देख रहा था भाई, Lysor बहुत गाली खा रहा था online.
You're round 6 now. It is still Billy with the ability to buy and a lot of ultimates in hand.
No Ropic, bro.
From the rest of Wolves there.
But still, though, I can't blame him. He's happy to try to take these fights when he has the gate crash to get away. But to be fair, he was close to the kill on
Actually
YC.
TP था, TP कर सकता था.
Certainly have rather gone for a play like that with the op. All right, here comes the null command. Hit coming through. Hey, I love this from Wolves. Double up in main. Try to get the kill on Rusha.
I picked the wrong player to try and collapse on, though. Wisey instantly is there. Russia bailed out of having to go 1 versus 2.
Bad decision.
And pretty cheaply done. Just the null command.
एमेन पे डबल पिक करके फाइट करते.
With a Hunt's Fury and a whole lot else to play off of now, especially with lockdown being earned.
That was the right pivot attempt from Wolves to get a couple players in main, so you could try to isolate the one guy on that split in the for the 4-1 hit. But Arusha crucially just wins out that duel. Yeah, for me, one of the players who has stepped up the most from watching the playoff run into Toronto.
Nice. Oi, one more, 2 more.
Probably doesn't want to swing on this one. Firing squad looking straight at him. And Billy get an important attack side round just as their economy was starting to founder.
Nice try.
Unfortunately, too, in that moment, I think Lyso was pushed up kind of close to B main on the minimap, so when the null command was used, it actually caught onto him. So those trap wires that he had set over towards A were actually going off. And that just allowed BLG to sprint through tree, get into the site for free.
Everybody is like boomed.
Maybe helped with that fight that Wolves took in main, but not going to be the case. This is going to force them into a timeout here.
NT.
It's a real red light shown to Wolves. Is of course they really want to stack up these defense side rounds. That's naturally why they choose to start on that side of the map. This round.
तब तक अपन VLR पे भी रहते हैं. VLR भी important है. Bilibili is Guangzhou Huadu Bilibili Gaming. Okay. भाई मेरे को पूरा नाम आज पता चला है. TL वर्सेस पेपर एक्स हो जाएगा. आई वुड से प्लेऑफ्स का क्या सीन है. सर्किट पॉइंट्स भी है ना बराबर. ये सारी #1 टीम्स है और 202 ये 4 #1 टीम्स है. इनको तो अपर सीड दिया ही है और ये 20 वाली टीम्स को भी अच्छा मतलब क्वालिफिकेशन मिल ही गया है. सो आज एक्चुअली होगा मतलब आज होगा. भाग्य क्रिए पिकम्स तो नहीं बना सकता ना मैं.
Undoubtedly the key to the game here for Wolves.
मैं क्या बकचोदी कर रहा था.
Far up on site, very early. Spring trying to get onto the
Hey.
to walk through a fragment. Takes a bunch of damage on the way in. Why you playing out from tree? He's able to find a pick here. Now
Chappal.
They're lit up here by this over util. Wolves taking it slow. Pink spiel tearing.
भाई चप्पल ये बजा रहे 1v3.
Spike's loose out in front of K-Knight and he's got 3 guns to get past.
I have the spike.
Dimensional drift just to confirm. Yes, K-Knight is here. Wolves set up to close the net.
I'm even pinged by the cam. This is a nightmare.
K-Knight still with a decent amount of health.
लटका दिया भाई सब कुछ आ गया.
Another
Misery
this
for
time,
K-Knight.
and this time from Wolves. Such patient play off heaven. Spring, I think, tries to dive in a little bit early there, Wyatt. Caught in some of that KO util, but after that, it's the play off from Silfat's recon util that gets them in there.
Some great pop flashes out of smoke as well.
ऐसे टेबल रीच मांग रहा है. चाहिए रीच क्या करूं.
This time being wasted and players just
जो टैग से रीच मिलेगी वो टैग ही लगाएंगे ना.
deal with trips that are on the site. The
भाई क्या चप्पले बजाई है.
Preoccupied breaking stuff in the corner. We're already into
Short.
Oh my word! And Juicy's picked up.
एक क्रॉस किया.
Greedy though and gets punished.
Unrecoverable for YZ, but you were right. That save in the last round from
रीच
Lysol.
चाहिए तो मांगनी पड़ेगी
Definitely
भाई।
trending towards an early op into the hands of the Yoru.
And don't even end up needing that
एक तो
cash when they just recover a
पहली
bunch
बार
of
ऐसा हो रहा है कि हाँ भाई हम टाइम पे आ रहे हैं,
Go
मेहनत
round
कर रहे हैं,
put
तो रीच
BLG
चाहिए यार।
in a pretty horrific economic situation for the first time in this half, outside of when they lost the pistol, but then immediately won that eco of their own.
I wonder what triggered the use of this barrier here from Lysol. Might have just been arbitrarily thrown out, so it doesn't have much longer to stand. It will be cleared anyway. Gravnet caught. YZ wants to go for it. Relay bolt comes in. Dangerous now. Hunter's Fury, but Lysol is trying to dodge away from it. Now YZ's unleashed. Looking for some connection off this overdrive. The Zubat's waiting for him. Spring's gonna be
The
there.
spray.
The door just as it comes down. And a Billy are hampered. Down to 2.
Look at this now with their Sentinel down. Pay attention.
3v3.
Wrapping all the way back.
3v3.
This is going to be a
Recon है ना?
multi-pronged retake. BLG know they need to get proactive, but they're punished for it.
They had to go for it. Try and get some more extremity control of this A side. But
Nice.
the walls
सही
are
है,
down.
मैं कब बोला गलत है।
Billy off a decent start, trading, getting the
ये
options.
इंडस्ट्री में जब
Make the
तक
pitch over towards
you
A
get
and
results,
decent.
everything is correct. ये अपनी बात भी हुई थी।
Some great little
Off
plays
उठाओ।
there towards Cat. That was some impressive stuff, to be honest. Again, I like that Wolves, when they're recognizing when these splits are coming in, that they need to just be active on one side of it to catch a player off. That was YZ. He was paranoid up, but then he sends in the relay bolt, and they get an immediate Hunter's Fury.
भाई ये खाली मैप पे देख के मार रहा है, मैप पे जैसे रिकॉन हुआ धड़ 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 चालू।
Awareness of how to take advantage of the ults and abilities that they have. That was fantastic. Again, Wolves, their economy is
बट वालो मोबाइल आ
at
रहा
this
है,
point. They're throwing another op to Juicy.
and it is
He went one for
what it
one.
is.
It's a little greedy. Probably could have just gone out with the one.
Lockdown for Levy is still being held on to.
Actually it is what it is.
We'll see decent spots to place it, but into a Hunter's Fury round, potentially. You've got to account for that Sova ultimate.
I believe they did get the 0 point onto Juicy in mid, so they know about where this operator is at, and they're going to use this lockdown to try.
लोगों ने भाई बहुत ज़्यादा हाइप क्रिएट कर दी है और आई गेस ग्लोबल रिलीज की डेट भी अनाउंस हो गई है,
The shocks aren't actually
जितना मेरे को पता चला है।
utility here from the Sentinels.
अभी तड़तड़ी चालू होगी 3 2 1।
So now see if I can sit back, go for a spray. Spring to the drop of Rushia. Where? It's the rest of the
अबे क्या है ये, क्या है ये?
Too much sexy util and BLG disrespected.
Just entirely disconnected from Rusha. Bold to try and get in there with the spike plant. They just can't get out of main.
Guys, those who are new, make sure to hit that like and subscribe. I know watching बहुत कम है, but बढ़ेगी बढ़ेगी with time हम बढ़ा देंगे। अरे क्या है भाई, full screen।
Lysor is on one, by the way. Another
100 गोली धार 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 धार।
3K.
But we've got to talk about it. There's a massive timing issue there for Billy. They, use that Omen ult to get onto the side. That's always the plan. But Rushia
भाई क्रेजी चल रहा है, मैं तो ओल्ड हूँ भाई। ओल्ड वाले सुपर चैट करें, जितने भी ओल्ड वाले हैं सारे सुपर चैट करें, मिनिमम $100। No further questions. इससे ज्यादा काम कुछ आ नहीं रहा आपका।
Sensor up.
They just didn't realize that there would be
क्या
such
करूं
an
बताओ?
open window for them to get back in because they would just be absolutely stuffed. Going for rushes like this against the double.
Actually no, I'm unable to know कि भाई अब गेमिंग में और खींचना अब क्या ही कर सकता हूँ। गेम खेल रहे हैं, हाइलाइट्स
these floods for walls behind
के लिए बातचीत चल रही है। एक तो एडिटर्स इंडिया में कम है।
They are terrifying on those retakes. So now Billy will be humbled somewhat, forced down to a bit of a half buy. Rushia with a bit of a variation on positioning there, a bit further back, but it's pinged out by the looks of things.
क्या है ये?
Lysol just
ये
takes
कहाँ
another
से
game.
एंगल्स ढूंढते हैं और कहाँ से मारते हैं भाई?
Is on point. Intuition guiding him there.
वो
Just got the trip for mid info, pretty standard stuff. Juicy is rotated to pick up towards Tree. They've really got their eyes on everything. There's such a deep trip in B main that had to be cleared as well. Billy do remove both of the trap wires from the map.
Better pace this time for Billy. Diligent clearing of this Sentinel stall and info utility.
पूरा तोड़ने के लिए वाट लग गई नेफ की.
With Rusha down, having to hit a site without being able to obscure any angles.
No smokes left.
Brutal for them.
Contacting to an
whip kiya.
that situation too, but Juicy doesn't land the shot. He's going to be forced back as well by the 0 point.
भगा दिया.
Annihilation popped here by Lysor. Billy have a chance to respond, and they opt.
भगा दिया.
They're going straight to B. Juicy
भगा दिया.
can't market. Again, those lack of smokes just making it a nightmare to play against this operator. There's been a from the shadows backside entrenched in Spring with Sufat.
And now Spring's able to get into the
वाह स्पॉन में गिरा दी स्पाइक.
players to bolster the beholder, and K-Knight has got to go for
खत्म.
it. To the wind thrown.
9-3.
Brings a stabilizing
9-3.
aspect to take Wolves to 7 defense side rounds.
I mean, what an advantage that is for, gotten by Lysor, just finding that spam kill early on. That essentially feels like it just ends the round. You're trying to rotate around a scent against an AWP.
Without smokes.
You're cooked in mid. You're so cooked.
There's almost guaranteed that Juicy was going to have another chance to take contact somewhere on the map. He makes a good rotation to mid. And then this is just it's a very haggard sort of last-ditch attempt to go towards the B side. The round is basically won very early on.
You're unsure Lysor doesn't
स्मोक्स गिरते राउंड खत्म हो गया था काइंड ऑफ.
pushes them into B, force BLG's hand.
द मेन प्रॉब्लम यहाँ पे ओडन को एक तो ये काउंटर नहीं कर पा रहे, दूसरा स्मोक जल्दी मर जा रहा है. एक तो साला डबल सेंटी है, तंग करते जा रहे हैं इनको. और जीत रहा है वुल्फ्स, 2-0 जीत रहा है. अगला वुल्फ्स का ही गेम है.
Juicy have pushed up in B main, left, and now
Once
look at
again.
YU's positioning. Has this deep trip that he likes to place again.
Cleared.
And then Juicy has pivoted over towards A. They have control of A main because of the barrier mesh.
This is the same spot Juicy held last round, and he missed the shot. Don't expect that to happen again.
The setup from Lysor now is so good. Flash is crucial to get Juicy out of there. Lysor wants to fight, can get back to actually help.
Lysor didn't want to give up the space. Eventually, though, he has to. Juicy just takes a further back line. Relay bolt's got to be respected, and here comes YZ to collect. The operator taken loose.
एक ही मिला.
Steps up and only gets the one at Spring. Moves out onto the side. Got to respect the
इसको भी एक ही मिला. 2v3.
Wolves now. Is Sufat in a position to make use of this
अल्टी मारना.
bolt to spray into the side?
Just waiting to see if he even just risk ripping the Hunter's Fury to try and kill the planter in this situation. Doesn't want to. They're definitely going for this.
He's the danger player.
Their money is out of control.
Eyes on Gasova. YU Cam, that'll be cleared. Sufat spray has forced K-Knight out of the open somewhat. Bolt gonna be cleared. YU, oh, there's a ping, and Russia is handled. Sufat trying to find K-Knight in that direction. He's considering even diving in for this one. Confirms his location.
NT.
It's K-Knight v Sufat. That shot gets the job done.
और यूज नहीं और टाइम नहीं है.
No time for a defuse. Sufat has to walk away with bragging rights and nothing more.
Going to keep that Odin. The kills were.
Are you serious? ये क्या राउंड था?
They really are able to make the most of this util that they've got. That recon again gets so much value. Neither player able to break it, so YU gets the kills. But this moment from YZ was really the pivotal one for the attackers. Juicy didn't have a gate crash to escape. YZ perfectly places that relay bolt to punish him.
Wolves looking a little different now, with Lysor brimming with his confidence. Look at how he keeps playing forward in trees, determined to actually try and take these fights. Juicy still has the op to hand, but the protocols from Billy for dealing with that op in Yoru last round were pretty much perfect.
Juicy has full control of B main. I will say Billy are doing a great job of breaking the
Double
op in this. Yeah, why not?
Are you serious? Last
so
round? Double up?
So much money.
Last round of the half. Juicy wants that contact.
Closed. What a timing.
Gate crash expired, so needs to refresh it. Still an opportunity to take that contact peak, but
ठीक है जूसी यहाँ पे अपना आके बैठा है, ये क्या भाग रहा है?
End up walking into his line. That'll mean the turret can take contact for him. Ever closer. Neither player wanting to blink first. It is a stalemate over at B main. Check back in with that one. Maybe this gets out. Okay, why is he caught inside it? Sonic Sensor by the looks of things, but a relay bot catches Lysor in main. Off the line in B. No encounter there, but Rushi has dealt with him. That's your controller down. Midway through the round.
Are you okay? Are you okay, Juicy?
That's the off Yoru dropped, and YU's trying to rotate him, but K9 is already there. Billy have done enough to get this B plant.
That was such a fast maneuver from BLG to get over to this B site. That was a moment again where they were lacking
और
smokes
सोआ
and
अल्टी घर ले जाओगे
cover to protect them.
See you fat
They
भाई
had to cross through mid, but K9 wins
हाँ see you
that
भाई
duel and Levius
Su
cracks the site open.
What is
What a
this Su
high impact kill
See you भाई
on that lurk.
200's Furies in the pocket for both sides. Okay, here comes the attack side one first. K9 looking to scout, see where this retake might originate from. He's found nothing. Silfat wants to try and light up with a recon and then make the play instantly into Boathouse. This is looking dangerous. Already get hit. Lysor handled those springs, trying to get ahead of the action. It's all on Silfat now. Stand out.
भागते भागते स्लाइड अप मार गया
That 8th rounds. And if we get to the end of the half, Billy have been able to produce 5 attack side rounds.
But they're going to absolutely be happy with getting 5 here against this composition on defense. It could be a nightmare to play against, and they've really done a great job.
YZ and Silfat headlining the fight so far between these two. It's a 2-round gap heading into the second half of Ascent. Win and advance, lose and go home. We'll be back after this.
You have to be back after this भाई crazy हुआ है crazy किया ले full screen लाओ भाई crazy किया ले crazy कुछ कुछ मीम्स ऐसे आते हैं ना यार कुछ कुछ मीम्स मतलब और एक दोस्त ऐसा है उसके मीम्स
YZ someone we're talking about here I think quite has big impact has the performance you expect is Neon
उसके मीम्स अगर इंस्टेंटली नहीं देखो ना फिर वो मजा नहीं आता
It's interesting to me to see YZ on attack with the econ report because he's so crazy aggro. He's usually getting a lot of kills and dying a lot, so he's rebuying a lot. But in this game, and in many we've seen before, he's still getting enough value out of everything he's spending because he's getting so many great opening kills that his econ report is always still looking good despite his crazy aggro playstyle.
He actually has the least number of deaths on his team, so less of those rebuys being required. And he's been a big part of being able to dig Juicy out of some of those entrenched off positions where he's trying to take contact.
Like subscribe
Quite a defense side on this Yoru.
It's really the first time in this entire tournament that Juicy and Spring are the ones who you're going to need to activate to win out this game. Lysor playing so well, IGL, Sufa doing it all individually and leading the team here. Intentions of going to this B side early from Wolves.
Big damage taken by Lysor early, but it's YU pushing down.
Nice.
Look at the pace here from Wolves. We talked about them adapting to go a bit more up tempo. This attack side pistol exemplifies that.
Nice.
Red-handed, util in his grasp, and YZ takes a little bit too long to find that kill, allows Spring a third. And now he's going to have to do it in a 1v4.
We said his name, and Spring has appeared in this round. He gets a pivotal 3K. That paranoia connecting for an easy kill on lane to open things up feels absolutely impossible for YZ here. There's no way this should be winnable.
Right, they'll be starting to hound at YZ.
Nice. Try.
In the next few moments, and he knows he has neither the time nor the wherewithal to clear out Wolves. And there's the pistol picked up by the attack side.
And even in just this first round, you're going to see something that will become a consistent theme if Wolves are able to get into the sites pretty much, you know, I'm not going to say for free, but if they can get into the sites easily and then get all of the Sentinel utility down, Deadlock will thrive on attack when she's alive, she's in the site. You can get that barrier mesh, which is usually going to be used at the door, which it was in that round. You get your sonic sensors placed as well. Those are the situations where she's going to be high impact on attack, or, you know, syncing up some of those grav nets.
And normally the double Sentinel composition in the past with Jet was pretty flashlight and had to use that controller util to take map space, but we know that Juicy comes packing a couple of flashes. Billy opted for a pretty far forward B main presence.
पर ये लोग पिस्टल के बाद वाला पिछला भी आ रहे थे.
Control this space with these more appropriate longer range weapons as Juicy draws a bead on YZ's approximate location.
Here. Wolves just opting to take things nice and slow, absorb any potential early aggression that may have come from the BLG side, but they're playing fairly spread at the moment, not going for a gamble stack.
भाई ड्रोन करके जाइयो.
Bit of an owl drone if it comes out. Cam cleared. K-Knight trying to back off. It's going to get a little bit uncomfortable for him. Oh, Barty, he and Levius take an absolute beating. Now, of course, that smoke over towards that CT side, and we're going to see the walls explode out of B main. Gravnet looks like it did catch up one more players.
Posey.
There it is, Juicy. Eventually catches Neff.
30 seconds left.
Them off
Juicy
there.
का pose
Just gonna call
है.
for the rest of the team to maneuver towards this A side. Only Rusha. Stuck at door right now. Are they going to check this? They do, YU.
So the Ghost player YU. The opener in the pistol round looks great there. YZ belatedly gets to the party. Wolves now distribute 3 players towards that A main direction, leaving Juicy in the site for this expected retake. But what is there to be done?
कुछ नहीं. Spike से मर जाओ.
Realize it's going to be pretty hard to get any traction in a situation like this. So they sit back, contemplate. Start a game plan for these upcoming rounds.
It did invest in
Spike
a couple
हमारे
shots, which is, you know, of note. We'll see how that affects their buy.
Oh,
They get to the
what a
first time
timing.
round. Oh, that is
Bloody brilliant.
brutal for Sufat. No one watching his back.
Lysol trapped here.
Was.
No way. Lysol completes the kill contract. Levy's with the drop on them though. This has gotten a bit ugly for Wolves. From an economic standpoint, not nearly as clean as they wanted.
Clutch.
That is a bizarre way to try and exit the round. Things getting so scrambled.
It was a Red Bull
Not
clutch.
playing together, trying to get out tree really late. No one watching the flank that was wide open.
I mean, Sufat was
Odd
for a
stuff.
time watching towards that gelato direction, but like we said, it's a YZ catch a timing on him. It's a stranger Red Bull clutch, I will admit, because the way was paved early by Wolves in this round very cleanly.
One enemy remaining.
Well, BLG are going to be happy with that. What could have been a pretty
Rebel
solid
clutch.
bonus round buy has dwindled to a tragic one with a Bucky, a couple pistols. Let's see if Juicy can do something with this Guardian. Gravnet, they want to catch someone early in B main. Looks like they want to accelerate too, but the Mollies will keep them at bay temporarily.
K-Knight caught here by the paranoia and up by
Wolves
lots.
घुस रही है.
Weaker bonus buy. Need to make something happen. Levius with a quick spray down for 2. YZ faces down.
1v1.
Comes on arguably second best. And that's a gun recovered by Spring. No info on where Rushia is though. Now he knows he can look over towards Sports. Kidding me? That's ridiculous, Wolves. A higgledy-piggledy little bonus.
Oh,
Weird
everyone
buy
stood
for
up.
them.
Everyone stood up after that. I can't blame them. It was a cool B-site
मैंने भाई
execute.
आप कब खेलोगे ऐसा?
With the Bucky of
मैंने
Sport
बार-बार बुला के
teleport
तेरा
into
2
that
डॉलर की
dark
आसपास
bubble
की
while
इन्वेंट्री होगी.
swinging out. Juicy gets one
भाई.
trade there. You full
आपको भी पता है कि कितना ही रिटर्न है एंड दिस इज क्या बताऊं, मुश्किल है, बहुत मुश्किल है।
Bucky. Just the little
I couldn't agree more. I could not agree more.
हगा
This is
है।
now-
reaction.
This is dangerous for Billy. That's the round where they want to start to build that defense side momentum, but this gets...
हक्के क्लियर किया है, ठीक है। मैं कौन सा बोल रहा है 2000 दिलो, एक मिनट पहले तो एक काम करना पड़ेगा। ये वाला मैसेज एक बार के लिए उड़ा देता हूँ क्योंकि वॉच पार्टी है, एवरीबॉडी नोज। मैंने पढ़ लिया है, दैट इज मोर इम्पोर्टेंट। मैं कौन सा वाला 2000 दिलो, ट्राई करते हैं, मैसेज डालता हूँ मैं। मेरे को खाली डिटेल्स भेज दो ना, डिटेल्स भेजो, डिटेल्स।
is looking pretty darn good. Might be an outlaw for
डिस्कॉर्ड पे
Juice.
डिटेल्स भेजो और
Yes, for a fairly significant buy out of this, but the bonus cash, or rather round loss bonus, is pretty out of control right now. So BLG can afford to get a fair half buy into this. Recon going to near close mid,
Toda.
taken by YZ, and they're actually going to leave Alevius posted up really deep right there.
Just an alarm bot to catch this. K-Knight trying to play on it. Juicy takes that contact. It's going to be traded out. Good enough for Wolves for now. Shrug off the relay bolt. They're into this B site. No smoke over towards defense side though. Something YZ could capitalize on. And here comes the overdrive.
YZ gets
Takes a lot of damage
what?
in that encounter. But takes YU off the map. Still 3
3v4.
rifles active for Wolves, and they've got Sufat on the Cypher plant. Here comes that controller util now.
That was such a strange cage
Okay,
from
sab ho
YU.
gaya.
It
Spike
helped
planted.
the other team more than it helped him. Double flank coming right now.
भाग गया।
The main Wolves have fully pivoted towards the site. They could get overwhelmed. This is dangerous. But Spring!
स्प्रिंग है,
Sonic sits in
स्प्रिंग।
the market, I think,
तीसरा।
forced to shoot back. He couldn't get involved in Spring. He's on for 4.
चौथा।
Good. And Billy with that awkward buy. Yeah, we're up. We're on our feet. Blood is flowing. And Wolves are 2 rounds away from stealing Billy's map pick.
Spring started slow on defense, but has accelerated to 100 miles per hour on attack.
Enemy
He's now
remaining.
tied for the most kills on Wolves. Can't believe he was able to get that double spray down. The players
देखते
rushing out of
4 लोग देख रहे हो यार, मेक श्योर टू हिट दैट लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब, लेट्स गो। भाई स्प्रिंग कल से मार रहा है, कल तो स्मोक्स में वॉल के थ्रू क्या क्या मारा था, आज भी मार रहा है।
When you start
My
seeing
God.
the precipice of disaster after YU just goes down to YZ with the weird cage play. All right, Billy, they're on their full.
Last
line
round,
after that
last
half.
hope.
Might be the last best chance here to stabilize in this map. They've well and truly lost control. Now they're playing catch up. Juicy patient on this, suppressed as he was. Flashes into tree. Out. Net's not able to find him. Juicy barely takes any damage there as well.
So it's all that utility gets right back to the pack in B main. Drone going to
भाई ये लोग बहुत फास्ट खेल रहे हैं, लेकिन वुल्व्स वाले नहीं रुक रहे। एक साइड फेक किया,
Relay bolt will cause some serious delay.
वैसे क्रॉस कर लिया है।
Stall util coming out here. White Wolves might need to reconsider. In the past, they've stuck too close to that first plan A they've had and been unable to adapt. But here, they're going to pivot away from B with the insert of YU left behind. But YZ sees him cross mid. He can't do anything about it though.
Spring had popped that from the shadows.
अंडर हेवन क्लियर नहीं है, हेवन क्लियर नहीं है, नथिंग इज क्लियर। हेवन पे एक स्पॉटेड,
The entire team from BLG.
फेक कर दिया।
They've all gone to heaven.
की
What a
वेड़
call
की।
from Subat, pivoting back to B now. Free open sight.
5 pairs of ankles
30
snapped clean
seconds
off with these map rotations. Wyatt Billy limping.
इसकी
to the spot.
वेड़
Caught
की।
outside the map, and YU fells Knight through markets.
And now he just needs to get out of dodge, get back into B main. Spike is being planted by Sufat, means the Hunter's Fury is ready to go when the retake is coming in. They need to get YU here. Great reposition from Juicy. He's going to hold the cross, try and protect his teammate.
YU tucked. Surely's heard some of this.
Oh, Juicy fell back. He could be
Hunter's
in
Fury.
trouble.
Oh, what a shot!
Yuriko gets one at least.
Sufat, he wants some information, so the Hunter's Fury comes out and Rushia was caught. Has he made his way down?
2v2.
2v2 now, Levis. Looks like he was caught up inside that sonic sensor though, and Lyso has a graph net where that came from. Now to play off this slowing util. Levius and Neff, time not on their side. They have to make a move. A tap on the spike, and Sufat tries to deliver. He'll cut Neff down to 34, and Lyso just needs to be patient.
टाइम नहीं है
No time for BLG. And that's match point for
भाई वो फेक जब
They've
सेल
done it
करवा दिया
again.
ना मेरा
What
हो
a
गया
mid-round call from Sufat. That from the shadows that was used to
Well,
get
then I said it
sprung
again, I go
over
back here,
into
playing
line.
with cheaters, gangster.
Looks like they're going to peel off, but they leave the
Five stack
Cypher
के लिए।
insert in B main. They kept their
अरे बाबा,
options open.
playing with
The back
cheaters?
is open.
एक सेकेंड मेरे को एक्चुअली पता नहीं है व्हाट इज गैंगस्टर व्हाट इज गैंगस्टर मेरे को पता नहीं है मेरे को देखना पड़ेगा द मोमेंट यू सेड गैंगस्टर अच्छा ओके ग्रुप है मेरे को इसके बारे में बिल्कुल आइडिया नहीं है सॉरी मेरे को इसके बारे में बिल्कुल आइडिया नहीं
How did
है
BLG respond? Did they stay
अल्टी
entrenched?
पहला पिक
Rushi there does get the ping. He knows that Wolves are up on him, but how is he going to get some breathing room here?
TP, TP.
Brute force solution to the problem.
I don't even know how he killed Sufat. All right, Wolves routed because
4v3.
of that lockdown, having to pivot back. YZ is deep on the map right now, push through. What do Wolves do? It looks like they want to just cut noise and try and re-hit into A. Dark cover is going to cut off Levius. Does he want to get active? Does he want to try to find a kill here?
Knight doesn't have recon. He can't light this up for Levius. He's going to
Khatam.
have to be flying blind. Literally
GG.
shooting in the dark. Spring gets off the plant now, aware that there's a player caught inside this wall. Levius has got nowhere to go. He's
बोला ना जी जी खत्म
He's boxed. He can't
ओवर
even
ओवर
move.
ओवर
And it's on
भाई
YZ
बहुत मस्त खेला
for
वुल्व्स
the game.
मैं स्टार्टिंग
But
से
the map
वुल्व्स ही बोल रहा था और
they've won
वुल्व्स ही निकाल लिया
13-4 against Wolves last time they played. But this is a different Wolves, a different pace, a different gear, a different level.
They are just playing with an effortlessness on this attack. They look fantastic right now.
Brutal, brutal stuff. YZ dispatched. And Wolves with the answer. Gauntlet thrown at Billy.
पता था वुल्व्स पहला मैप निकाल ही जाएगी दैट वाज सो मतलब दैट वाज सो नोन कि वुल्व्स मारेगी वो कॉम्प देख के भी लगा था और इन्होंने एक्चुअली 7 राउंड निकाले थे निकालने चाहिए थे एटलीस्ट 8 या 9 बट अटैक के अंदर ये एक ही पेस से भागते चले गए एक आधे राउंड में जो फेक सेल किया वो बहुत मस्त था रीटेक्स काफी बेहतर थे इट्स एन ऑफिशियल पार्टनर विद राइट टू फाइंड प्लेयर्स क्या ही बोलूं अब मैं इनको क्या भाई क्या ही बोल सकते हैं राइट को टिकट रेस करो और क्या बोलूं राइट में टिकट रेस करो और तो कोई ऑप्शन ही नहीं है रुको मैं 1 मिनट वॉशरूम जाता हूँ वॉशरूम जाके आता हूँ आराम से जरूरी है भाई 2 मिनट रुको मैं आया फुल कैम है ना एक तो हाँ कितना भी स्कोर हो 200 बन जाता है 700 मारो ना लिमिट में ही था रहा हूँ इसके लिए। अच्छा भाई हाँ गाइस वी आर बैक। आ गए। पानी का बॉटल भी ले आए। मेरे को लगा कॉम्स के लिए लगा हुआ होगा। क्या ही बोलूं, उनको क्लियरली मेल करो या फिर बोलो कुछ 6 महीने का बैन है, इसका मतलब भाई 180 दिन पागल हो गया क्या? 6 महीने में तो भाई पूरा साल निकल जाएगा। जून है समझो, जुलाई अगस्त सितंबर अक्टूबर नवंबर दिसंबर पूरा साल निकल गया। ओ तारीख तारीख का फोटो देखो।
There are so many rounds that are coming down, just 1v1 clutch moments towards the end.
सब
The
कुछ
Wolves are
सब
just
बोला
getting a
कुछ
better
ना
hand
होगा।
on.
I was
मैं
honestly
वही बोल
shocked
रहा
at
हूँ
how
ना,
the
तो अब
first
मतलब
half
ही
really
क्या है?
played out in like
ऐसे तो
favor, I would
दिसंबर
say,
हो गया।
because even though it was only 5 rounds for them, because they took a thrifty, and that thrifty could 100% shift the momentum of the game, but they somehow came back and got 5 rounds on the defense and had a really, really
Are
good
you
looking
freaking
attack from my
serious?
perspective.
December?
Momentum shift was kind of crazy in that game. Now, let's talk about this HyperX reflex moment of the day. And it goes to Lysor, who had a lot of tough moments, I think, after that loss mill. The fans were really not very nice about his opening debut on the stage.
And I mean, what better way than to show up like this? We were talking
They're
about
not
it earlier
replying
with Jazz.
anymore.
There's so much pressure on him, and his IGL took him aside. It's like, hey, like I believe in you. Like you are capable of these things, and he's showing it.
Guy's just playing whack-a-mole right there. Sees the little head, knocks him down. I love too that Lysor is also just constantly standing up after a big play
There
like
we go,
that.
yeah.
और कौन है
Not doing
ये?
anything else, just like,
the
yeah,
emoji.
yeah, I did that. Fist bump.
लाइक और कौन ही है जो हेल्प कर सकता है? भाई लाइसोर को बहुत हेल्प किया है, टीम ने हेल्प किया है। बहुत हेल्प किया है लाइसोर ने, मतलब लाइसोर को टीम में बहुत मजा आया देख के। दैट एटलीस्ट एक के ऊपर नहीं डाला पूरा का पूरा गेम। जितने first kills उतने rounds.
Senti comp, and it came by abusing this B site early on. They win the pistol. Spring has a 3K in that one, I think, and then he has a couple of just absolutely insane rounds to keep this team's momentum going.
I mean, let's take a look at some of those rounds and the clutches as well.
Exactly.
The plays were just crazy. I heard, you know, the audience in here, they were on their feet as well, and they gave them something to
भाई
cheer
ये
about.
तो
And keep in mind, this is the bonus for
ये bonus round तो भारी हुआ था.
using these Cypher cages so nicely on their execs, both to block off some space and also to get some TPs going. But really, it was Spring. with
अबे
this
क्या
setup
ये 1v1 तो भाई gold में भी नहीं होता ऐसा.
wins out this clutch in the 1v2, and then immediately in the next round as well. There's a flank coming in. He's not even looking at that angle first, but he snaps over and again gets 4 kills in a row to win this out and keep the momentum going.
And I think a big part of that is the calling as well, getting them into these positions where Spring has his opportunities, right? Getting him into that post-plant spot. Although in the 1v1, Bomb wasn't quite down yet, but in the second example, it was looking really good. There were so many intricacies, and I loved the double fakes especially that we were seeing.
Exactly, because we saw like those 4 rounds, those early rounds of just showing B hit after B hit after B hit. And then that next round, Mel, they were using the Omen ult to make those fakes happen.
Yeah, I mean, it was so cool to see where they faked B and then the Omen ult into Wine, faking A. And you look on the mini-map, all 5 players of Billy completely sold on the fake.
They
A
ate it up.
completely open B site. At,
भाई मेरे को वो wingman मेरे को कोई वो wingman gift करो ना
I'm
यार.
going to get a little bit worried for Billy because we are going to split. And a couple of times at least I've watched their split, and it's a little bit tragic.
Yeah, it was looking tough. I mean, even
वो
if you
वो
look at the
wingman
last
gift करो
time,
ना यार. बहुत
BLG
cute सा
played
wingman है बे.
Wolves on this map. This is a map that was going Wolves' way, and I think that Wolves have actually really liked to play this map. Again, they take a lot of these slower rounds, their lurks and their pivots, their cutbacks through mid. Like we just saw in that last game of switching up between the sites, has been very effective at beating teams like BLG in the past.
I mean, they even pick split into Sentinels, and I mean, I'm from America, right? Like, we see Sentinels play split so many times. They're a historical team on the map, and still Wolves pick it into them. And honestly, in my opinion, despite the loss, have a great showing.
If there's one man that might have the answer into this, it is going to be Coach Bale. This is what he had to say ahead of Map 2.
Hello everyone, Jen Lee here with Coach Bio. Coach, you 3-0'd this team back in CN, but in Masters it seems like we have a new meta and a very different pace to the game. So what do you think
भाई
is
कोच को
going to be
बुरा
different
लगे भाई
today
कोच
compared to the
मुंह
regional
ऐसा हो गया
matchup
बेचारे का
against
रोने जैसा हो
감독님,
गया.
3대 0이라는 스코어로 울브즈를 상대로 중국 리그에서는 승리를 거뒀는데 마스터즈에서는 메타도 많이 다르고 페이스도 많이 달라진 것 같거든요. 지난번에 만났을 때에 비해서 어떤 점이 가장 달라질 것 같으신가요?
일단은 뭔가 울브즈 선수들이 그 전에 CN 리그하고 다르게 마스터즈 오고 나서 좀 선수들 개인기량도 많이 올라온 것 같고 팀워크적으로도 많이 올라왔고 일단 상대 선수들이 일단 침착함을 되게 굉장히 잘 유지하는 것 같아요. 그에 반해서 저희 선수들은 뭔가 좀 많이 끌려다닌 것 같아가지고 저희가 주도권을 좀 잡고 게임하자고 지금 계속 얘기를 해서 아마 그래도 스플릿에는 좀 변하지 않을까 싶습니다.
Well, yeah, when it comes to Wolves, you know, they stepped up huge compared to how they were in CN League. In terms of their mentality, they were able to keep it cool and keep their composure. And they also had a really, really good form. And when it comes to us in our first map, we just felt like we had no control. So we talked about how to gain more map control and staying calm in the second map. And I think we can put up better performance in map 2. Thank you, coach. Good luck.
Thank you.
They don't have a choice. They have to bring something better for Map 2. Otherwise, and they will be eliminated and they won't have a chance even to go to playoffs.
Yeah, then that would be a big shock coming in as the number 2 seed out of China. But the split map will be interesting, I think, because of the questions around what Billy Gaming are actually going to be playing. Because previously playing it in VCTCN versus Wolves, they were, of course, playing the Tejo. But since then, we've had nerfs, and we got to see them actually play it one time versus Trace in Asia Champs League. And then they went back to play the oldest comp in the book, Omen, Viper, Cypher, Raze, Sky.
Yeah.
Right.
Is that what we're seeing? I mean, they just lock it in instantly.
Wow. It is what we're going to see. How much map control can they gain with this? Because that's what Coach Bale was talking about.
Well, I think
Omen Viper ये सबसे पुराना comp है जैसे Astros ने बोला. This is the oldest comp actually.
Coming out from both teams, and Billy, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. All logic here would point to a Wolves slam dunk on this map. Billy does not have a good record.
I think what I'm keeping my eyes on is how
Going to sleep easy win for Wolves.
Or Neff's mid-round.
हाँ जीत रहा है Wolves वुल्व्स एवरी मतलब मैंने तो मैप से पहले मैप 1 से पहले मैंने यही एक्चुअली किया था प्रेडिक्ट कि वुल्व्स जीतेगा. आई एम वेटिंग फॉर द पेपर एक्स वाला मैप. मेरे को अब नैट्स भी अच्छा लगता है. पेपर एक्स अपने रीजन की टीम है. आई लव एक्चुअली मेरे को फोरसेकन और पसंद है बट क्या करूं मैं. फोरसेकन पसंद है मेरे को. आई लाइक देयर डब्ल्यू गेमिंग. पैटमैन का इंक्लूजन ठीक ठाक रहा है. मतलब उतना भी कुछ खास नहीं है, उतना भी कुछ बुरा नहीं है. अब टीएल वर्स मैं भी यही सोच रहा हूँ. अब भाई यार अगर एक्चुअली अगर यार ऐसा नहीं हुआ रहता ना टीएल वर्सेस पेपर एक्स में, बहुत खराब लग रहा है भाई. क्या नैट्स को सपोर्ट करूं, फोरसेकन को सपोर्ट करूं, जिंग फोरसेकन की जोड़ी को सपोर्ट करूं, समझ नहीं आ रहा है. ये तो कुछ नहीं है. अटैक पे वुल्व्स निकाल जाएगी. एक्चुअल अटैक पे वुल्व्स निकाल जाएगी. ये कौन सा स्मोक है रे? ये कौन सा स्मोक है?
Just converting on their map choice. That's what needs to happen.
वाईजी तो हील हो जाएगा इंस्टेंट.
Battered a little bit there. He pops up into mid early on, but it might be Wolves opting to play around this lurk wall at B. They don't like what they've seen here, though.
Just going to fall back, but send out that Prowler. Feign some presence as Sufa IGL remains inserted. Dark cover in B main. Walk down from YZ solo in mid. This is dangerous. He could get caught.
It was pretty good from Spring just after the clear had come from the Trailblazer. But why is he at least able to react to
वो हील की वजह से बच गया.
Instant Dink just gets Spring. The hit punch couldn't actually get his crosshair back on him. K-Knight spots up the other two. That's a very weak YU. Susceptible to the nade. Has to get out of the way. Just going to damage up Lysor.
ये राउंड तो निकल गया. ये राउंड तो निकल गया.
Wolves low. They are beaten black and blue by some of this util exchange across the map. Are they going to go for it? Leviaso's waiting for them.
ये राउंड निकल गया.
With clutches falls YU. Juicy though does finally get rid of that 10 HP YZ in heaven. But Rushia simply steps up in his stead.
इतना टाइम बाय कर लिया. स्यूफर्ट वहां पे लर्क करता रह गया. समझ गया तो राउंड निकल गया.
Things just getting entirely disconnected for Wolves. I imagine at some point they wanted to try to get back through vents on account of their IGL Supa just still being.
मेरे को तो चाहिए भाई ये 11 बजे तक खत्म हो. आधे घंटे में 11:15 तक दूसरा मैच चालू हो.
Denying them with a Viper wall, that nade keeping them at bay. Crucially, YZ finds the opener. This is the map the last time these two teams faced off. It was in the qualifying game to Toronto. Wolves took it. And the BLG, they got the revenge in that lower final. It was a clean sweep, 3-0. They know how to beat Wolves, but do they know how to beat them on this map?
Even Sentinel struggled with this attack side from Wolves, where they got to dictate the pace.
Hey.
Spraying him off wildly, haphazard, has to back away. Catches YU though, as he steps a little too far. YZ got that paint shell elimination. Pretty devastating impact from the duelist on ramps. Leaves Wolves down to their last two players. Scavenging the Marshal. Spring inside his poison orb is hoping for a hot shot. And he's got nothing to see as it clears.
No fuel.
Double stacked up on BLG. They should make light work of this situation. And they do. Dropping a couple players. YZ was happy to take several engagements towards ramp. Get very close to that showstopper. The two orbs away very early into this half.
And to put this map in context a little bit more, why just as, you know, BLG have gotten off to a great start. Not a good map for them historically. In China, they got 13-1 by Trace. They lost to this very Wolves team 13-8 in that upper bracket semi. So historically it's not favored them, but this is the perfect start to turn the tides.
This is going to take everything they've got left in the tank. YZ going to need to put on an all-star performance to make it back to the playoffs. He knows what it takes. He's been there before. So is K-Knight. Against a Wolves team trying to make this kind of run for the very first time.
He's got an audio issue down on stage.
स्प्लिट किसका? पूरा लिखने आलस आ रहा है। क्या मतलब, क्या लिखना क्या चाहती हो? टेक गेयर इतने टेक पॉजेस का क्या करूं मैं? 2-0 आई वुड से अभी भी वुल्व्स है। वुल्व्स पिस्टल ना जीतने के बावजूद आई वुड से वुल्व्स, बिकॉज अटैक में बहुत प्रॉब्लम होने वाली है यहाँ पे। बिली बिली हमेशा से अटैक में दिक्कत रही है, होगी 100% अटैक में दिक्कत होगी। कोई नहीं, पूरा लिखने दिक्कत आ रही है ना, पूरा सुपर चैट करने दिक्कत नहीं आएगी, कर दो। कर दो। सुपर चैट छोड़ो, मेंबर ही ले लो, मेंबरी। मुंबराशी। पूरा 100 व्यूज तक पहुंच रही है स्ट्रीम्स। Map started.
Close up some of these angles. They've got fair control over towards B main. Levius keeping.
ना वो पैसिफिक में हो गया 4 घंटे का, नहीं टूटेगा वो पैसिफिक में था 4 घंटे। मेरे को याद है वो वॉच पार्टी में कर रहा था। I got so irritated.
Solid reception.
Trades 3v3.
Trading evenly are the defenders. And leaves only Sufat, the one to emerge from the dust cloud in mid. Now needs to kind of wait for his teammates on the extremities to give him a little bit more of an inkling where the remainers of Billy are arranged.
YZ is currently pressing up towards A main, if you look at that on the mini-map. That's going to keep BLG interested towards
Timing.
this side of the map. Wow, they're rotating through mid right now. YU just catches the first, and Sufat turns around.
चलो भी
Way too happy to explore on the
क्रेजी
map.
था वो सीन। मैं वॉच पार्टी कर रहा था, मेरे को पता है, मैंने 4 घंटे वेट किया है।
But to bolster that mid presence for Wolves pays off beautifully. It sees YU emerge on the perfect timing to unseat them. This leaves YZ in a position. Paint shell still at hand. Sufat relatively low. It's a big ask for even the best in this situation. I count YZ among them. He too feels that discretion might be the better part of valor here. Wyatt, they have to fight another day.
He did full invest into the Phantom this round, so certainly wants to keep that. Has the lowest credits on the
ब्रो
team
मतलब
due to
4 घंटे का वो
investment.
टेक पॉज था।
Billy just
हर बार आधे
way
घंटे तक
too
वो बढ़ा
much
रहे थे।
in the mid round there. Way too much.
And maybe it's a nervousness about knowing the A side of the map is slightly weaker. It's just YZ sat in there in heaven. Instead of sort of rotating through spawn to the back part of the map, they think that they're safe with 2 players crossing mid together, and in theory you'd be considered reasonable for that decision. It blows up in their face though.
BLG headed to their full buy. These are some good trades back and forth. Levius popping out of that smoke to get the second. Sufat the exact same to keep things even.
I mean, Sufat has to respond very quickly to that call from YU.
Yeah,
Just in time.
Really just serving themselves up. Here's the full buy from BLG. Max investment still. It's this showstopper that YZ is on the precipice of collecting. He is playing over towards ramp right now, solo.
Let's see.
No emphasis
बाय राउंड
on mid. They wanted to pressure towards.
मेरे को चाहिए
main
2-0, मेरे को
early.
PRX का मैच देखना है यार।
And now Sufat wants to ensure that no one will be walking down. Certainly aware that that's the kind of play YZ will be absolutely happy to make.
There is a very large amount of utility to play through as attackers on this A side. Wolves, we saw them, with that double sentinel composition. Billy played into that well, sort of clearing. Now they're in a position where they're doing something much the same. They have that ram position, but they're not convinced. They don't see anything to play off of. And YZ was drawn out of mid back to sort of reinforce this position. So mid's a little weaker now as a result. And that might be Wolves finding a golden opportunity to capitalize there.
They are taking their time pivoting back towards mid. YU had thrown a really deep trip towards A heaven, so at least we'll know if anyone's walking up on that side of the map. But the defensive cam is getting info there. Things are
30
starting to
seconds
increase with the tempo. Juicy is getting into vents right now. We'll take it.
Bad timing!
Time is brutal. Showstopper immediately developed, and Lysol was just tucked on the corner. YZ getting away with everything there. Levies is pushed up now. Net closing on Sufed. He's able to deal with YZ, but time wasn't there anyway for Wolves.
Nice try.
It would have been a struggle for them to get anywhere on the
वो
map. after
timing
that.
timing है around
A little
पलटा.
bit too slow, a little bit too awkward. YU just wants to try and keep his gun. Can't blame him. That is brutal stuff. YZ pops up yet again to the detriment of the attackers.
That timing is just going to have Juicy sick to his stomach. What was that? Just milliseconds away from him getting an easy kill with YZ on the rope. It's an early timeout call from Fade. This was the map I called out earlier when he was going for
भाई वो
timeouts.
इतनी देर तक वेट किया.
Significant impact. Those were moments where Wolves began to go on runs against.
It was like वो इतनी देर तक वेट किया तब तक कोई नहीं आया. जैसे ही नाइफ निकाल के पीछे मुड़ा धुप. Round started.
This has definitely been more methodical.
एक सेकंड गई.
Looks like B was the call, in fact.
Just going to throw up that poison cloud so Sufat can likely get onto this orb. It's just one away from the knife. Oh, love to have that, but we're spurring down there. Cover going. Great opportunity to use it. They fully invested into this.
Rushi had the perfect location there to punish that poison orb. Found a gap just above it. And this is where Wolves have looked to struggle a bit. That slow momentum, converting those 4v5s has been really challenging for them.
This is interesting. That's a unique double face. Juicy wins a 1v1 against YZ in mid in the meantime.
That's going to be a boost, no doubt about it. YU sees Neff, there's no opportunity for a swing. Levius remain hidden.
भाग गया.
YU lingers in mid though, wants to take this fight. Really trying to get into heaven, I think, with some burst of momentum. And
Nice
Lysol
shot.
An opportunity the B side. That is massive. Now it's K-Knight, who doesn't quite know really if the plan is to stick to B, but Lysol's going to reveal the intent of Wolves now. YU wants to keep this Cypher as busy as possible for as long as possible. To the bread basket. We'll take the round away. Wolves gotta feel good. And that's a 4v5 conversion we were saying that was sorely missing.
Heroic play from YU in mid. Juicy gets that initial 1v1 kill here against YZ. What a snap as well. I mean, I like the idea, swinging while the Trailblazer is running out, but the snap is sickening. He called out the importance of that 1v1 win with YU taking his time. Such high impact.
So how do you build off this foundation? Got a buy here for Wolves. The look towards B this time paid off, albeit not in the way we thought it would. There was a mid opportunity that was capitalized on. There's a drift here through sewer though from Wolves.
Early presence shown in mid by Juicy sends out that. Well, now they've worked their way over towards A fully. YZ is posted up close with the judge.
ए मेन पे info आ गई.
Sees it. That's the judge position defeated. YZ has to try and leave a
फटा नहीं
Boombot in his wake.
Your fear.
Supra
They
ulti.
didn't find much. Still a quick push here from Wolves. Looking for that ramp control now. Post nightfall. It's K9 now. Oh, the spray through the cyber cage is sublime. Levius also to his right can assist.
Not every
Juicy.
time, bro.
Okay, you can't account for those. You can't count on them. That's given Wolves another way into the round.
They want to press forward. Juicy wants to break across.
NT.
The rest of the pack, but Neff goes back in, wants to find that kill. And now YZ caught with the judge alone, tucked in hell.
No
Fas gaya.
chance to make good use of this weapon in this round, and even here it's awkward. It's long range. Downwind.
Heaven.
Well, she's got to step into this 1v3 with a little bit of alacrity. Juicy's handle, but from below.
कितने मारोगे सर?
And now Wolves, that head of steam that we're looking for on this attack side starting to build. Great util usage to clear that close angle. They suspect that a judge might be waiting.
Juicy is turning up right now. Gets the trade with just the spam through. Well, able to collect this kill. The Neff swinging back out. That is so high risk, and he is absolutely punished for that. Wolves had no other options, by the way. They had no map control elsewhere.
Yep.
For all they know, players can
भाई
push
कितना
down mids,
भड़केगा?
wrapping them. They have to commit forward. They can feel themselves potentially being encircled, but they win out all the duels. Rusha early peak. Of course, just with a ghost on this, Eco Spring back to doing what we know best from him on this split map, which is just playing P main, taking it over.
This time Russia, though, steps pretty far forward. You can see where the
मजा आया लेकिन भाई.
went down. Spring on a passive
मेरा
line is
phone
able
का
to
काम तो हो
find
गया.
an easy kill. Juicy, man, I'm getting excited about him, Wyatt. He's been able to find these opportunities in a 4 versus 5 to give Wolves away into the round. Now they're going to rare situation
Nice.
where they start from the front. You can see how much better they look here. Levi's onto the line, but shows
Nice.
his gun barrel, and Spring cuts them down one after another.
स्प्रिंग
Easy
बहुत अच्छा
retake
खेल रहा है.
for Wolves.
गाइस मजाक छट के.
This round is as good as done. Juicy maybe hoping he could be the one to get a couple of these kills, get even closer to that showstopper that he's nearing, just 2 away right now.
एक तो मार ले. दो फ्लैंक है.
So that's a gun recovered. Spring now, with YZ being low, getting topped up here by Neff. A rare case that healing is relevant. What a swing. It's getting a little costly for Wolves, but with multiple consecutive round wins, they've got a bit of bank, a bit of cushion. It's only a stinger that Neff would be maintaining. He'd have to cross in the dying seconds, I think, to pick up this rifle, and Juicy does not want to allow for that. But at some point, Wolves have to get out of dodge. They've got to get off the site. Juicy checks it. It's not good enough. Neff finds him flash eventually.
Not every time you flash and you
Wolves
kill.
get 2 players out. Costly, yes, but these attack rounds don't come easy, as we've just seen already.
A fair amount of damage to keep Wolves' economy somewhat honest, but it is Juicy getting the kills and dying. Now having the showstopper for this, they're going to have the Viper's Pit.
They are like head नहीं भी लगेगा तो all good. मारना कंपलसरी है. हेड थोड़ी. 4 बॉडी में भी बंदा मरता ही है ना. तो मारो 4 बॉडी में.
Have that pretty classic 1-2, get into a site with a showstopper, use the pit for the post plant to win things out. Billy feeling the heat early on. They've seen what Wolves have been able to do on this attack side to high quality opponents like Sentinels. They can't let things get out of hand here. Coach Bale is expending these timeouts early.
मजा आने वाला है ग्लोबल रिलीज के लिए. आई एम सो फकिंग एक्साइटेड.
That Viper, who has been an absolute nuisance, decides to continue to
ग्लोबल रिलीज के लिए मोबाइल के बहुत ज्यादा एक्साइटेड हूं मैं.
All right, round number 8 coming at you. Wolves here already a map in their back pocket. Thinking ahead perhaps just a little to what playoffs would mean. Here's that mid Viper's Pit. An operator to that B extremity. Just like we drew it up.
Levius able to play off of this unbreakable trip as well, which is even more of a nuisance in the pit. Prowler going into it. No way. Juicy just wants to go right through this.
Boom.
Going to force the Viper away. This pit is going to drop. There's absolutely zero chance Levius will get
Full
it back.
bhaga diya
That's
be.
full vents control for Wolves. Intentions of splitting onto A, it's looking like. But they can slow things down. They don't need to right now. Going back to what they love to do on split. Spring towards B, YU towards A. Go for a late pivot.
This whole approach to the round for Wolves is left YZ.
क्रॉसिंग देखनी पड़ेगी वायु के लिए.
And it looks like Billy, they want to explore. They feel like they need to get some more info on the map.
गलत टाइम पे कैम खोलता है रे बाबा.
And off that double push. Now Wolves, they want to accelerate, hoping that the B site is going to be a bit lighter. Operator still here. First shot connected by YZ.
I spoke too soon. YZ gets the action he was hoping for in this round. Rushia on the side, anchors in there. YZ get another one with the op, and Juicy
Down B.
has a round collapse all around him. Okay, Levius here should be unseen.
Nice
somewhat, but
try.
can hold his ground and convert. Wolves, you think they make the right choice and they deal with the Viper's Pit a minute at the start of the round. They end up getting forced after this exploration down ramp onto B, where YZ is patiently awaiting them.
I think that is a good little adaptation out of the timeout as well in the mid-round to try to punish one of the solo players on the extremities. The Wolves have been so happy to play 1-3-1s, commit very heavily with the pack towards mid. It was a little unlucky for YU with that timing. Billy happy to pick that up. Still maintaining operator for YZ. Angle down mid right now. A lot of stingers here for the Wolves side.
There is a gap. YZ to exploit. Growlin, of course, is something he's got to respect. Lysol wants to fill that space. He is just vacated. So once more,
Same approach with stingers.
And now giving up.
एक मिनट गाइस, खाली लास्ट एक सेकंड के लिए रुक जाओ.
BLG fighting towards A main. They want to fight the
He could have taken that.
YZ able to win it out there with a showstopper. Nav caught inside that fade util, and Sufat is able to convert. Bizarre round, absolutely ridiculous. Heaven maintained by Lysol with an operator of all things.
Spike being planted for him.
Shot miss नहीं होना चाहिए था.
Stand out in the first map. Least gets back to safety now, anchored deep in this A side, and it's the loose end of Spring. That could be a problem for the defenders on the retake.
So late, he can just wait by his time, but he wants to face in. I don't
What we
know
do?
about that. It's just not necessary. It's opened things up for Billy.
Lysol needs to connect this op shot now. They have one chance.
Let's go.
That leaves it on Levius's desk. Fortunately, in this round, he's feeling more like a paperweight than anything else. Off he goes.
5-4 attacking half. Let's go.
It's a ham-fisted, haphazard round, but they fight through ropes into A.
Crazy situation with YZ ripping the showstopper. Again, there was a situation there in the mid-round where Billy, after getting all of that pressure through mid, no, wait, there's only going to be, a light couple players towards that A side. Let's push into them. But in contrast to the last one, it was just YU. He had a teammate there to support. That was Sufat jumping forward with this off recovered as well for Lysor. They're able to convert a buy that they went into with just 3 stingers.
I think that might be too much hair.
There.
Otherwise, spot on.
Are you trying to call out the Widow's Peak, bro?
No, I didn't say that. That was you. As a member of the large and in charge forehead club, I would never.
Now it's Juicy with that operator. Chilling towards the A side. Billy have fully invested into this. That's left K-Knight rather with a lesser gun. Just the Stinger playing backside B with a full kill trip setup.
Definitely more tentative looks from Wolves.
Like करो यार.
None of that audacious shove to the mid. There it is, Juicy on the op. Man, again, he makes the opening. Gets caught out by Nev, but surely some follow-up is there, and at least Wolves are able to trade somewhat efficiently into this A site.
That was a slow trade. Juicy getting a little bit disconnected from YU, who needed to win that duel and does come up. BLG, do they risk this? They need to find a kill somewhere, but Spring on this lurk timing.
Their economy in the balance, it's teetering in this time.
One more.
As the timing
One enemy remaining.
rolls in reverse, and Spring delivers for Flying 2. Nice handled, all too comfortably.
Well played.
Wolves extend that lead.
Jaldi
BLG
2-0.
were hoping to find him alone back in A main. Not expecting a late wrap through the vent all the way back through ramp.
One enemy remaining.
This is not the kind of lurk that Spring has gone for. Yeah, in this half. Typically was just coming from A main.
Oh! Oh, the heel turn. He's too quick with it.
And now BLG, they are relegated to a bad bye. Things
One of the worst
getting to
buys,
get
actually.
completely out of hand. Spring has gotten another Viper's pit for a post plant. They're nearing
खत्म.
nightfall, nearing
पोस्ट प्लांट के लिए वो
showstopper.
है.
You know, a
You are
couple
very near to.
collected orbs, kills for the right players, spike plant for the right guy, and there could just be a sick array of ultimates for the last.
जूसी अगर प्लांट करे ऑर्ब ले, सीफाइट भी अगर ऑर्ब ले प्लांट करे, अल्टियां रेडी है. अगर मर भी जाते हैं ये राउंड में तो अल्टी रेडी है. एटलीस्ट 7-5 तो मिनिमम होना चाहिए. Bare minimum है 7-5.
Ended up just taking 3 easy kills as he leisurely walked onto that site.
If you win this round, it's 8-4
More
actually.
passive, more patient start, but now we have an encounter brewing amid these smokes. Oh, Rushi is spotted. Spring hardly takes any damage though. That's a gun advantage. He looks to exacerbate, and once more history repeats itself. Spring a little bit low, but he's done the most. He has gotten everyone.
सब कुछ तो खत्म कर दिया.
Distributing catnip amongst BLG. So Knight has to step up, try and stop the bleeding. It's
वहाँ वो 3 मार गया, बात खत्म हो गई.
30 seconds left.
Spring just
Now
no
who is
doubt
planting?
one of
Juicy?
the best players of this Swiss
Actually,
state.
Juices should have
Watched online
planted.
during the run to get here. Oftentimes volatile because of his willingness to just take fights on lurks. On
Yes,
defense,
Ufat
playing
BB
a
has
lot
to be
of off-angles.
planned.
He loves to take a duel.
Has to be the
But when he's
planter.
playing like
But
this,
वो है
he
नहीं.
just looks like a god among men. He had games like that online, but when he had misses, that was putting the rest of the squad in tough positions trying to recover. He has been so consistent in this Swiss stage. I mean, if he plays like
कोई
this
नाल्टी रेडी.
against some of the other top teams, which I mean, to be fair, he already has. It feels like the sky is the limit for this guy. What a debut on the international
चार मार
stage.
दिए.
Cleans up another. Why not? The spray control for that second kill in heaven while
Last
getting
round in the
dinked.
half.
That's mental. 14-8 right now.
There's that first encounter. Yeah, Rushi just can't really find that level of purchase. That is astonishing. Once he dropped down, he heard him coming.
One enemy remaining.
Beautiful swing, whereas elsewhere there wasn't a whole lot to do for the rest of Wolves on the A side.
And that map one, it was in terms of the fragging coming down to Lysor, unlikely hero, stepped up on the deadlock, IGL Sufat, but now we're back to what we expected, the duo of Juicy and Spring putting in work. They have a showstopper and a pit, again, just use that first raise ult to get into a site, Viper's pit to try to close things out. Sufat drawing some attention towards mid, send out the Prowler, breaks the boomba, here comes the aggression towards A.
Juicy needs a clean open.
Oh, he's caught in the open!
Just before the cyber cage came down,
Boom.
Juicy gets into the site without being picked up. And
Nice.
Pricey is just entrenched here at Red.
How
and
Nev
can't
gets two?
Get out. Caught up, Rushid. Nice timing. Silfat dealt with, and now it's Juicy. Deep as he is. Just got the ping on Rushid's location to take the challenge. He needs yet another one.
The swing! The wide swing! He waited years to get onto this stage. And he is putting on an absolute show. Star player for Wolves. Dominant half on attack here. Again, they are so sick on this
Oh
map.
भाई.
What a way to send yourself into the break. Then a round like
He
this, Red Bull clutch
He
for
waited him
Juicy.
to crouch.
Feels like he's got that
We
main
fucking waited him to crouch and stand back. भाई साहब. The way he just waited, that just shows everything. That just shows every fucking thing. Guys, मैं वॉशरूम जाके आता हूँ 1 मिनट. You guys see. Bro, 4-8 का 5-8 हो गया.
It's better get even more massive. As Neff wasted very little time in heading to the other side of the map away from the stack. Paranoia, they're really trying to push this. This might be
Everybody's
a
slow.
quick one, folks.
3 लौंडे लो है.
A cancel called on this push, though.
Yeah, they are going to fall back. I mean, once Wisey is able to tuck around the corner to safety,
They know these guys are
let's
going
go
in.
elsewhere. Let's gamble stack towards A, I think. It looks like they want to rotate, just figuring that, hey, we showed a lot, we paranoid, we haunted, we swung out. Surely they just
टाइम अगर टाइम पे पहुंचे ये लोग ए पे तो 5v5 का भारी रीटेक है. मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना, अगर ये टाइम पे पहुंचे खुद क्या बंदे को नहीं फोड़ना था.
That was tactical. No orb. No orb for a player on Billy. All good. That's why he did it. That's why he did it. It was a cool little attempt from Wolves. They throw out that haunt. If it gets broken, the paranoia want to swing out of the dark cover, but the positions from Billy here were safe early on in that round. Just trying to play around and circumvent something exactly like that.
Player
They
standing.
clean things up, able to just pivot over to that A side, rotate faster than Wolves could, who are now on the full buy. This is a strong bonus for Billy. A lot of weaponry to play with. YZ with the best among them. Phantom in hand. Flash to get information towards ramp so we can try to take some space. Cam broken as well. Safety on the cross for the rest of the team.
Trailblazers, something only Billy in this matchup have access to. Looking to clear their way up ramp and also reveal the trap wire. That is cleared. And again, we'd like this from Billy on Ascent too. Good early moves, clearing that util, not fully committing to any part of the map.
They've left themselves an insert and Levius towards that A side as they want to go work mid. But to clear out male information now on Spring, who drops back.
This is still good.
पूरे
Opener.
3A actually 2B.
Forcing Spring away.
With that attention on mid-weight, is this a timing from Levius? Spring catches him despite taking a lot of damage. And here's the execute onto the B site.
Juicy from Rafter.
Fully blinded.
Shrugs it off though. Just around the corner is K-Knight. Last back thrown out to disrupt potentially Lysor.
30 seconds
Gets his
left.
in the back of the side and Juicy's now tucked.
NT.
But why is he able just to sweep around the corner? Spring! Oh,
भाई स्प्रिंग ने
just
बहुत
all
हगा.
his targets evading him. So nice from Billy. Very clean.
स्प्रिंग ने बहुत ज्यादा
This
हग
bonus
दिया.
means that we might have ourselves an even game on our hands.
Does YU try and go for this? Can he find a first kill? He's going to have to break this tripwire. Give up his positioning, swing out. Oh, so
स्प्रिंग ने बहुत ज्यादा हग दिया.
just too many
heavy
players
whip.
face him after the trip.
From
He's
the side of
bucket.
Spring.
I love the pathing from BLG on
The whips
that
were
round.
very
The
heavy.
Early pressure on ramp. They leave the insert. Then from there they go back to mid. They're set up in a 1-3-1. They fake like, hey, we could be getting
30
into vent,
seconds
but
left.
we're also throwing the boombot into male. So when they actually go 4
enemy
people
remaining.
through B main, attention is just having to be drawn from so many players in different locations.
बुरा लगा, सबको बुरा लगा.
Juicy scared about them coming through male. It's a great
Those whiffs were not actually
all of their
permissible.
players. That was a great round from
the
BLG.
side of
really
Spring.
impressive stuff, and it's put Wolves on an eco, and it feels like just deja vu from the Sen game. They start slow on this defensive half. They lose the pistol. They get bonused. Same exact story.
Coming alive not a moment too soon, BLG. It's got us already starting to think about the potential of Pearl to come up. I think last time these two teams played on this map, it was not a good showing from Billy. 4 rounds, very soft. This time though, they know what's on the line. They know just how deep they need to dig rather to secure that playoff berth. A lot of sheriffs here for Wolves. Silfat crossing mid at a time, and that causes him and Fushi to pass like shifts in the night.
Hef has just gotten all the way into A, was running around as well, so
he's calling it too.
Wolves definitely, or rather BLG should be totally aware at this point that yeah, A is wide open. They're just going to play it safe and late round run all the way
पूरा
back over to
rotation
F to
pull
make
off हुआ
this
है.
effortless, easy on round 16. Would be shocked if they take too much damage here, but don't want to speak too soon. Spring and Juicy do have sheriffs. Even at this point, who cares about damage? The BLG
Full rotation
is
has been pulled
so
off.
good. Wolves need round wins on the
10
board.
seconds left.
All right, well, cat's out the bag now for Wolves. Again, against a team like Billy, you can never sort of second guess. They do like to make those moves and reveal themselves pretty late into a round. Only Sheriff's board up, and now with The attackers fully entrenched, anchored in the A side. They're armed to the teeth. Wolves know there's just no outcome that will result in them really taking a round win from here. Just
Sure.
for what you can. It's a rifle for Young Spring.
One gun recovered, another kill for the board, sitting at a cool 18 right now.
It's a question of like what the plan should be going forward for Wolves. This early action hasn't exactly been fruitful. There we go. Just Spring, of course, with the rifle in hand, who opts not to perish to the spike. So, even game now, folks. 4 rounds in a row picked up for Billy. Building very nicely off a pistol win into a bonus win. Whereas Wolves have been a little absent. Haven't really been able to unravel things. And we've seen when the pace of the game gets taken away from them, they have, at times, struggled to assert themselves. That is more Josh than I could ever handle.
I don't need that many.
That is a full thrower team of sideshows.
One is enough. One is enough. Billy in a 1-2-2, slow prod towards mid right now. YZ taking his time to clear up forward. Really expecting some kind of trap play, which is set up towards B main, to be fair. There's a looking like a paranoia seize. Something for Juicy to capitalize off of. Maybe seize nade as well.
Returning to this point, but Juicy was the one that got Wolves rolling. They had a rough start to this map. They were often in 4v5s, losing a player early in the round. Juicy was still able to, just by brute force, create an opportunity into the map. And credit to the rest of them, they did convert on those. Also,
all events just taken for free. Some good map control right now for BLG. Dark cover is thrown really deep in heaven so they can get in here. K-Knight grouping up with them, making their presence known so they can just pivot back through vent, get into mid, go for a B split.
look at how they pulled the rotation. Stealing sight. Yeah, Juicy realizes he needs to double back over towards defense.
Here. 30 seconds left.
Lysor trying to hold the left side of this, but crosshair positioning broken as Neff dives on out. Lysor here has to come alive.
2 मारे 3.
Stunning follow-up.
One enemy remaining.
Levy's here is bereft of teammates, running out of time. It certainly doesn't have a lot of options at his disposal.
10
Wolves
seconds
finally
left.
rewarded for their patience, trying not to over-rotate early, even though Juicy was at risk of doing just that. Levy's doesn't have time to plant here, it's done.
That really is the key. Both of these teams just playing that slow style on attack, not overcommitting. They are happy to make these late pivots. Love to see Lysor making his mark on this map. We talked about the experience of this guy. Every international event he attended last year. Certainly cannot say the same for the rest of Wolves. They are new to this. Sufat IGL saying it's been his dream to be here. Worked through so much and has arrived on the stage.
That has got to feel vindicating.
Fashion.
Vindicating for Lysor. Again, having such a fantastic showing on Ascent. He was a little bit slow to start here, but that's composure, that's years of experience, that anchoring on that B side. And if Wolves can follow up their slower approach to these defense side rounds with precision and composure like that, they'll have the stopping power against this BLG team.
Trying to funnel the orbs over to Neff, get him very close to the Seekers being activated in this round. Set up to play off this unbreakable trip, doubled up. Again, it's just this patience from BLG, which does feel very un-BLG-like. When is YZ just going to run it down and just keep pushing?
Yeah, I mean,
really haven't seen a whole lot of that.
It's the same on Ascent, right? It gets the double Senti comp. In fairness,
मैं तो ये बोल रहा था ना 11 तक खत्म हो एक्चुअली 11 तक नहीं होएगा 11:30 तक भी हो जाए तो बहुत है.
Patient, trying to work the map. They pulled a bunch of early rotation from Wolves in the previous rounds. Levius has walked up, and he didn't know there was still so much presence at B.
लाइसोर अब दिमाग लगा के खेल रहा है.
Okay, time to anchor.
Yeah, they want to get in. Wow, from the shadows actually popped. Why are you getting some assistance with Lysor here?
I've got your
There's no follow-up for Spring. There's no way to double down on at least secure a trade. Why are you good for
बता रहा हूँ ना लाइसोर अब दिमाग लगा के खेल रहा है.
But one might be enough.
2v1 है 30 HP.
Down to 33 health.
साथ में खेल हो जाएगा.
Him from that heaven side. This would have to be a monumental clutch. Pinged out by the Horde.
Bas,
Juicy
perfect.
comfortably dispatches. Now, that money's starting to bleed down a little bit for Billy. But such a good start to this half means they've been inoculated from this sort of volatility. Can still keep the pressure on with those weapons. But Wolves are getting more comfortable in this slower, more anchor-centric approach.
This was great from Lysor to get over to assist YU, who was fully committed to anchoring this site. So even though they got a pick elsewhere and theoretically would have loved to play for a retake with man advantage, that wasn't an option. They needed to help YU. Lysor gets over there with the ult. They double up, anchor so effectively.
Nice.
And now we've got the timeout call. BLG are in serious danger. Wolves getting back into this defensive half, stringing rounds together much earlier than they could against Sentinels. It was in that game.
हो गया भाई 3 राउंड और उसके बाद पेपर एक्स का गेम. ये मैप जल्दी खत्म हो, मैं थोड़ा सा ब्रेक भी लेके आऊं, लंबा मतलब वो तो जाके वापस आने
Might
वाला.
advance to playoffs over Billy. Shocked many of us. They've shown such determination, grit, and quality of play over the course of this group stage. Still a couple of rounds from that kind of milestone, but I'm sure they're thinking of it. I'm sure they're trying not to, but I'm sure it's there.
Out of this timeout, adjustment for Billy. Wisely picks up the attack side operator. We saw him do this a lot on Lotus and was finding success. Some crazy multi-kills. Collat kills as well. Okay, well played from Wolves.
एक और के लिए you just use your pencil, okay?
The orb to Juicy. Showstopper now available.
Spring's positioning is actually the variation in this round. Last couple of rounds, Wolves have given up mid entirely. Just played right out to the edges of A and B respectively.
Real issue with this operator would just be the fact that Wolves have not been giving it BLG anything. Now they're not offering themselves up. They are
B-main
content
का
just
trap लगा है.
safe in these sites, waiting for late rounds. I mean, this could be an opportunity.
Mostly यही
Wisely
जाएंगे मतलब.
posts up, catches a jump spot from Lysor.
Juicy
B-main
has
का
it.
ऐसा trap
Showstopper
अगर लगा है तो
and
mostly यही जाने का
blue
planning है.
flag is pressured.
That's just such a hard shot to hit. Has to swing out and get the reaction time.
And now you're just going to get stall utiled. Like, you're just going to have smokes rotated there by Lysor. And the cat's out of the bag about this
वो
operator.
trap टूटते ही smoke on होएगा.
Situation here where this trip gets broken and then maybe a showstopper comes through. Yep, there it is from Juicy, who can't even get it off in time.
Seize भी आया
It's a bit of a
अच्छा.
miss, no doubt about it. Sealfat, though, sees a golden opportunity to play off that seize and gets one, but doesn't expect there to be so many. Almost recovers in time, but it's not to be. And Lysor, there was an opportunity there, a chance to stop Billy in there.
Seize पहले आया होता.
From the attackers has absolutely paid off.
10 seconds left.
And why he's got no business being on that B side of the map.
Just a moment away from Juicy likely converting two if he was able to get that rocket fired. But Neff was a little bit too quick with the spray down. And Juicy was just hesitant for but a slight moment before popping that showstopper too when he was in the corner. All those little things adding up, spelling disaster for the side of Wolves. They've still got enough money to buy here. We head into the next round, still maintaining the lead, but just barely. Compared to the last time these two teams played on this map, Billy have looked so much better here today.
Shadows traveling.
Yeah, we've really got to, I think, acknowledge
3 more
the step up
rounds
for both
if you.
sides. I mean, the Ascent gameplay for Wolves is light years apart from what we saw last time they played Billy with a really very poor showing on that map. Last time out here for Wolves, Billy having expended theirs and then were able to take the round. Even when things looked a bit dire early, this exchange, this is the difference maker.
I was waiting to see when this time it would actually be called by Fade, and it's essentially at, you know, give or take a couple rounds, more would ascend, but the exact same juncture in that game where it was very late on the defensive half.
Yeah, red rank, please. Everybody wants to go to red rank.
Something up for Wolves in this round number 20. Game is getting uncomfortable. In fairness, it has been uncomfortably tight in the second half.
Same चीज हो रही है.
Wolves took a long time to get started, losing pistol and bonus, allowing the game to be evened at 8-8. Since then, it's been haymakers from both sides, but back and forth round results.
साइफर को सिर्फ एक हिलाने का सवाल मेरे को डाउटफुल लगता है कभी-कभी.
Main, if he can find a kill, has that Viper's pit on this round.
The showstopper could be pretty relevant. Why is he trying to open up mid with this op? Juicy this time feels like a more subtle approach to controlling Mailroom, and Heaven might be in order.
He doesn't really have anyone to swing off of him. Why is he running forward? What is
क्यों भाई? ऑप से तुम आगे क्यों जा रहे हो?
K-Knight trying to get into the side, trying to make something happen.
We pushed up with an op. Why is he without in front of the wire?
30
This time,
seconds left.
Juicy!
चार मारा, चार.
Pays dividends. The flawless for Wolves out of absolutely nowhere. And all of a sudden, the mood in the entire room has changed. Juicy out of his seat. 4 brilliant kills. But look at the position they forced BLG into.
सिंपल है वो मिड में अगर बैठ भी रहा है
Pushing up on the op on that
तुम
angle.
चेक भी कर रहे हो मिड में तो ऑफ से थोड़ी करोगे.
Control on the spray to get an instant headshot when Neff tried to swing in. Can feel it, Wolves. They're on the precipice of doing the unthinkable. To some extent, both of these teams written off, but to a seriously greater extent for Wolves. And they are right within touching distance of making it into the playoffs. More so than I think any other international tournament in the past, China has been written off here, and yet we're about to get 2 teams in the playoff run.
I dropped the spike.
And even before that, we have a rivalry renewed. The 9th matchup between Wolves and Billy Billy, one that Billy Billy historically have dominated. 6-2 is their record. But more recently, it's this Wolves team that have come of age, that have come alive, and that have developed a new facet to their game. Billy Billy grouped here with 3 on the B side. Once again, they don't get offered much early. In fact, Neff's on the receiving end of some shots down mid from Silfat. But a showstopper could be just what the doctor ordered to crack this site open. Spring, decent little intuition, but it's about to back away. The Viper's pit's coming right down. Juicy sees a chance to trade and deals with the raise. Now can turn his attention to the site itself, but it's wayward. Levius holds his ground. Neff low, but still being made use of on the A side to keep a couple Wolves players there. TP though in from
30
Russia
seconds left.
to bolster the attack side, forces it be. Neural Theft forces Silfat out. Now they know where the fade is playing from.
You could see Suvat really wanted to get in, but couldn't find the timing. Neff, patience required. He can't overplay his hand.
Nice try.
Just simply existing in the back line, so Wolves know eventually they'll have to deal with this flank. Look at Lysor, the way he has to adjust, just expecting this flank to come at some point.
नहीं हो पाएगा रीटेक.
Really needs to stay alive. Keep them
हो
distracted.
भी सकता है, हाँ हो जाएगा.
Lysor,
एक सीज भी है ना.
critics be damned. Fights 2.
1v2.
Tries to open this up, but now 1v2 for the round, and time really not working for him at all. Maybe looking to keep a cap on these guns. Get in there and give it a tap. But unfortunately, his
Nice
contemporaries
try.
fell apart on the site while he tried to hold. Right back to the tit-for-tat rounds we go. Billy Billy get their 10th.
Spring was playing so close with that pit, so Wisey had the ideal opportunity to catch him out with a showstopper. Sure, traded out by Juicy, who then tries to make the adjustment. Losing the duel to Levius. Sufat wanted so desperately to get into assists, but just had no chance to do it.
I will see you.
It's so funny. The reputation, I think, for these two teams coming out of the home region was that there was this volatile, fast-paced play, but this is so different. This is really looking like a chess match between our teams. Slow, early to mid-rounds, rotations to pull across the map, and finally these burst executes.
Full investment here for Wolves. This could be War 2 for BLG, but the spam through from Sufat collects onto K-Knight. Nightfall, rip through ramps, connecting onto multiple players now.
Despite this, Neff still looking for opportunities to get onto the A side proper. Why is he that decay now dissipating? They've shrugged off the Nightfall.
And all the while, Wolves that had no reason to get off of this A site. Look at the rest of the map. Still unbreakable trip place in mid, and an AWP picked up from Juicy that's controlling B. They can be steadfast. 3 players ready here on A.
Right now, they got the perfect coverage. It's up to BLG here to generally manifest an opportunity.
Look at this Spring, aware. Wants to double up, play a crossfire with YU.
He's going to be rewarded if he holds this. Trap cleared there, Spring into action.
Nice.
The BLG now! Spikes in mid, but their players are over on the A side of the map.
Seconds left.
All but unrecoverable, this situation. Spring will just bide his time. Could trade his life, that's fine.
One enemy
Why he
remaining.
pops
Wins,
up,
wins,
right
wins.
back down. Not the kind of game of whack-a-mole he's looking to play. He's on the wrong side of that arrangement. Still prevails against Spring, but there are other players waiting for him, licking their lips. His Wolves, the scent of blood, they've caught it 1 round away from making it into a Masters Toronto playoffs.
Spring just made such an intelligent rotation there into Vents after things were slowed down. There was that noise cut from BLG, pivoting to play the cross with YU, expecting that the BLG team would either try to work themselves into a split or at least try to draw some attention back towards mid to get some rotates off that A site. He is prepped, ready, holds the cross. More multi-kills for him, topping the board at 21. It's Wolves on match point, potentially doing the unthinkable. Juicy locking down.
Why it was unthinkable? 3-0 हार के आए थे, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है, इस टूर्नामेंट की फॉर्म देखो ना.
K-Night down already. And yet, Billy still determined to look for something here at B. Why you overextend, showstopper, why is he? Oh, he gets tracked by Juicy. Now he can fall back onto the side, still with his op in hand. Neural theft revealing the BLG are all about.
Actually इस टूर्नामेंट की फॉर्म देखो ना भाई, 3-3 मार रहा है Juicy. The way Spring is fighting.
He feels the weight of consequence on his shoulders. He knows how close Wolves are to completing a miracle run here through groups.
Was it a miracle run? मतलब CN में क्या चल रहा है, I don't know, but the way Wolves have played, it's crazy.
Fully committed. Still no spike plant. Levies has not found a window in order to deploy that. And F is looking for a timing, a way out. Lysor deals with him. And it's on Levius now.
80
All on
HP.
the Viper, who still hasn't found a chance to plant.
Spray में ही खत्म कर दिया Lysor ने. And Lysor has played it so well.
Just get bitched.
They are into the playoffs. It's crazy. It's damn crazy. एक ब्रेक लेके आते गाइस. क्या हुआ? नहीं तो आ गया. हाय हाय। तुम लोग ये सुनो भाई, क्या है भाई? ये चार्ट 0 है ना अभी? वो चार्ट क्यों नहीं दिख रही है? Actually don't know. पुणे भाई जो अनलाइक करके गए, 8 थे 2 लाइक कम हो गए। कहाँ से क्यों भाई? थोड़ी ही देर में टिल दैट टाइम गाइस फुल स्क्रीन करते हैं, थोड़ा बहुत जो कास्टिंग का काम है वो भी कर लेता हूँ। भाई चैट्स गायब हो गई है। मैं एक्चुअली चैट्स का ही देख रहा हूँ। Like legit, I'm unable to understand. भाई हालत टाइट क्यों हो रही है मेरी? The feel is not that good. छीक के. Bro, AB de Villiers has posted something. I want to watch that. रुक जाओ. Ah, it is as perfect as it could be. अच्छा फोन कुठे गेला रे? सोचो वॉचिंग जीरो भी जा रही है लेकिन I am not
it through.
Yeah, you
to
don't want to
stop
have
it.
to choose between these
Because
two teams. But somehow
वालों
that's
मोबाइल
the
का सीन
situation
क्लोज
we
है.
find
हम एक
ourselves
सीरीज
in
स्टार्ट
now.
करने
PRX
वाले
coming
हैं.
off of a tough loss to Genji,
Yeah.
and TL with Nats back are looking strong.
Yeah, and I really thought maybe
All
there just
the
isn't
agents
enough
will be
time to
covered one by
incorporate their
one.
IGL so last minute when he got here yesterday, and I was proven wrong. They came out the gate swinging, and Nats is still in that argument for most valuable player in my eyes purely because they win with him and they lose without him.
And the craziest thing is that these two organizations have met before. Almost everybody on PaperX participated.
So I
in that
won't
match
be
at Champs 2022,
surprised.
and nobody on the side of Team Liquid and this current roster was there. So this is going to be a very interesting matchup. And you heard it from Nat himself. He's never
TL
faced
and PRX के
PaperX.
placements.
So I have no idea how it's going to go today. But Mel, this is definitely going to be one of the most important games for these two teams.
Yeah, I think too, thinking about the EMEA playstyle and how it matches up against APAC.
Hashtag
Traditionally,
1,
I would say
3,
it favors
2, 2.
APAC
भाई
most of the time, that
कितनी
raw
बार बेचारे
aggression and how
सेकंड
they
आएंगे,
play
थर्ड
typically tends to
आएंगे.
take teams like Team Liquid off guard.
I like that we have the matchup here with Nats coming in. The mind versus the
Chalo.
madness that is
These
PaperX.
guys are
That's really
practicing.
what we're going to see unfold in the server today, because PaperX have been continuing to play pretty off-the-wall stuff.
Yeah, normally it's Mind Freak, right? Instead of just the mind. But
Oh,
sorry,
wow.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. For Patty, now on Team Liquid, it's going to be a little bit about revenge because he was eliminated by PaperX last year at Masters. So ahead of today's matchup, of course, we're going to put him up against one of his opponents. Here's Jen, Davai, and Patatek.
Hello everyone, Jen Lee here with Davai and Patatek. Now Davai, this is Patatek.
Hello.
And in case you don't remember, you've been living in his mind rent-free since Masters Madrid. You sent him home once. Are you going to send him home again?
We probably gonna extend the trip here, and on the way back you can think of me more.
Whoa! Patatek, you heard the man, but I feel like you've been waiting for this rematch for the longest time ever.
मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा. मैं चैट देखूं तो देखूंगी तुम. चैट लैग हो गई है.
Just
कोई
more
आओगे.
experience and just shoot heads, cause we're gonna come hard for you.
Redeem yourself.
Yes.
All right.
Yo, Sliggy, which side are you on this time?
Yo, Sliggy, don't forget you are liquid content creator.
I guess if you switch the train, I guess you are heading to Berlin.
Choo choo.
Why do we stop that? Why do we even come back to the death? I want just the entire pre-match to be a back and forth.
It's like they're fighting over custody of Sliggy. It's crazy.
Yeah, and Sliggy of all people. You know, in a world where Mini exists, FNS is out here watch partying. They're going after Sliggy. Damn. Can't believe that.
That was so funny. I really wish I could see more of that.
Yeah, and I also love the way that normally you would expect Panic to be one that trash talks a bit more, but on the side of PaperX, it's Devi coming out, giving it. Can he back it up? Does he have a reason to be this confident?
I mean, I think so, honestly, coming into this game. But you know, PRX, their opening match looked so powerful. It was all of a sudden like, hold on, this team is a serious threat to go deep in the tourney. That kind of changed, though, and that's where maybe the doubts creep in this match versus Gen G.
There's definitely ample opportunity for doubt to creep in, like you said, but I think if there's any saving grace here for PaperX in the mental, I think you could just write off the fact that the team they played against was just so good, and that's the reason why, you know, Gen G ended up coming out on top. They're looking so strong, so if I'm PaperX, I'm thinking, I mean, that might be now one of the favorites to win the tournament, so let's just keep it pushing and remind ourselves how well we did play on that first match.
And you heard Patty there, we're going to shoot back harder than they shoot at us. They are shooting against Jing, though. Not many people can out-aim and be able to handle the mechanics of this player.
Yeah, and that's the thing, that he actually was a little bit outmatched, it felt. Not on this opening map, it was a very close map of Ascent. He was getting super active, finding a lot of different moments. But when things switched over onto Icebox, that's where there was a change. And to be fair, he's not playing the Raze like he was on that map. He was playing the Omen. But the Omen is an agent that he has looked incredibly good previously on Icebox on.
I want to say that Gen G did do a good job of shutting him down, because like you said, they've looked great in the past, and I personally love having that Omen as a pseudo-secondary duelist on the map, so I'm hoping that Jing can really find his footing, because I really think he has so much potential and really made and innovated a lot.
He tried his level best.
Yeah, and PaperX do have a lot
guys, कुछ hi hello लिखो अगर कोई हो chat में तो.
On Icebox, like he has a lot of very aggressive teleports on the attacking side, especially into the A space, where he's going to be jumping forward and finding.
क्योंकि मेरे को नहीं समझ रहा है भाई, मेरा चैट एकदम से चली गया है, जीरो चैट हो गई है, पुरानी चैट उड़ गई है, समझ ही नहीं आ रहा है.
To be expected, but it just wasn't clicking in that match, like we're saying.
And we saw a lot of innovation for the side of Liquid, but they gotta respect the fact that PaperX were the OG innovators. They were the OG team ender that were not afraid to get weird.
No, and Scent, this is about as weird as you can get. Like, in every single role except Omen, they're just playing a different agent than you'd expect. Raze instead of a Jet Fade instead of a Sova. But really what this comp, to me, I think is all about is sort of like taking double smokes to create smaller pockets of space on the map, and then Gecko and Fade are very favorable at clearing those areas out, like up towards Market and into Tree.
I think their Viper Wall usage especially was really cool and unique, and how they were pairing it in mid, like you're saying, slicing up mid, because we were talking about in that matchup how dominant Texture's op was, and having all those smokes can make it really easy for you to slice up the map. But on the other side, Team Liquid runs a lot of weird comps of their own, so I wouldn't be too shocked. And I mean, Nats on the Viper, I'm not sure if he'll be taken off too off guard by the Viper walls.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. You have that like Viper mirror on a lot of maps too, so I think there's a lot of different ideas you can have around that. I think PaperX are usually using more like aggressive Viper walls, where Nats is gonna have walls they're like slicing up sites, like his Viper on Sunset that cuts off half of B site over towards Trash, so that you can always just keep flooding in.
Yeah, and I'm going to put you on the spot here, Mel. Why didn't you believe in Team Liquid against MIBR?
Listen,
have you changed your mind?
Listen, I have changed my mind. Okay, listen, I'm from Americas, right? I'm gonna root for MIBR, but I will not make that mistake again. I will not doubt my GOAT again. He is here to play, and I mean, the way he reacted to the Viper lurks on Icebox, you can just tell, like, he has just so much experience, and it really shows on a stage like this.
The thing is, Nats coming in did make things a little bit strange in terms of players, right? Team Liquid using 6 players and flexing out both Penny and Serial within that match was really interesting to see.
It was indeed, and we also, you know, saw some different faces of them. Maybe they have more comms prepared, because God knows some of the comms they brought out we cannot expect. But we're gonna beat this horse to death, pun intended, because, you know, Liquid horse. But Nats is just so important. He to me is the savior of Liquid, EMEA, all of our hopes and dreams. But we did hear from his coach, however, about how he felt about the matchup against PaperX. Take a listen to this. So what do you think about the draw?
I mean, I'm super excited, honestly. No matter one, it's going to be a very, very fun game, to be honest. I mean, I love watching PRX, and I'm very excited to play against them.
Starting with the Phoenix, was that Penny's idea? Did he come to you with that, or was that you and Yao thinking he could do something like this?
Yeah, it was our idea, honestly. It was actually without even practicing with Penny. Like, when we were back in Berlin, we were still, like, cooking some comps that we could make it work with him, and obviously I had a big talk with Penny, and he said I am comfortable, and we thought it made sense there, and it worked. And playing against PRX as well is going to be like super. I mean, I think it's going to be weird against weird.
Yeah,
Good.
It gets weirder. Like there's even more weird things.
Yeah.
That's my favorite kind of game. What's the counter to W Gaming?
Maybe double gaming back.
Like a WW Gaming.
Maybe.
All right, I can't wait to see that. Weird WW Gaming. What else we got? But more importantly, as you guys know, Team Liquid are running a 6-man roster for the rest of this tournament, and for the opening map, it will be Serial playing instead of Penny. Mel, what does that kind of tell us perhaps about the map veto and also the comp they could be running?
Yeah, it could tell us so much about the comp and the map veto, right? Because we see Serial really thrive in that Cypher and that Senti role, and Penny on the other side of things, the duelist.
Yeah, so when Serial was playing in their series yesterday, it was on Sunset, right? Where they're going to be playing the Double Smokes comp with Serial on Cypher. Penny, on the other hand, was... Oh, and of course, what I forgot to mention, this means Camo is on Duelist, right?
Correct.
Whereas when Penny comes in, that was over on Icebox, and he's playing into the Jet, of all things.
And
but
Camo on the Chamber.
that's what I wanted to say, right? Because that's where it gets interesting, because Camo could have, you know, played a Killjoy or something. Chamber is not the default agent on that map as a solo Sentinel, but it sort of enabled Team Liquid to play a very, like, individuals-focused style of game and give a lot of agency to Camo and Penny.
And I think, I mean, I gotta highlight Penny, right? I mean, this guy is the local Toronto man. He's out here, and it's so awesome seeing him on the Duelist. I feel like he's been so successful and so good for Team Liquid in these moments. So, I mean, I guess you can't really go wrong. You got Camo on the Duelist, you win. You have Penny on the Duelist, you win. It's looking good no matter where you go.
What I find interesting is because
Lucky
the
Penny.
roster lock comes before map.
You look strong on Jet versus
It's a
maybe
situation where, for example, Serial starting today, Icebox could get picked, and all of a sudden, maybe we see a different comp actually be played by Team Liquid. They have to be flexible.
And I'll add another layer onto that is because of the draw and PRX's name was pulled out of the pool first, they are default the first seed in this matchup. There will be no coin flip. So it kind of plays into what you said about prep and match choices.
Right, so you could maybe make some decisions based on the opponent you're seeing on the other side. Both teams are going to have that whole night ready to prep and know what they want to favor in the map select.
I mean, it doesn't get more important than this match. The prep, the blood.
Let's go!
Sheesh,
सारे काम अब साइड में 4 लोग देख रहे हो. Make sure to hit that like and subscribe. PRX on the go.
Let's send this back down to the stage and bring out PRX and Team Liquid.
PRX versus Team Liquid.
PRX versus Team Liquid. Team Liquid liquidifying everything. And that is going to be crazy.
This is it, the last ticket for playoffs, and we have 2 modes of transport to get there. Smooth sailing through Liquid or track by track on that PRX train. Which one are we taking?
I absolutely love it. I am all aboard the train.
Yeah.
I think with PRX, this team looks very sharp.
भाई निकल जाएगी. PRX निकाल लेगी.
Starting things out on split.
Mostly 2-0.
You're sailing.
Yesterday, I thought it was too late, but it was more than enough. Nats coming in. I'm fully on board the ship for Nats and in that Team Liquid.
And we didn't get to see split yesterday. It was map 3, which means we don't know if Serial was meant to play or Penny was meant to play. But we do know for this one, it will be Penny. It will be Serial even.
Yeah, Serial makes sense here. And, you know, if I'm sort of metagaming here and thinking about what you're playing on split with Serial in, that could be, you know, probably Viper comp coming in with
Right.
Sentinel. That would make a lot of sense. Had that been a Penny, perhaps it's a double duelist. events, we'll never know.
Exactly. I mean, it's just so much to think about, and I feel like there's only one way for this match to really go down, and it's just in pure chaos.
मजा आएगा मजा आएगा मजा आएगा. कितने बज रहे हैं भाई? 12 बजे शुरू हो रहा है, 2 बजे तक पैकअप हो जाना चाहिए.
The day before matches, anything can happen. It's going to get like some street Valorant.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Now, in previous matchups, we have seen these teams play on the newer patch in recent events, and we've seen double smokes coming in, basically mirror compositions, right? Double duelist, Yoru plus a Raze, and a Fade in the mix as well. The only difference in these teams is in terms of smokes, with PRX favoring an Astra and the Omen coming through from TL.
And that's interesting to note because Astra, we're starting to see less and less of a pick rate. A lot of teams are leaning towards that Omen because you can get up on higher ground on the attack, and the post plant's getting more aggressive, and the blind is always handy.
Yeah, that line control with the paranoia, right? When you don't have a breach or anything, makes taking control quickly over ramps and B Heaven a lot easier with the Astra. You're not able to achieve that in the same way.
My eyes go towards this Viper from Nat because in EMEA, a lot of other teams criticize Team Liquid for not doing anything different on Split. They would just do the same thing over and over again. But what they don't understand is Nat has been playing the same way on Split since 2020, and he has still not been punished.
And also, the patch, we've moved past the need to play Teo Breach and everything like this every single game. We are moving back into a style of Valorant that very much benefits Nats' playstyle and the way he likes to call.
The lack of the breach in Teo means you don't feel as much threat when you're on the attack. When you're trying to go up ramps or you're trying to walk out B main, you don't feel like you're going to walk into a breach Teo trap. So
PRX,
going to open up more for Nats, and I can't say enough how much I'm going to be watching him in this matchup and look to him to really carry the game.
Exactly, and in terms of a matchup of styles, we just saw in our opener, you know, the heavy exec team in BLG fall to the slower, detailed, macro-oriented style of Wolves. I think there's similarities here between the two teams we have on stage now.
Yeah, PRX not messing about insta-locking this. You know, the Divide versus Nats head-to-head is going to be very, very interesting.
मजा आएगा.
And I don't anticipate
The Viper who plays better, the map will be there. Simple.
Yeah, PRX.
The Viper who plays better,
and Team Liquid with the final picks coming in here.
वो map
Also
जीतेगा.
Anticipating the Viper lock from Nat, so nothing from beyond the norm here, but still I'm expecting some brawly action here from both of these teams.
Yeah, nothing. I did misspeak earlier. It had been PRX that had been rocking the Omen Team Liquid on the Astra, so no surprises yet on that front.
No, indeed. And for Nats, when the side goes to the defense, he's going to be mid. When it's on the attack, he's going to be in their spawn with an outlaw.
The very important thing on defense for both these teams, especially our Yoru players, get in front of the Viper utility. There's no sentinel on either team. Shutting down lurks comes not from playing the information game off your abilities. It comes from being a human drone on the Yoru, taking those forward lines and cutting away the ability to lurk into your sights.
And I can't express this enough, the importance of the operator in moments
100%.
like that. It makes duels that are more 50-50 into 90-10% win rate duels. You want to be able to just shoot the Viper lurk or the Cypher lurk and just end it there.
Or you've heard from the coaches, from the players, and the fans from us. This is going to get weird. So I'm bringing you two people to keep us grounded. Take it away, Achilles on Paper Thin.
We are going to do our damnedest, but every time we thought we were going to get something weird, it wasn't that weird in the end. We've had some, unfortunately, pretty straightforward performances from a lot of the teams. This one we are hoping to get down and dirty, into the mud, into the glue, and have some truly just batshit entertainment, to be frank. There's no other way to put it out there. Sorry.
It's over.
Oh no.
The wait is over.
Let's go ahead and get ready to get into the action. Toronto, are you ready to get our last team into the playoffs?
Quick start here. Team Liquid looking to push the pace. They're already TP'd in, they're already blast packed in. And they have control of this site. It's gonna have to be a full-on retake for PRX.
Decent amount of spam damage has been taken.
Sablale.
Tagged up here on the side of Liquid.
Spike plant.
Something needing a bit. Already in position here. Trying to go for the retake on PRX, but they're already losing out on two players. Divide will peel one back as will be taken out of the fray here. Moving on to the corner though. It's gonna be Divide having to do it all. If he can't get it done.
Bro, ये तो W Gaming का counter W से ही देंगे.
I think the pace catching PRX a bit off guard there. And they just stacked up all in screens trying to make a retake, and that's just a crossfire's dream for Team Liquid. They've got players on every angle, and they just are willing to peek that while PRX is trying to figure out how they're going to make this retake go, how they're going to use their util. By the time they're getting to that stage, they're already getting cut down.
Let's go.
That's a great start for Team Liquid, especially
कोच भी इतना hyped up है.
against this Paper X team who has done really well in the past against some of the EMEA teams, especially the first time they face them. Oh, there it is.
Trying to get an orb, trying to get a push out, but Team Liquid just absolutely cut them down the size. Nice little headshot here from Devi with that Sheriff. Stops it from being flawless, but exit out event is going to be watched. Spam starts coming through, and it looks like he's just going to go ahead and look to reroute. At the same time, Kiko wanting to go on the prowl, try to find this elimination.
Try will be from the side of Kiko.
From having a showstopper.
Exactly.
Ooh. He will find it too. Kiko off to the races. And if he can find an orb, it's going to be a showstopper as Liquid will be looking to convert a bonus.
That
I love the game plan here for Liquid.
Lushy dancing.
Come out swinging. And yet PRX tries to use this toxic screen to their advantage to grab an orb, but Team Liquid already in place, just mowing players down.
One enemy remaining.
Crazy to think, but this is the first time that Nats has ever played Paper X on a stage. It's wild to think that, considering how many internationals he and Paper X have been at. And that was one of the big
together, actually being together, Liquid and
on both sides of the equation. Nats being a phenomenal IGL now. Good flash there.
And Camo is taking the fight. Not ready for the second layer though at a ramp, so Jing does manage to trade it back, but Kiko breaks things wide open. Straight up into the A side as Patman falls. Jing gonna try to lurk around the back, but Nats watching for this, waiting in anticipation and winning it out. Expect to be damned, he finds the kill.
Bring them down.
And that pretty much seals the deal on this bonus getting converted.
they perfectly said that.
I think this should be a save at this point. Forsaken and Devi.
That W Gaming will be replied by W Gaming. That's it.
Kiko lingering within the smoke, the corner hold here from Serial. Comes up with the goods, and now it's just Devi.
Nice try.
Will not be able to find a damn thing.
It wasn't a nice try, but
Team
nice try.
Liquid get themselves a 3-0 start here on Split.
It's a bit concerning. I think one of the things that I really liked about Team Liquid, especially watching their match against MIBR yesterday, was the coordination that they have. You know, you heard Nats talking about it in one of the quick glimpses we got into their comms, where he said, you know, call it out. If they're left, we go left. If they're right, we go right. You know, whatever we're doing, let's make sure we do it as a team. And you're already seeing that tremendous coordination from Team Liquid here to start. And Paper X is trying to spread the map a bit, go for some one-and-done plays, trying to use their natural talent to get some advantages, but Team Liquid is way
Out aim भी हो रही है. Oh, shot. मैं out aim बोल रहा था.
Peter of a shot, a little bit short on that haunt, but still able to find.
Why the fuck I said out aim, bro?
Getting on the board.
I say aim के साथ out aim.
A Paper X maneuver. There's something peeking there from the box, just a classic in hand. Opts to go ahead, back away, give up a bit of space, and then try to escort the rest of the team forward. The flashes try to fly. Not getting the full blind, but the paranoia will certainly do the job. Slows up the approach here. The shots start connecting. 2 more kills coming out with a side of Paper X and
3v2
down to 6 HP. But Paper X now in a fantastic position to convert this.
Great adjustment from Paper X, and a good opener kill, able to find that by Patman's way. That really opens things up. I mean, Kiko.
Enemy remaining.
Yep.
Bucky shall strike them down. MasterCard drifting confirmed.
Down.
Sparing themselves some blushes from the previous 3 rounds.
Yep. That's about right for Paper X. Why save when you have 100 credits and 0 credits between your 2 last players when you have rifles, when you can just go through and win drifties like this? I mean, it's just the Paper X way, and you just have to ride the wave. That's usually find Serial first, because Kiko just dead to right at that point with 6 HP. Able to take down the full health Kiko there very quickly.
Just awarded 3 more rounds of lifetime to Alex's desk, and there's another solid opening kill. Something on the peek out in the main, gets rid of Nats, and Nats on the floor. For Paper X players, it's going to feel like the rest of this round should be a bit more breezy.
Poison's off.
This is... Ooh. That's what you need from something. You need that operator to come alive.
Mr. Worldwide just shifting around from A to B. Those first 2 kills, Kiko will be able to answer on back. Pat attack. Look to make a run of this, try to make it as costly as possible. Slim up the bankroll here from Paper X.
Both sides.
Where do they decide to go is the question. Operator's going to be sliding back in towards Garage here. something on the angle. Ready to bring this one.
पैसे
to
या
a
crunch
swift
will be from both
conclusion.
sides.
He shall.
Nice shot.
3K.
Clean kill.
Gives PaperX their second round win.
Yeah, this is what you really need. The game plan for PaperX in the first round hasn't changed to now. It's just they're converting on these opening kills. They're getting that advantage, whether it be Patman, Sheriff, or here's something operator. That's really what they need to get going. Got to find those man advantages on this defender side. Don't let Team Liquid get into those post plants. They are going to likely shut you out, no matter how good your retakes are. You have some options now. You could play for a retake here because you've got some of the ults to do so. As PaperX, a couple ults for Team Liquid as well. And they're going to send it right off the rip with the Dimensional Drift. Kamo out there.
पूरी side
Not
empty.
going to see too much. Wide open
Something पे भी ulti है.
Maybe a glimpse there on the divide. He's going to try to push the pace here. Get in on top of this.
Oh, yeah.
Takes him low, but cannot take him down. Camel surviving 33 HP. Patman closely encroaching here. Nats around the corner. Dealt with
Nice
there.
shot.
Attack. They fall. The Nightfall's going to be committed. He'll be able to avoid that. So they might not be too certain, but there you go. That's
Every ulti used.
Gun barrel going to be spotted. Showstopper not able to find it. The defuse being held. There we go.
But every ulti used is a question.
We'll just be met with death.
Circle पे क्यों नहीं भाई? Alt cycle पे क्यों नहीं खेलना है?
That's a huge win for PaperX, and their aggression here as Team Liquid is trying to get the spike planted is what wins them the round. Devi sacrificing himself for the cause. Then Patman and Forsaken finding a nice crossfire angle, with Patman being right at Devi's heels. Something there to clean it up at the end. That's what they need. Disrupt Team Liquid on those timings.
Boys, just see
That's where you're going to start winning your rounds.
Forsaken is very animated right out there. मजा आता है बे इसको देख के.
That's just going to be the pit infested here in mid.
The Londa is crazy.
Obviously don't have to be concerned about a showstopper, and something peeks in. Cyril's holding the angle, but something finds the headshot.
Saw the shoulder of the Yoru clone, and he
He's
knew it the
not
whole
biting.
time, knew it the whole way. TP's going around him.
Spots it out, just trying to clear it. Not able to do so. Still potentially a vulnerability here, but it looks like Forsaken is going to sprint over to go ahead and deal with it.
That's good. That really opens up the map a bit more for them. Something holding the line at B. They can lean more towards A now, and they know it. It's going to be a bit of a fake attempt here. A 2-2 split for Team Liquid on this attack to try to get it going.
They do have the pick now coming through. Patman going to be taken out, and with that elimination, they say, okay, just try to send it across.
Nice.
Back off of this now. Looks like the answer is going to be no. Still committing to this rotation towards the A site. As Jing going to get timing by Nats.
30 seconds
Brings
left.
it now into a 3v3. Dimensional Drift available for something. They try to go for the retake, but Forsaken filling the site. Gets that full blind onto Kiko.
Nice.
Now dealt with. And Patatek, in likelihood, should just go for the save. The smoke dissipating time, not going to be on his side. Gets the spot on the something. Forsaken will be there for the cleanup. PaperX now, 4 rounds consecutive. They get themselves into the lead.
Yeah, they're really starting to take map control. Obviously, the Viper's Pit helps here. Make sure that mid is unassailable. Forsaken finds a really big kill there from screens, and then repositions away from the paint shells that was coming his way. Makes Kiko pay. With a 3K to boot. That's gonna ring out a time out from Team Liquid. They want to try to figure out what the heck is going on, because it looked
Nothing is going on. W Gaming के सामने W Gaming नहीं होती भाई. That is it.
waiting out the clone here. Trying to see if they get any more noise coming their way.
5-3.
Crash set, cleared, flash. Does go through, so he's going to be in the back there. A bit delayed from the nade. Get the spot out here on Kiko. They want to try to flush him out. Jing does manage to spray
What
down
we do?
two.
Down B.
Weapon going to be upgraded. Showstopper online for Kiko. And suddenly this round,
It's
item is
doable.
turned on its head. If he can isolate one, the Showstopper could all but guarantee the kill on the other.
Trying to figure out where that operator was. Was worried it might be up in B heaven. He's actually going to dodge the players of Paper Rex. Devi considering, do I go over to A? Do we try to split this 1-1? We just maintain this B hold.
I think they know that he's going to have that ult online now, so they have to try to play together. Obviously don't want to stack up on the approach, but Kiko will make the right decision by going for the full rotate. There's a real chance of converting this into a round victory.
Absolutely. With that showstopper,
30 seconds left.
you got to be so aware of. No TPs for something. Suppose it could use a dimensional drift here.
Has to get there the old-fashioned way, but yeah, dimensional drift might be a decent way to try to get the spot out and avoid at least one getting taken down to the showstopper.
Trying to make noise, trying to bait out that showstopper with patience being shown.
Hasn't swapped weapons. Likely just have to rely on the sidearm here. Gets the spot out, showstopper immediately going to be set. They can try to wait this out. Does buy a decent amount of time.
TP marna.
Out of the dimensional drift, taken down. Kiko holding on the angle divide, needing to get the clear, and he cannot.
You guys did a very worst kind of job. Alex बहुत गुस्सा होएगा. Alex का काम दिखाओ.
Just trying to figure out how they can work around that angle that Kiko's holding. They just can't quite find the opportunity. Pulls the showstopper at a great time. Something coming out of the dimensional drift into an area where Kiko can get the rocket to land and fall right back to the safety of cover. Devi left in that 1v1 where Kiko's holding the angle.
इस मोमेंट पे Alex का काम दिखाना चाहिए था.
That is a nice round for Team Liquid. They are going to have a couple more ults as well. You're talking about that cycle. Now you've got a pit and a cosmic divide.
Take some aggressive space and trying to find a catch here on the Nats. Just going to go ahead and scoop up that orb 2 charges away from a showstopper as something clears out the gate crash here at backside. Holds him at bay for now. Another one going to be sent though, and Divide, perfect position, trying to find the punish for Kiko again! Absolutely destructive! 2 quick kills. Something's positioned, now known. Kiko gets the try and plus another 3K for him. Player advantage in the hands of Team Liquid. Spike forward, opposite side of the pillar.
सारे exciting games actually game 2 ही है.
Up into heaven, catches a glimpse of one. Cannot find the kill, nor a lick of damage. On the repeat though, Serial taken down out of backside, Forsaken avoiding the haunt. Here's the tap, swings in on a perfect timing.
Ah, the 1v1s, the 1v1s.
Quickly playing off his fallen teammates. Paper Rex reestablish a lead.
This is beautiful coordination here between Forsaken and Jing. Never overcommitting to their angles. Forsaken doing a good job being elusive, TPing into a smoke, moving out of it as it's about to dissipate, dodging the haunt, throwing another smoke of his own, and they have no idea that he's going to be so close to stop that plant. Jing hits a real banger there onto Serial with the Phantom from afar, right there for that crossfire, dropping down right as Forsaken wants to swing. Absolutely beautiful work between those two, the longtime teammates.
Still neck and neck though here between these two squads.
There.
Very much a shared effort from the side of Paper Rex, just 1 kill separating the top from the bottom. Whereas Kiko got his carry pants on.
Hell no, huh?
And Divide. Let's get taken down. Angel try to open up a bit of space here in heaven. Forsaken on the reposition. It's in behind the box, avoids the haunt. But this is going to be Liquid just pumping the brakes and starting to explore opposite side of the map. Cutting across now through the sewer, and Batman on a walkabout. He will end up behind them, but does he get the read?
They're not making any noise. If they had made any noise at all in sewers, he would have been very, very aware, but he is suspecting that they have gone to the other side of the map. Continues to lurk in that direction. Granted, he'll have that angle open. Now that Cosmic Divide is going to give away the script.
Onto the A side, does allow him to sprint forward a little bit before he has to worry about making noise here. Seems Serial classic in hand, going to be the first point of contact. He's going to try to get through. Pit now invested from Nats. There's the backstab coming through. Just disrespecting this is Forsaken pushes forward, but he thought that he finished the kill there. On to Camo, doesn't it? Getting taken down, but something quickly trades it back. The pit's still going to be a major concern here for the side of PRX. Push forward, Kiko shut down. It's just Nats now with a ghost.
कितना भी हो भाई, तुमने 2 अल्टी उसकी.
Lead now stretched. PRX get up to 6.
Yeah, this is so crucial here that Patman finds that timing on the lurk. He has been so good at that, especially on Icebox.
Which was questionable on an eco round.
You can open it up on different maps. That creates that extra angle that they really, really needed. Pulling out the gun. Got there just in time. Forsaken there. Couldn't quite find the second, but did enough damage. Kiko, let's go for the timing off the util. Not going to happen. Some ultimate
frustration on that. Sometimes you think you got enough bullets through. He's back into a buy, and Kiko is going to be bringing an attack up to bear.
Surprisingly, no op for PRX. Could definitely afford one.
Cover going up. Attempted setup here.
They just didn't want it
Catch
to.
onto that lurking Viper.
Who's next?
Dimensional drift to start. Camo pushing forward, trying to get the scout out. Runs a spot onto something, tries to go for the exit, but he is just not
Eda bhai, eda paaya bhai, eda. Oh.
Jing, he's out lurking Nats. Windfall now, avoided by 1. A catch on to 2.
Eda bhai mein bhai.
They have to backpedal and give it the off investment. They might just look to save. Able to find 1. Jing going to be taken down here in mid, but the rest of the team refills the space. The spike now stranded.
Takla bham full eda hai.
Backing away now. Saying, okay, you guys can grab that spike. We've got numbers. Let's make sure we're playing for trades. Maybe PRX guesses wrong a bit on which site, but they're just going to sit and spawn and look for that lurk. They're one player unaccounted for, maybe in their minds as well. I feel like they got to make sure that they know where it's at. But as we can see, this may actually just be a save.
Players worlds apart with just 18 seconds remaining.
Save it.
Well, you can just go ahead and hold on to this, and I mean, you can take a look. The economy is in a very poor spot at the moment here for Team Liquid.
10 seconds left.
With 50 creds on Camo. We need these carried over weapons.
Kammo
Provide
50.
some impact.
Kammo 50 mein.
With this win here, PRX guarantee themselves a lead at the half.
Yeah, you're going to have some pretty nice ults, though, for Team Liquid. You're going to have a showstopper. You're going to have a Nightfall.
Last round.
Working into this next round. You most likely have a showstopper. You're 1 away. So there's a good chance that Kiko's going to find it. Great read there by something.
They still had time on the ult as well. It's just...
Thought he was safe.
Yeah, just a misread.
Might have been something that PRX noticed in Avad. That's where he likes to get out of that dimensional drift. They were just ready for it. Judge for Forsaken.
Maybe looking to get aggro here in Garage. Try to just maybe TP forward. Get in deep. By the way, yep, smoke is going to be pushed through. He can hold the doors. Boombot does get the reveal here on Serial.
Now you should really be able to kind of put some pressure down on other parts of the map as PRX, but they're playing pretty passive on A and B side. They've completely ceded over mid-control. Devi's just going to play a little bit back towards stairs. Team Liquid, slow but sure, working their way forward. Nat's going to try to counter lurk, remembering what Patman did previously. But for now, PRX playing very patient. They want to get this judge going.
Shadows traveling.
Big presence here in mid. Peek towards the vents, Prowler. Not spotting anything there for Patman. Liquid now in a position where they can go for a quick pivot if they don't like what they're seeing on this B site.
Toxins going up.
Serial at the moment, his work absolutely cut out for him.
I think this Nightfall's gonna whiff.
30 seconds left.
It's gonna whiff.
Hit anybody.
That's gonna encourage them to now push forward. The drop down, swing out
Ooh,
for
he gets
Jing.
two.
On the back of the paranoia sent from Forsaken. Who's still
Third one
holds
to
down
Forsaken. Oh, Natsu.
That's able to fight back for 1, but Jing gets himself a third and something cleans up the rest. 8 and 4 at the half. PRX with one hell of a recovery.
Crazy to think that Team Liquid only got 1 round after winning the bonus. And PRX came storming back on their defender side.
Guys, one more question to you. Valo Mobile के लिए अगर मैं content post करता हूँ तो क्या support मिलेगा? That is the question. Shaz is also doing watch party. Shanks कर रहा है. नोया वैल कर रही है. Coach Mini है. Thinking Man's Val तो है. Sliggy करता है. Muda is also doing it. Spicy does it. Josh Sheki is doing. FNS does. हमेशा देखा है भाई. तारक से कम ही वॉचिंग होती है ऑफिशियल चैनल को. आई डोंट नो व्हाई. I'll be coming guys. वॉशरूम जाना पड़ेगा. माइंड फ्रीक साथ बैठता है जब माइंड फ्रीक को क्या ही लगता रहेगा. दे आर एलेक्स जस्ट स्क्रीम्स एवरी टाइम. हर मोमेंट पे.
So any casualties will be costly. That's once again with a Spectre. Looking here in the mid. Gets the transfer. Something and Forsaken both can take it down very swiftly. clear the haunt. Jing out wide. Nats with a 3K, looking for 4. Divine will be able to shut him down a bit.
Concealment.
Pulling off a thrifty from here, looking nigh impossible. That being said, Patman does continue to make this worse and worse overall for Liquid. Kiko will find the final 2 shots. So a couple weapons going to be lost here. And still going to be Team Liquid closing out the anti-eco.
Yeah, Nats there. So stalwart. Just holding the line with that Spectre. Taking in something, trying to make something happen.
Enemy remaining.
And then Kiko, good angle.
Okay,
And an Outlaw cleans it up. And maybe Alex wanted more players to push Nats. I think that was maybe the plan there, is to just run him down and see what happens. Neither here nor there, as we now have all rifles for the side of PRX, and not too bad still. I mean, that Outlaw, not going to find any value, as there is everybody with, well, it could find value, but everybody's got full armors on the side of PRX. Making a bit of noise as they're starting to line up for this hit, but you've got Team Liquid set in.
Bring them down.
And they're dug in.
3 players in position as the clone eats the damage. Patatek
Nah, bro.
It's again a casualty. Some counter spray from Forsaken will be able to flush the enemy fade out of the smoke. Team Liquid now needing to rotate the full forces across. Concern about a potential late flank here, but soon find out that everyone from PRX situated over towards the side itself. Patman with a nice headshot, able to find camo.
Nice.
It's going to be cleaned up.
9-6.
2 players remaining here.
Nice.
Spot onto Kiko comes through. Patman finds himself another. Zero with a recovered Vandal.
Nice.
From his fallen teammate will only be able to pull 1 back. A little bit of damage going to be found, but PRX this time are able to deny the bonus conversion.
I got a bit concerned there initially with PRX trying to force their way up into A heaven. And that clone body blocks perfectly for Patatek, but Forsaken able to track him down, and then Forsaken sees that there's 2 players here at the top of ramp, calls immediately for reinforcements to swing over to help him out. Patman, Johnny on the spot in this round, does a really nice job. That's going to give PRX a 3-round lead. Team Liquid, though, can't quite buy up full. The Bulldog and a Stinger there, a couple of their players. PRX going to have the advantage in firepower. They're taking their time, trying to see what kind of response they get. Get the Haunt, even get a Prowler out from Team Liquid. So that's not too bad in terms of utility that gets thrown their way. Now they're going to cut noise. Think about this B hit, but a couple of Astra Stars here right at the front. You've got 2 players. Yeah, 2 players up in B heaven. Got to make sure that's somehow accounted for.
Sees Nade going out. Paranoia not getting the connection there. Grabwell away here from Serials.
Ek Stinger.
It's a Nightfall in line with that orb take. Seems like PRX maybe
Ek Bulldog.
out, but
3 Vandal.
not going to go barreling into this B site quite just yet.
They're going to try to create a bit of a crunch here. Maybe. Nope, they're going to back off. They don't like it. They're going to try what they did on that pistol round again. Got to wait for Forsaken smokes to cycle in. They just do.
Face your fear.
Nightfall towards heaven. Only going to connect 1-to-1. Haunt, moving away. Kiko's position here. As Jing goes barreling forwards, able to find the headshot. Something covering fire. Cleaning up 2.
1v2.
Camo arriving, peeking. Finds the kill. Patman now left to his own devices. Spots out the enemy Yoru. Trying to flush him out, the Prowler. Firming presence from the other player.
Nice try. Option nahi tha.
But he's just completely, utterly surrounded. Team Liquid deny double digits here from PRX.
Yeah, I think for PRX here, getting a little too thoughtful, to be honest. They probably just could have gone for this hit a little bit sooner, or I liked the original idea that I saw them trying to go forward. They were going to try to push B heaven, because that angle is really giving them problems here on this defender side. The Team Liquid players have been really good at getting those crossfires to go, and really good at shutting the PRX executes down on that side of the map. And now you're going to be down onto a weaker buy for PRX. He's an outlaw for something. Divide does have enough for a Phantom. Shotgun for Jing.
That outlaw can find some value. Serial does have half armor. As the Bucky, it's going to be a colossal whip. Doesn't manage to find Nats at all. Dodges every little pellet there. As Orb's dropping into mid. It's just a firing squad for Nats and Paddock to take advantage of. Spike now. Popped out here in the center. Both players full armor, as this is a heavy stack. Does get the hit on the paddock deck to take him low.
Nice try.
Nats on the creep forward, catches the buy off guard. Team Liquid within touching distance, just one round from tying things up.
I'm curious to see if this is where we get a timeout from PRX. Starting to feel like kind of not sure of themselves here on this attacker's side.
Which is uncharacteristic.
Exactly. That's exactly it. And I think maybe this is one of those ones where you need to just say, hey, we need to go at them. We need to come out with some confidence. You know, we've got the dimensional drift, so we can go for a big set play off the rip. Try to really just knock Team Liquid out of the round before it even really starts.
Actually, अब प्रॉब्लम पता है कहाँ आएगी? वो पिस्टल. PRX would be saying वो पिस्टल नहीं हारना था. पाँच सेकंड में टाइम आउट खत्म. फैंटम सब पे फैंटम वैंडल है. वहां पे भी बाय हो जाएगा फॉर एस्ट्रा, जो हमारे सीरियल भैया है.
One from Team Liquid other than Nats.
I think we saw after the last time out, both teams want to try to fight over this garage control.
Prowler cleared something about the spot out. Just let everyone know, doesn't push in. Showstopper attempt to send it there. Doesn't get cut down, Camo with two. Something still creeping forward. Catches Paddock completely off guard.
Natsu
Started the rotation, he is nearby. Here's the spike getting planted. Can he do the most Nats thing ever and clutch this out? A 1v3. Well, Jing has a showstopper.
Not possible. Nats अच्छा खेल लेता है, but ऐसे 1v3 1v4 भाई once in a blue moon वाला काम है.
Jing on the right side does have the kill. PRX, the timeout works a treat. Once again, shove back Team Liquid.
Yeah, but I love this from PRX. They get a little bit of contact. They're able to sneak Forsaken around to another position where Team Liquid isn't ready for him, even though Camo able to find a couple big kills. In the meantime, Something uses his ult to take control of B, finds out that there's nobody up there, is able to set up an extra angle for PRX. So just a little bit of a pause into an acceleration, and now you've got almost every ult possible for Team Liquid other than the showstopper that was just used. Showstopper for Jing as well. But a lot to consider for PRX in this round.
Prowler sees nothing. Flash forward into the gate.
10-8 actually.
Headshot through the box. Taken down so very low. And there's a barrel
Boom.
onto Camo with the rocket. Finds the kill. Nat's going to be spotted.
बूमबॉट डाल देता.
Gonna go for the chase.
बूमबॉट डाल देता वेंट्स में.
Chaos does manage to swing in from behind. Finds that pick. Jing gone. Taking ADS'd in.
What an angle.
Cleans up the Viper. Player advantage now to the side of PRX. Had you been able to
Health advantage, player advantage, everything. गया TL. अगर sunset नहीं निकाला तो गया TL.
But instead, it's going to have to be the call to save because the economy is just not in a fantastic position. Team Liquid have to just sit back and watch as PRX get up to 11.
Yeah, this is a tremendous entry here by
11-8.
Showstopper. Finds huge value in taking Camo out of the round. That's that dimensional drift for the retake gone. That's a bunch of flashes and other util gone. And then Jing, even though he dies for the cause, he buys enough time for the rest of his team to get onto the A site, get that plant down. And what a cheeky angle that Forsaken takes there to get that kill onto Nats. He's been really creative with his positioning here on Omen on this map. He has profited, and just nothing you can do there. Okay, Nats gets his one, but
honestly, Jing did Camo a bit of a favor by taking him out so quickly. You can see that dimensional drift was about to come through. Was an opportunity, was an alternate
Old MacDonald, yeah, oh, oh yeah, oh.
Just be a send off the rip as hear a bit of noise here in mid. Be good early information for them, but if it's not going to be the case, a couple Guardian shots going through. Nats gets a tag.
Yeah, you're real wary of traps here. Saw this a little bit from Team Liquid against MIBR, where at some of these choke points, they would set up for these util combos that would just wreck a team's day. And we've already seen what they can do. Some of these crossfires here. PRX gonna try to cut through again, using that poison cloud against them.
Flash out as that does end up dropping. Something stunned up here for the moment, but no one in position to try to find the punish there. Dimensional drift in play, but teammates falling down around him. Camo having to backpedal himself out to alley safely this time around as the Nightfall's gonna go across. Some decay damage found. Camo re-entering, swings in, instantaneously finds a headshot. As Forsaken gets put on the floor, we enter into a 3v3. Looks for a little bit more. The wide swing from something. Now does it.
Some moves.
Gets the job done once again. Back off here from Patatek. Nats approaching from heaven. Patatek able to find one.
Nice. All winning their 1v1s.
For the fight, instantly finds the kill, and PRX shrug off the timeout, get themselves to that point.
And the economy's still gonna be a little bit funky. Gonna be one Guardian having to be bought here for Team Liquid. Something with the sum swing gets Camo, and that is
Something
a
with the
difference maker
sum
in
swing.
that round. And Patman couldn't convert on the pull-off of the spike plant previously. This
Crazy
time he's good
wordplay.
for it. And that's got Divide fired up.
4 rounds in a row needed here for Team Liquid. This is going to be a pit to go ahead and lock off mid. Try to limit PRX's options, but looks like they have very much settled their sights on A.
Face your fear!
Fall not going to spot anything. All players playing up in towards heaven, as well as the vents. Wide open here for the taking.
Something will get one.
Maybe a counterfeit of it.
Oh, I jinxed it.
Just gonna take it down.
वो पोसी देख के मैं बोला था.
Not finding the reveal. Clear on the blast pack, spam through. Camo taken so very low. Just 1 HP remaining on him, but he's still managing to fight 2 kills. Heaven and Forsaken both gonna be taken down. All falls to Jing.
But Jingy boy, नेड़े नेड़े नेड़े. अरे करना नेड़ किसको देख रहा है?
Perhaps to use either way. Swings the corner to his demise. As things get chaotic. Team Liquid keep themselves in this map.
But that's the end of the ult well for Team Liquid. They had to use everything to get this to go, and they do, and Camo, absolutely ridiculous stuff there. So low HP, and just swings out with a beautiful spray transfer.
7 HP overall, decayed to 1. Unbelievable. It looks like Jing, still a smile on his face, still feeling comfortable, but you have to suspect that Alex is not feeling the same way backstage.
He gambled a bit, paid the
This
price.
is one end right there and then, but 3 more chances here for PRX to stop that OT.
This isn't a guaranteed hit for PRX. They're just looking to see if they can put these shotguns to good use. Spike though. Oh, gotta be careful there.
Yeah, judge at that range, not gonna do a whole lot of anything. Backs away, just get the paint shell out.
सब कुछ withdraw करवा लिया.
So for his boldness, Jing does get rewarded a bit.
He gets the boombot and the paint shells out of that, so it's a lot of impact util on a retake. That's on a timing, suspecting that maybe PRX has taken control of Mail, and he is correct. Buy some time.
Backs away from the angle. Paranoia going to be sent, not going to catch that on to Nats, but it's going to be Demise something coming away with 1. Serial back sight, finding himself 2
2v2.
kills. Makes it a 2v2, but now there's going to be a pit in play. Spike picked up Forsaken. Rotates over, gets the plant, has the ult as well, can go on a scouting mission.
Forsaken अब कहीं भी जा सकता है.
His Camo immediately dropping down. He's trying to fake it. He's just sprinted into back sight, and they have absolutely no idea. The recreep forward.
Hell no, bro.
Fight Forsaken, and my God, Team Liquid are making a go of this.
He just fake clone.
Unbelievable. The fake clone works the tree. confidence to do that in that moment. Unbelievable.
It's such a gamble, because if it's anybody else other than the Viper, they likely try to clear it. But Divide doesn't want to give the position away. They don't want to shoot at it.
बट एक चीज नहीं समझा, क्लोन तो पहले ही आ गया था.
Off on an international stage. Nice! He fake clone!
He fake clone.
That is so damn smart.
Now you've got Paper X on an eco. One away from a dimensional drift, couple away from a showstopper. Stealth cycle looking decent for both teams, actually.
Exit, Paranoia already committed, and Panic holding down Rams.
भाई फंस गई है पेपर एक्स.
Camo ready to pinch in from behind, goes for the strike. Divide can provide another at the same time. As the dust will settle, Patman alone.
फंस गई है पेपर एक्स.
Has to clutch this out to bring this map to an end. He's got Serial. Matt's on the opposite side. 72 HP, one Prowler, one Haunt.
He's had some clutches in Pacific. He can do it.
Toxins going up.
फंस गई.
Quiet. Back of sight here behind the screen. Double push forward out of the elbow. Swings in.
Nice try.
But cannot get the other. Serial survives, as does Liquid. We're now one round away from taking this into OT.
And this is going to be a wild final round of regulation on this map. There are going to be a bunch of ults in play. Patty Tech again, able to hold the line on the defensive side. Divide gets two. Camo striking, being a difference maker on that Yoru once again. Nice! They've got a real chance, and I think, yeah, absolutely, you would want a timeout here as Paper X. You still had one more. Talk about this round. If you've got a set play,
बात करो भाई.
Strategy that you know is money, now's the time to cash in.
That's needed.
This is going to be the strong side, it looks like, for Team Liquid. Obviously, the TP there for Camo.
Your
Get out of
ulti,
dodge if necessary.
raise
So they're gonna
ulti,
try to create
fade
a
ulti.
little bit of an info gathering mission
Bring
here
your
for himself.
ultis on together, bro.
Spotted anything there. Nat's able to back away fast enough. Running out of time, but the A site open. So won't get punished, but also doesn't spot out anyone at all, including Kinko. Showstopper now. Invested. As Jinx flying at him, and he's dead. As it explodes.
चलो ओटी पे भाई.
Kinko looking for the ace.
Boom boom ba bam.
What a round!
क्या मारा इसने?
An ace from the Rays of Team Liquid takes us into overtime.
कहाँ से ओवरटाइम गया ये 8-12? ओटी खींच गया. And now Liquid is unstoppable.
Liquid are going to look to try to make this a very quick OT. Double push down in towards mid. Forsaken and Divide shoulder to shoulder. They're trying to clear this out, but yeah.
मेरे को लग रहा है मैत्री जाएगा.
waiting for it with a triple stack high-low.
सीरियल ने भाई कीको ने बहुत ज्यादा हेवी लिफ्टिंग की.
Download complete.
PRX wanted to get too aggressive. You know, they were trying to fly high in some of those rounds. And off the rip here, with so many players in mid trying to create
ठीक है ना, अटैक अभी भी निकाल के.
he just got the vibes. And he was ready to rock and roll. 2 players for PRX left to try to do something about this 5-man stack that Team Liquid is going to bring to bear.
30 seconds left.
Right on the timing. Big crash forward, divide.
Player standing.
भाई एक बंदा क्रॉस किया ही होगा ना.
There's just too many players on the opposite side. They haven't lost anyone. Padman now would need to ace clutch.
Nice try.
Can only take the first step. Team Liquid. 5 rounds consecutively get themselves the lead. Map point now there's 1 away from stealing PRX's map pick.
Kill right there from Patty Tech. That Prowler may be enough to kind of something guessing. Yeah, there's 3 players there.
Enemy remaining.
Forsaken, not going to go well. And Camo really coming alive here in some of these rounds towards this 5.
जो पॉसिबिलिटीज नहीं है वो देखो 1 2 3 4 5 राउंड निकाल के 13 12 पे ले आए. 12 पे पहले तो ये आए थे.
Going crazy.
More off course, but it's something dead again. This time Jing is able to answer back. A kill.
ठीक है, बढ़िया.
Second. Play advantage here for PRX as they look to try to extend this OT. Divide tagged up. Now Kiko's position going to be confirmed. Paint shells will find a bit of additional damage there onto the enemy Viper.
रेस को प्लांट करने क्यों नहीं दिया?
PRX 4v3 to try to hold this, but Kiko covering fire finds the buy. Jing is still able to clean up one. Showstopper going to be locked.
Char.
Heaven and Jing now on for an ace of his own. Serial tucked in around the corner. Trying to utilize the smoke here against him. Pushes forward in case the angle's going to be from screens, but here's the drop. Swings in, looks for it, denied. Serial now with an opportunity to try to bring this to its end.
जिंगी बॉय का एस रह गया.
This OT will continue.
Switching sides.
Unbelievable. Jing's turn to step up to the plate and potentially change the destiny of this map. Opens up solid spray, catches Camo, had it in his mind that Camo had tried to lurk through that particular screen before.
जिंगी का एस रह गया.
That showstopper on point. And a sigh of relief there for Forsaken.
Tricky angle to try to get value out of that one. Manages to weave it through.
Forsaken playing with that judge भाई. क्यों भाई?
To retake the lead. Liquid wanting to stop that from happening. Orb does get taken. Forsaken. He pings it out.
Just knows.
He reads it precisely, but doesn't try to go for any real spam damage there with that judge. Wants to stay planted in position here. Catch them off guard later. In the meantime, though, Liquid. Quick investigation, 3 players. Rotating in, get the quiet drop down through the vent.
A lot of this is off that early Omen smoke that was deep outside of Garage. They feel like this might be the weak side, and they've read it correctly.
Something potentially at risk here. That's a gate crash that would take him out to safety. If anybody just peeked out from heaven, he'd be dead to rights. Because at the moment, does not have the read on this, but now certainly does. The util starts to fly. But here comes the approach in from main, and Team Liquid are just playing around, playing these angles so beautifully. Hatman gone, just Divide, Forsaken, and Jing.
वो देखो Nats को देखो.
3 OGs to try.
Look who's lurking.
Close this out, but yeah, and they have to know. There's not much that they can do about it here for the moment. They're taking about the turn back, and there's the timing. That's striking when you least expect. Divide, last one standing.
1v2.
Damage. Just to wait out the vulnerable. A 1v2. If he can isolate, break through this opening corner here. But he's not even reading it. Patatek will take him down. Spam the ground. Liquid once again in control.
Where are you? Switching sides.
Just those early kills again for Liquid. And it's something here left on an island. Just not aware of the negative space that had been given up. Not aware that they had gotten through mid so quickly until the util was already there. He never got contact over at long A either. So he was just left there with his pants down.
Nice!
And then the rest of PRX trying to fight through, but Nats' lurk once again just ruins any real hope of that 3v5 coming.
Rounds are important.
To one. Instead, you've got a real chance to close it out in this round. Go into your map pick with an advantage. PRX would absolutely be kicking themselves. They can't get through here. Another chance, another A strike, seemingly on the cards.
Little bit of noise made there. Forsaken at the ready, but no noise, no contact from that ramp heaven side, so it does save it. Haunt over the top, cleared out. The rest of the team up towards the ramp. Prowler gives it
Cozy
away.
change किया.
Making a little bit more noise than Panatek.
खत्म.
Takes out something once more. Just not been given any opportunity to really find impact in these OT rounds. Consistently dying right off the top.
It's the one player who's played against PRX before.
Jake bounding forward, Nats. Waiting here, striking, swings in towards heaven. Patman faces back, does manage to find that kill, but now it's a 2v3. Must win for PRX and Forsaken.
2v2.
Evens up the odds. Planta now come through. Camo trying to find
Spike
this
planted.
enemy Omen.
Here.
Forsaken ends up getting tucked back through.
One flash left. Gotta make it a good one.
It's the only bit of util. Aside from Forsaken with 2 teleports. Liquid trying to see if PRX get impatient here. Lobbin on that flash. Not able to find anything. The smoke anticipating. Forsaken fighting.
Naya!
Get the other! 15 to 13 as the defuse comes in. Team Liquid fight back and steal away split.
Actually stealed यार. 8-12 था score. It's over, guys. It's like thank you so much for PRX in this tournament. Sunset जीतना PRX के लिए बहुत टफ होने वाला है. I'll be back guys थोड़ी देर में देखते हैं आएगा मिलता हूँ मैं आपको ब्रेक के बाद we are back guys
off 29 and 19, 300 ACS, like played out of his mind,
Let's
and
see
he was a big factor in why Liquid came back.
how
Yeah, we talk about Cats a
How
lot, just the
does-
one half of Cats, right? Kiko here, a bit of a diff when it comes to the duelist
game
side.
of
But
Sunset
certainly for
Forge.
PRX, they let us slip, right? It was 12-8,
क्या
12-9.
लिखा था क्या लिखा था
Yeah, PRX
पेपर
didn't
है
seem to be able to find
भाई
like
चार्ज
the
रीड
answers
करने में
when it
अलग
came to
मजा आता
their
है
own attacking side, even though I felt
Welcome
like
to the chat,
they were
live
able to get a
welcome to
ton of
PRX
space
Fair.
on the
Hold
map
on,
pretty
no more.
consistently. They weren't running into
What
a lot of,
happened
like,
to the two
forward
Geo
lines
buddy?
held by Camo or anything like this, but
हो जाता भाई थ्रो हो गया
just got
राउंड
themselves in
एक
awkward
एस
positions,
राउंड
right?
गया
Yeah, I mean,
एक
like
गया वो
PRX,
वाला
they,
जो
on their T side, it was just like I felt like communication was lacking. There were a lot of rounds where they were able to get some space or lose space or even fake space, and they didn't even call it. Like there was one round where he fade-eyed A, fake TP'd, and all of a sudden they're going to
खराब
hit B
लगा
when there's
भाई
4 players on Liquid towards B. They just know it's a fake, and I feel like it's not getting calmed.
Yeah, it becomes an even bigger issue when Kiko starts
Actually
heating up
खराब
towards the
लग
end
रहा
of the game, right? Gets the ace in that round, consistently a problem for the team. PRX kept going for these like floor hits on the A site, not finding themselves able to like get control over A heaven, and like that came down to the fact I think like Jing a few times died like entering up into heaven, and they kind of gave up on that area of the map. And even when they were splitting in, they were still having timings where Team Liquid were taking it through a smoke, shooting them in the back. It felt like they were always getting picked off and not even looking at members of TL.
And it's time for an EMEA special, a fake Yoru clone from Camo here in the Verizon high-speed moment. Koala, this brings us back, right? Durka pulled it off in EMEA, and Camo doing this on a global stage.
The mistake.
Yeah, EU players got balls. Like, they just are not scared to do this. This is insane respect to Camo. This is something I always wanted to do in on Navi. Unfortunately, I haven't. But like the fact that he's able to do this and pull this off on the international stage and actually pull Liquid into this comeback is just something super special. And
Audacity to do the play fake clone at this time. मतलब इतना pressurized situation में fake clone की audacity होनी चाहिए आदमी की. वो उसने करके तोड़ दिया भाई.
The Kiko ace, it comes round after round, it comes OT. Well, all of a sudden,
like,
Team Liquid solve their attack woes and win the map.
That's gotta shake you, right, a little bit. That's when you're 12-9 up and you lose the whole map because of that one play Koala noob. Very difficult to regain your composure.
Yeah, I mean it's something that the IGL has to actually like rally the troops back up. Like guys, it happens. Like we
what
got
if you don't have an
accident, viewers activity.
I don't have an answer. I've never experienced.
Then it's harder to rally the troops.
I feel like their like mental must have been just destroyed from something like that.
Yeah,
and then when they got to overtime, it's just like oh god, like everything just spiraling in their head. It's like what do we do?
What are we gonna do on Sunset, Ender?
Well, that's the question. I hope PRX were studying what they saw just yesterday from Team Liquid running their composition. I think one of the things that was working so well for TL was how Nats was using his rifle walls on the defensive side. It seems like their opposition was never able to get full control over the B side because of the way it divvied up the site.
I love to hear what Coach Alex has to say ahead of Sunset.
तुम लोग को मैं एक और चीज दिखाने वाला था. Matches में जाके
here with Coach Alex. Alex, we were very
actually leaderboard में क्या है stats हाँ leaderboard और stats देखते हैं.
Team Liquid bringing in extra aggression to face you
भाई
guys.
texture
So what were
सबसे
some things
ऊपर
that you
texture ने मारे
emphasized
कितने
coming
हैं?
into today's series against Team Liquid, and what do you think you need to fix heading into Sunset?
Kills
Yeah, I
कितने
think
भाई kills
they've been playing Lotus, split for a while, so we kind of knew how they were going to play. We wanted to attack the B, and also
Spring
I think they had a really good game plan going. They wanted to make sure that we
texture के matches कम है, maps कम है.
they tried to stop our random aggression, so I think
115
it was a nice
Kiko भी है
clash
ना
of
भाई, Kiko अब
ideas.
मार रहा है.
What was the other part?
Alright.
What do you think you need to fix?
Yeah, we need to play our game. I think we tried to
ये
lead
जो
a little bit too much.
दो
Normally
खेल
we'll
के
be a
आने
little
वाले
bit more
हैं.
free, and I'm hoping that this Sunset game will be a lot better.
Thank you and good luck.
If we read into what PaperX ran, you know, in some tournaments as of late, when it comes to the Sunset, would you like to see them bring the Sage, Koala?
I think it's something that'll shake Liquid up a little bit. I don't think they've probably faced Sage really at all
भाई
on
मैं
that map, and
legitimate
it's,
तरीके से
they've
बता
had
रहा
pretty
हूँ.
decent results with it in the past. I think it definitely can make it a 1-1, and you can go to Lotus, which I
Map
think
तो लग
PaperX
गया.
might actually win if they get there.
I mean, I think a lot of people are going to look at the first map and think PaperX should have taken that one, to be honestly. And I actually like the Sage as a stylistic matchup to how TL play, especially like on the attacking side of things. Because usually, again, like I was talking about earlier, TL place a really heavy premium on always maintaining back site control on B with their Viper setup. And with the Sage comp, PRX often don't even care about taking back site because they just put down walls, they give them the free plant so they can play in that box front side, play back towards main. So they're not even going to worry about it.
We get it. Yeah, what do Liquid have to look out for now? We know the Sage is in play.
I mean, A control is going to be probably a very important thing on PaperX's CT side, but they're on attack. I think it's like Ender said, the B hits. Nats is going to have to maybe change up how he plays. They don't really like to fight backside. They like to plant the bomb, play post plant. So maybe shaking it up, maybe fighting B main a little bit more in the early game. You have the Neon, you can really win that control with this type of comp. Making sure you always have that A line, because coming back in with a comp like this is something that's going to be very taxing if they want to refight A. So that's going to be very important for PaperX to make sure that they don't fall into that trap, and Liquid have to really pay attention to the way that they want to play with the Sage.
Oh, we should get you in the coaching booth, Koala. Thank you very much for joining us here on the desk. Let's send this back to Achilles and Paperthin for map 2.
Alrighty, do or die time here for PaperX, needing to win on Team Liquid's map pick of Sunset if they want to extend this all the way to Lotus. Historically, Dusk was talking about it, they have been good at this map, but this is a very different look, and something on Sova, while he has played it, is not something that we see consistently.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you think back to when they used to play this map last year, it was him on the Gecko, typically. So we're going to need to see him innovate, find some success. You know, maybe not getting into those ops, who knows? It's PRX, so why am I even saying that? They're probably going to do it, but it's going to be pretty precarious here on this attacker's side. If that solo utility isn't really impactful, I can see Team Liquid, look at this toxic screen, out through B main. Maybe get aggressive. Kiko off the rip, a headshot on the Jing.
Doesn't matter if it's the Rays, doesn't matter if it's the Omen, this guy is just on point today. Immediately finding that kill. Sagan gonna be looking to try to shut him down, but Kiko has other ideas. It's another headshot. Another pickup, another death. This PRX. Gun here. Just slowly marching.
अच्छा दो बंदे कीको से ही फाइट किए.
Their tournament exit. Barring a turn on the round, still do have these sheriffs in hand. They have their work cut out from Tripwire to go ahead and intercept. Camo in position over at Alley.
खराब होगा भाई game.
Relay bolt off that trip.
Have a crossfire set up here with Serial. Looks for the reposition, clears the dart. Gets the ping reveal, a couple shots gonna go flying out as wall gets raised, but very quickly it's being broken down. Robin on the shotgun, forces him forward. Limit will be the start. Eventually does manage to find his prize. Coming through. Serial striking just the one
पिस्टल गया. यहाँ start करते पिस्टल जीत के डराते थोड़ा सा.
This is devastating. We've seen this a lot here in Toronto. The teams just can't win pistols and can't win maps because of it. And PRX has been struggling in that department since their very first match. Everybody struggled against Gen G, sure. If you're against Team Liquid, you're getting shut out in the pistol round department. These are some of the most important rounds you have in Valorant.
I told you,
and you know, they just tried to challenge Kiko again, and he's just too hot right now. You know, the confidence still there for PRX, but the mechanics on the side of Team Liquid currently, the momentum on the side of Team Liquid currently, and only a sheriff bought up by Patman is the only purchase to speak of here, as they're going to try to work the way around the map, try to find some extra orbs potentially, and get on through, if they can, towards A. Look who it is. Kiko at elbow.
Ready, holding on to the Vandal here. Smoke out, glimpse found, but either way, Jing does get whittled away at, down to 52.
For you. They'd really like to get through and get this plant going. Heal is there from Devi. Smoke is down. He's gonna blast pack through.
Over the top, and yeah, Patman. Huge shot to be found, but no, just barreling forward into Patty Tech's open arms. Eventually does end up falling. Really both connects, and Camo gets the cleanup.
Come on!
2 kills found, minor damage dealt. Team Liquid start things off 2-0.
Yeah, they're just playing bend but don't break there on this hold. There's a little bit of extra space. That smoke's blooming. Able to find one, but they come barreling through, trying to see if they can overwhelm that angle. But man, oh man, Patty Tech has been really firm.
Not
with
with
some
that
of those
one.
holds. He has shut down early parts of the round for PRX sometimes just on his own angles that he's taking. Finding tons of value. Nats is even going to scoop up an Odin here?
Going out.
Oh my god.
Hefty investment in the bonus. One that could certainly pay off. Camo caught, scraping across the site. Real way of trying to play off that tripwire. In fact, the counter spam in anticipation of the peak does manage to find Serial down to 45. Patman on this lurk.
Patman का लड़की अच्छी है, लड़की अच्छी है.
Towards tiles. Wall now dropping, but it's going to be Patty who actually turns around, finds him with a Bulldog, upgrades to the Vandal. Now we'll look to try to start a flank. The rest of the team pushing forward. Paranoia going to be sent, but cleaned up as they work their way through the one-way. It's just Kiko to try to see if he can make this a bit more costly, but he cannot.
चाहिएगा Odin.
Conversion off the rip like we saw on Split. Get themselves on the board.
Yeah, you can see so much of PRX's game plan here is to try to punish these A holds. You know, And they do a great job on the opener. Finding Camo out in the open.
One enemy remaining.
Right before they make contact with the trip.
Your tactics fail.
And then Jing gets up on that box. Puts it to good use. Gotta look for some of those cheeky walls as well.
4 लोग देख रहे हो यार, make sure to hit that like and
PRX
subscribe.
players into spots you're not ready for with that Sage.
Binks को क्या
This time,
हुआ?
Team Liquid, understanding PRX's game plan, gonna make a change. Deep relay bolt dissuades PRX from committing.
बंस भाई जिंक्स के रहेंगे पेपर एक्स
Gotta know there's some kind of
कसम
layer
काय के लिए
behind
मुंह
that.
बंद रखा करो ना भाई बंस भाई
Right outside of A main. And now you're starting to take a little bit of space in the mid, claim a little bit of map control for yourselves.
Here.
Think about
Bobri
going
बंद
over
रखो.
towards B. Looking for the crosses, seeing if anybody changes sides of the map. You're going to use a smoke there at mid. Patty Tech has to go and check, see what's going on in response, and not much to be seen.
Something sat here. You're looking to try to sell a bit of a fake. The rest of the team to try to strike off of.
Deploying drone.
Sends the drone. At the moment, Team Liquid not really biting on this bait. Another peek back in towards mid. Shock darts, both going to be committed. Clears out the tripwire. Camo going to be holding close at the ready. Here is Jing. Camo cannot sprint fast enough. He gets taken down. Kiko's still going to be set up here over towards Ali.
30 seconds
The flank
left.
coming through. Patman's going to try to hound
Nice.
him down, and he does.
Nice.
Immediately, the spray in towards backside. Fish out
It
Patty
is.
Tech is here we go!
For the exit.
Boost up over the top. A PRX classic. Something about Sage with this team. They always try to break the maps. Team Liquid going to be going for a save. PRX, flawless fashion, will tie us up at 2-2.
He made the
It's
hard.
really important for PRX to get a good start here on this attacker's side. Going to be very, very key to their mental stability and to the nature of the map itself.
I said flawless fashion.
Oh, hold on.
They are going on the hunt. They're coming out on top. Lose a player, but take everything out of the hands of Team Liquid.
चलेगा.
Much better way to go 2-2.
Absolutely worth. Levi is going to have a res as well coming into this next round.
Maybe
Great
like
entry
एक
by
player
Jing,
का
great
loss
paranoia,
चलेगा.
and a slow orb to set him up. Very nicely handled. Yep, there you go.
One enemy remaining.
PRX Classico. They're going to find these
No, I
weird
should,
Sage walls.
The left side.
Whether it be just
The
boosting
left
someone
side.
up there, TPing on top of it, Jing blast packing up with it. A lot of different options.
Cover going
Guardian for Patty Tech, Sheriffs otherwise. It's now
चार mid.
push out here behind this toxic screen.
4 players working their way across the tiles. They're not gonna spot anything, so should get a read pretty quickly, but do potentially have an opportunity to punish Patman, who is alone on this side of the map, slowly creeping forward. Or maybe he'll be able to find a backstab here. It's all going to come down to these timings. Turned around, faced in towards B main. Noise not yet being made. Reads his position being
Nice.
given. Patman looking like he's not going to be able to find
I'm out of here.
the flank of all flanks. Players clustered up. Smoke going to be cycled in. They're actually going to backpedal a little bit.
फिर wall
Now
के ऊपर.
starting to register that there might be a player behind. Weapon drawn out. Serial hits the headshot. Vandal can be recovered, saved. Recon just hang out into one. Forsaken. He swung into a triple face last map. Doesn't want to do it again. This time is able to go ahead and back away. Vandal potentially here for the catches. Jing gonna go sprinting forward. Doesn't clear the corner though. They will
ठीक है.
retain their weapons.
भाई जिंदा रहो, weapons बचाओ.
Forsaken's like, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me again, well then it's definitely my fault, but he avoids disaster there. It's PRX, 3 in a row. Finding some momentum, finding their groove. Patty Tech does have a Hunter's Fury. Still sitting on Devi's Resurrection if necessary. Let's see what they want to do off the start. It's been a lot of early A congestion. That's where Team Liquid is going to be lining up the bulk of their forces. Meanwhile, PRX is going to leave something on his own over there. Has to get out.
Clear the dart. Little backpedal the rest of the team. And they maybe very swiftly themselves in onto this site. Very narrow angle to try to play off of. Serial immediately having to backpedal. Paranoia goes his way, tucks back in towards Bo, but joining in alongside Nats. But now, sight is opened up here for the taking. Spike coming through.
This is the pit.
They get the wall set up, yeah, here on market. And Patman, like you said, the pit going to be invested immediately. Trying to make this nigh impossible for Team Liquid. Camera frantically just sending out a dart, hoping to find a hit, but comes up shy. Fury now committed to Patman. He's the first one to fall. Camo's able to find that kill. Attack on a Forsaken forces him back, and he cannot hold his ground. That's finds that. Jing looking for a little bit more, but they're all falling to the wayside as something's the last one standing. There's the
bro, ये map, ये round हारने से थोड़ी था.
Liquid retake into the pit and somehow only lose one player.
This is brutal for PRX and a great retake for Team Liquid. Love the Hunter's Fury into that pit. We've got some really good ideas of where they're going to be tucked in. And they're able to punish them so quickly. Right, using that Hunter's Fury as an entry tool. Kind of keep PRX moving, keep them guessing, and flush them into the encroaching Team Liquid members. Beautifully set up, beautifully thought out. Now PRX gonna have to rethink things a bit. Do have the overdrive for Camo.
TP forward into the smoke there at mid. Forsaken. About to be backstabbed here. Nats, he reads it so perfectly. Heard the maneuver. Just managed to find that kill. Turn over the top there at market. Tiny little gap to try to peek through. He will be able to slide forward onto the site. Cam still not going to be cleared. Patman on this linger here at mid. Seeing if he can intercept anybody. He starting to strafe maybe into position here where the punish can be found, but it's got to be the lead-in from Camo, escorting him forward. Keeping his teammate clear on the angle. Something now having to hold down market. Gets a timing shot. Go ahead and take out one, but falling to the wayside at the same time. Divine something to try to hold this back. Paranoia crashes across, finding the Sage. Serial swings around. Comes up with that kill defuse being held, and something swing will be punished. Team Liquid reestablish the lead by 1.
It's getting a little scary for PRX. Starting to fall a little, trying to get a little too tricky, to be honest. You know, with this teleport from Forsaken, you're not fooling Nats. You're not fooling him. He is one of the smartest players on the planet.
One enemy remaining.
Game sense is incredible. And they still haven't found an opportunity to use the res on some of these holds. They're really just kind of trying to take fights, trying to be proactive on some of these defenses, and Patman is getting just destroyed on these lurks. So all of this is really making it difficult for PRX. You know, what was working early on for PRX was A hits. So let's really overstack that angle. See if we can catch him a bit off guard, but it's actually a mid push here. Quick rotation over by a couple members. Nats sliding through, but PRX was looking for a little bit of a trap at top mid of their own. Nothing doing.
Just gonna say tucked there into the smoke, see if they can find anything with the drone. Recall on the tripwire, very nicely done here from Serial.
Wow.
Keeping that util protected. Paint Shell's gonna make it a little bit more difficult as they do get cleared out. He's still gonna be here at backside though. put up some damage. But getting ping revealed to Hunter's Fury, he's just completely contained into the corner, and Jing is able to collect. They look for a little bit more. The wall going to be raised here in their faces. Camo quickly tries to break down one of the segments, and that forces Forsaken to not push forward. Rocket doesn't find the kill, gets a good amount of damage, but Haditech still alive, still able to find some impact here. Spike gets planted. PRX should be favored in this position. Team Liquid are going to look to try to rebound that script, but
4-4.
Nats swiftly are going to be dealt with here through the smokes. Not able to find one.
Player standing.
Looking for a little bit more here, and we'll be able to make it still a bit costly as two players die. PRX, the back of the timeout, tie things up 4-4.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this to me just looks like they're shoring up these post plants, making sure the crossfires are good, making sure everyone knows what their job is here. Nice Hunter's Fury to set up Jing. Showstopper, okay, doesn't get the kill, but you know they're there. You know you backed them off. That's giving you the ability to be ready for that entry. Fast lane goes up, just start spraying through, get a couple kills on the entry. And now, things starting to go a little bit more back in PRX's direction after that timeout. Much needed. Still sitting on the res. Have the neural theft, and of course Camo's lightning fingers, but until he seemingly wants to go on an eco or finds his moment, hasn't opted to pop him just yet. But Camo
यहाँ से अगर 8-4 खींच लिया PRX ने, फिर भी छोड़ो ना 12-8 थ्रो किए, अब क्या ही बोलूं.
Just up above, seems like Drone not quite going to spot that out.
He's pushing in.
And yeah, he's pushing in, and now realizes that he is entrenched in a very rough spot. Snakebite to try to flush him out into the open, and it works a treat. Serial able to collect. Hard angles, the crossfire setup.
Cook कर दिया भाई.
Absolutely gorgeous. What a response from Liquid. As they once again take the lead.
This is going to be one of the key points of this map for Liquid, is if you deny A to PRX, the only flash they have is Forsaken's Paranoia. That's it. So clearing these corners is going to be an absolute nightmare. I mean, you can do weird stuff like maybe use the wall to block off one side, but they're, you know, it's just infuriating, I'm sure. But you know, PRX just doesn't have great options, you know, unless they can win these early scrums. Who's ahead of it?
Managed to find the opening kill. Kiko quickly backpedaling here, sets up a smoke.
Nice.
Paranoid tries to close the
Go
gap.
fast, go fast, go fast.
Gains some vision, but Forsaken still able to find the shots.
Go fast.
On the flank. This is going to be Serial slowly making his way through. So PRX looking to match aggression with aggression here. Trade back around, double face forward.
Nice.
Right, nearly connecting and getting transferred there, but Vi manages to close
Go
it out.
fast, 7-5. Once again.
Very tight knit, 5-5.
Yeah, this time PRX just disrespects this A-hold. They're using that toxic screen. They get ahead of the relay bolt, I think, and whatever else is coming their way, they were just on point as well with the shooting. Just bullying their way forward. That's classic PRX style. Patty Tech back into another.
भागो, U-turns के आगे भागो. Better है.
Devi still no real opportunity to use the res. He's just been sitting on it.
Because he's been so scrappy and fast-paced, no safety. There's a tripwire spotted, cleared. Hunter's Fury gonna be opened up. Patman gets the punish though. He's right here on top of him, the late lurk. He's off dividends and he manages to tuck away into the corner, keeps himself alive. Jing at the same time, off screen, gonna be taken down as Nats finds that kill. Pit available now for the Viper. It's Forsaken. Just the second spare.
Oh.
Goes for the TP, but it gets canceled, and he's immediately right back into his demise. The wheels coming off a bit here, it would seem.
Counter कर दिया.
Timing has the heal available. Would love to get that. Oh, there it is. Okay, finally does go through.
Timing was just off. Needed the other players to already be in position.
All set up. Camo, 20 HP, pops the overdrive, but catches a stray to the skull. Suddenly into a 3v3 we go. Plan to come in, something lining the flank. Is he going to be ready for the second layer? Looks like he won't have to worry about it. Serial is going to be the one to take him out of the equation. Pulls back though, he's worried about a deep wraparound through the backside of the A site.
They don't know where Patman went.
Just sat here, playing in front of the toxic screen. It will fall.
Nice.
Devi. It's perfectly poised. Serial.
Nice.
Flips there in the skull as Devi cleans up the rest of the round. 6-5, PRX in the lead for the moment. Given the back and forth between these teams, this could absolutely end up being a 6-6 half.
The fact that Patman survived there, absolutely massive. TP play from Forsaken doesn't fool him. Patman comes up with another huge kill, shutting down the overdrive.
Let's go, boys!
And Forsaken trying to get him hyped, trying to get him back into this. They're up 6-5, 7-5 would be fantastic. And Camo a little bit frustrated there. He doesn't have that overdrive for this eco round.
He does not. He does have a Bucky though. And on a Neon, you already say, okay, probably favor you there. Into a pit.
I like those odds.
Can get some, yeah, some work done.
Hey, Patman.
He's just sliding forward into this. It's the shock darts, just shy of being able to find that kill. The push forward fight does end up getting him, and Jinx is going to be taken down as they get the ping reveal.
Will not kill my ally.
All committed. Try to go ahead and get the res
Nice.
through. Devi on the counter spam. Finds Patitech as Camo gets the spot out on the one. The Bucky here in their faces,
Nice.
but Devi is
Nice.
doing God's work right now for the team. Gets himself a third. It's just Kiko and Serial now. Arriving to try to retake. Stop PRX from halving the lead at the half. Devi worked lower and lower, down to 25. Rotates back around, as Serial will be noted and dealt with. Kiko with everything to do. 3 players around the corner, all of them very low, but the wide swing will offset. Devi gets a 4K, PRX gets 7 at the half.
Devi struggled on split, but comes up huge here for PRX on the first half of Sunset. 11 kills in total. What an impressive round from the Sage.
Slingshot his way to the top of the standings across the lobby. 7-5, PRX in the lead at the half, but pistols have not been
Mirror match. Let's see.
Actually just a bit ahead of Patitech, but I wanted to take a look at Patitech. Some of the impact that he was having with that Hunter Spear. You can see some of those slight bumps there from maybe the ult, getting a lot of damage in there, but also holding the line really nicely early on in that half. Finding those big impact kills. Those first bloods, really, really powerful, really potent for Team Liquid to kind of shut the PRX train down and keep the coal from being put into the furnace. But PRX, if they're ever going to win a pistol, now would be the time. They need it desperately, especially coming into the defender side of Sunset.
Certainly do. Team Liquid able to do the lion's share of their damage. 7-5 on their attack last time they played this map. See how they fare. There's a full kit here for Devi. It's just going to be the classic in hand.
A couple ghosts otherwise. Forsaken is half armor. Serial under pressure.
Really aggressive Paranoia going to be sent out. Doesn't connect onto the Cypher, but space taken here for PaperX.
Space taken, space
Team
given.
Liquid's going to take space right back.
Yeah, already Camo arriving here at Boba, misses the timing, though they get the spot out, and as he tries to just send out the relay bolt, Forsaken at range with the classic.
Nice shot.
Manages to find the kill. Something pretty much back, Jing finding Kiko. Snats able to avoid the dart, but just has one more player to try to make a go of this now by himself. Devi will swoop in from the side. PaperX will find their first pistol win here of the series. Stretch that lead by 3 rounds.
Well, we wanted to see it get a bit weird, and this round certainly did. Forsaken there, catching Camo, trying to go for the relay bolt in the air. Pretty good mechanics. Oh my god, Jing, the fadeaway there. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. And they needed that, and that's got them on their feet.
Jing on his feet, not something that we see very often. Minor prayer there from Alex as well. Sheriff in hand for Kiko. PaperX not going to be a full commitment here to the purchases. Patman will just have the ghost. Everybody else, though, decent amount of firepower is Forsaken. Drifting along these walls, and then Jing fills in space from behind. Slide across, something eating an immense amount of damage, but eventually he finds the headshot.
Nice.
They're going to look this about as flawless as they can. One casualty. PaperX overall themselves a very clean anti-eco.
That's huge for PaperX's momentum, for their confidence. That's 5 in a row now. Going back to the other half. It's that crossfire. It's going to be tricky for both teams to deal with it. Liquid does have the addition of the relay bolt to try to clear these angles. But, you know, both of them are going to have to find their timings, be really sharp on those entry shots. Team Liquid's turn to try to make a go of that.
Seems like they want to fight. They want to try to just get this orb here for Jing. One away from a showstopper now.
And he's got a Phantom. He's one of the ones with a rifle. So certainly doable. They're stacking through mid. They're taking a look. And Team Liquid trying to obscure their numbers.
Shots flying through here. Heavy presence in mid. Numbers advantage ends up winning out. Jing dead. Weapon to be recovered from Forsaken off screen. He pinches it from behind, works his way across towards Tiles, tucks into the corner, and he's out to Camo!
Spike down mid.
No idea what hit him. Death from behind is Serial. Can barely even exit B main. PaperX coming alive as they convert the bonus. And they double the round count of Team Liquid.
He lurks and they're just not ready for it. They have no idea. And then he TPs into the corner after getting stunned by the relay bolt. Camo, no clue until it's too late. Unbelievable.
Player standing.
He TP'd past the tripwire initially.
Come on.
So that he didn't reveal his presence. And that is going to bring out an immediate timeout from Team Liquid after they lose the bonus on their attack. And then it's all just bait. It's all just to buy attention and time for Forsaken. It's something no other team on the planet you would even consider. And it's just these boys here. Now they're gonna try to maybe go for a little bit of a high-low setup. Just really want to shut down these mid plays for Team Liquid, force them into the extremities of the map. Spam through, and there's not much resistance that's going to be put up at the front of B.
I'm out of here.
Patman's there, but Not a lot he can do here.
Ball goes down, but yeah, Paranoia going to be sent. Just has to play back. Stingers on the opposite side.
Spike planted.
Will prove deadly at this range. TP forward. Hiko not getting the read. And Pac-Man.
Three.
He can't see him. It doesn't even matter. His mind's eye opens. He massacres them here, denying any opportunity for the half buy to find purchase.
Flawless.
I was like, man, this might be a little tricky for PRX. You know, they've got stingers, they're getting into the post plant. No, forget it.
Spike planted.
The Batman makes his presence known. Just insane stuff. Incredible. And just TP's right into it, trying to catch him a bit off guard. Maybe hoping he had fallen a little further back.
The train might have been derailed with Sliggy's grand betrayal in this series, but there's plenty of room in the Patmobile.
That's right.
In. Make it look like a clown car.
That's right. That thing usually holds two.
Forsaken, pushing forward into the smoke once again. It goes on red. Camo able to fight back for one. Trade here onto the Omen, but they are just losing on all fronts.
This is, okay, Nats. Good for him to kill on the Divide. It's got Jing.
Nats, you don't want to poke and prod at this sleeping giant for too long. Something does put him back to bed. It's PRX storming their way to map point as they look to take this the distance over to Lotus.
One enemy remaining.
Classic PRX. Just go for the scraps, go for the plays, go for the confidence. They're going to get the op for Divide here. Another option that they will run sometimes when something is on the initiators. Jing having another stellar map. Divide. Impact found so many different ways. Now let's see if he can get it done with the op. Yep, he can.
And he can. Looks for the readjust. Downward flick not going to come through. Showstopper. Jing will get sniped out of the sky by Kiko, but still is able to find a kill. 3v3 now.
Takes
flight. Getting scooped up. Drunk from something. Check into mid. Gets a spot on the serial, but doesn't see anyone else. This deep lurk here from Kiko. Be able to find some value as Forsaken slowly drifting back. Kiko looking to push forward, take some space.
The PRX isn't really reading this. They weren't aware
भाई
that
यहाँ से throw मत कर देना.
tucked behind that wall, so this is going to open up the map for Team Liquid.
It's going to fall on Patman once again.
He was so good last time.
Cutting their way in to the B site. They haven't seen him. They have to suspect that he's going to be the one playing on this side of the map, trying to play around that Viper wall. Serial about to make first contact. He gets dropped.
It's over.
On the floor,
Map
quick
3 we are
TP.
coming.
Main Patman still going to get flushed out though. Spike has to be scooped up. Hit comes through. That's still needing to recover this, and there's only 20 seconds remaining.
Here.
Small little corner of safety within the pit to try to go for the plant. Otherwise, might have to try to just pass this over to Kiko.
So spammable.
And it is. Forsaken
10 seconds left.
reads it perfectly as something comes in off the
ऐसे मत करो. Some important conversations with Mama Venom.
Go to map 3, it's gonna be Nat. So let's hear from him about his Masters experience so far in this Omen player moment.
Hello, my name is Ayaz Nat. I'm IGL for Team Liquid. I'm feeling good. Jet lag is a bit taking over. I'm already wanna go to sleep a bit, but I mean honestly it's good. I came to airport, straight to hotel, spoke, went to sleep, practice day, went to sleep, instantly match against MIBR.
Sova has not been able to recover a decent weapon. He's ice cold. He's just got enough time to find the plant. Gets it in. Will be spotted out by Venom with time to fight. Venom is 35, very low, but he has the drop on Nats, who's watching the other corner. Ring around the rosy, but Nats now is convinced that this is the line he's looking for.
I'm happy to be on the stage. I'm happy to perform with the team. And I mean, that's amazing feelings. It was awkward and weird to watch them from the distance. But at the same time, it was good to see what's the issues and gaps we have in the team and what do we need to work on, because watching from the different perspective is always good. I was a bit stressed when they were playing, especially the rounds that was not secured from time to time. But it was different feelings from being on the stage and watching.
Team Liquid, they are running a 6-man roster, and as we go to Lotus, I can confirm Serial will not be playing this map, and Penny is coming in. Koala, you know Penny, right? You played against him in the past. Tell us a little bit about him.
Yeah, I mean, I faced Penny in challengers. I faced him in scrims. Like, he is a very aggressive, he's a very good, confident player, and this makes me wonder. They're going to Lotus. They ran the Deadlock Cypher Waylay with Teho. But Penny's coming in, so I'm wondering if he's gonna go on the duelist, and maybe Camo's gonna go on to maybe a chamber.
Yeah,
it's definitely possible.
On Icebox, that's what they were doing, right? Penny, Jet, Chamber of Camo. The other world we could live in is a double duelist look. You know, I mean, we've seen teams like T1 playing the ISO and things like that, but it kind of seems to me like the last comp TL was playing on this map was off the wall and strange, and we could maybe just see it flip the complete other direction in terms of aggro.
And is that the best use of Penny? You think you have to just stick him on a duelist in this sort of scenario?
I mean, he's had a little bit of off rolls on other teams like G2. He was flex, but to be honest, he's a very good duelist. He's one of the better duelists that I remember facing in challengers back then. I think he's gonna get a lot of impact with it, and if they go this double duelist route, PRX, they like to play the double duelist also. So this is gonna be a very, very interesting, very high pace, high aggressiveness matchup, and it's gonna be awesome to watch.
It's also just such a wild world we're living in right now, where Team Liquid played all of stage 1 with their 5-player roster, right? Coming to Masters, Penny is in the team as a 6-man, playing for Nats initially, then swapping around between him and Serial. But we are now in a do-or-die situation. Lose this, you're out of the tournament. Win it, and you're moving on out of Swiss towards playoffs. And it's coming down to the new guy for this team to step in at this critical moment.
And how big of a risk is that, though? Like you said, they have Serial. They played with Serial on Lotus, too. They've never played with Penny on Lotus, and we even heard from them from interviews, with Lohan even saying they didn't even scrim.
That's it.
Nats and Penny have scrimmed together one time.
Yeah, and was it a Lotus map? I don't think so. There is a very real world where this is one of the first times these 5 players are ever playing this map at all, let alone on stage.
What would you do if you were Penny? You know, how would you be feeling in that scenario?
To be honest, all he needs to do is not let the pressure get to him. I think everybody that has watched him knows he's an incredible player, and the biggest enemy is himself. If he can push through this this pressure and just realize, okay, they wanted me here, they want me to play for this 3rd map, do or die, they really have this trust in me, and that should be a very good confidence boost for him to just really take over the game, and this could be a very close series.
And he's been on the master stage before, right? The pressure, I don't think, is going to get to this guy way back in the day with version 1, but now for everything for his new team to try and advance.
Yeah, and of course, if you're Serial, it's a helpless moment now. You know, you've done what you can do on map 1, 2. He's going to have to watch the rest behind the scenes. And for Nats, too, we've spoken of him so highly. And after that performance on Sunset, you're familiar with the Nats speeches. We need a Nats speech more than ever.
Yeah, I mean, Nats, he had a very slow start. To be honest, I don't think it was fully his fault. Liquid were kind of playing into the PRX way. He couldn't really get the lurks going that he's known for, these hyper aggro timings. he really needs to do this in this Lotus for Liquid to be like the team that everybody kind of knows them as, because that's really like what Nats is known for.
Yeah, there's so much pressure on him individually to find those lurks, as you're saying. Also to call the map, also to bring in a player that's been sitting out the last 2 maps. That's the other thing. Penny hasn't been with he's been with the team between games, but hasn't been with them on stage. He also hasn't been, you know, actually.
Really?
So he's
Gonna play the waylay, but it's a double duelist with it.
Wow.
Yeah. Do we like it? How do we feel?
It's really interesting.
दोनों जगह double
It's
duelist.
not the like worst thing in the world just because of the Paper Rex comp. It's kind of like almost a mirror matchup, but it's just like what's their plan with this? Like I feel like does the Waylay, does the Raze work well together? Like are they just gonna do like heavy executes? Like I'm very curious to see how they play around this, especially since they're starting attack.
I think versus the Vise in particular, you have 3 different agents that can jump past the wall, jump past the thorns, right?
Actually, yes.
Side, especially C-site, I feel like is going to be an area they're going to try to exploit with the Omen teleports, with Penny and Camo jumping up and over the wall. You can even have a guy like Patty like bait out the wall, get through it, and then have 3 other guys jump over it.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing with this comp, right? Like I think what you want to do is kind of like bait all this Vise util and try to like limit your util as little as possible. Like if you get into a post plan and you can save a lot of this util, like it's gonna do wonders against the Paper X comp.
And for Paper X, they lost map 1 narrowly. Map 2, they managed to bring it back. Surely this is theirs to lose now.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to win this first Waylay, I think, of the tournament as well, in a do or die match, too. It's going to be nuts.
And there's only 2 people that are going to be more excited than us, of course. One last time today, Achilles and
Paper Ten.
Thank you, Yinsu. Here we go, a Waylay at long last seen here at Masters Toronto. The first time, maybe even the last, for Team Liquid calling Penny back into the roster, back onto the stage, trusting in this player, trusting in his previous experiences on a Masters stage to be able to close out this series versus Paper X.
Another interesting thing for Team Liquid here is the tremendous amount of mobility they're going to have. Are they going to be able to have that coordinated well enough with bringing Penny back in? The desk was talking about how little practice they've been able to put together with him and Nats in the same lineup. They have so much ability to maneuver on this map with the Waylay, with the Raze, with the Omen. Some really good options, but going up against a team that thrives in chaos in Paper Rex. Would clear the cam there as we get into the map. Push out here for Paper Rex.
Just gonna move well, Nats strafing through. Some damage eaten there by something. Still able to find the opening kill.
Let's go.
Orb available here for the taking. Prowler try to check forward. Camo doesn't get spotted by it. Added presence still going to be known. Tap on the door does force Paper X back in towards the B site. Warning pings down. Bit of a fake there on the TP. Let's get the thorns to pop.
Got one of them. Still another to go. Paper X was ready for that C hit. But instead, it's a change in direction through the door towards B. Forsaken.
Sound आ गए.
We'll try to clear him out, but there's the covering fires. The paranoia gets sent. Penny desperately trying to back away. Lobs in the paint shells. Spike gets tapped, but something swoops around from upper. Finds one. Attack fighting back for a little bit there.
Nice.
Running them down though. Paper X. They get themselves a
हाँ,
second
dedication तो है.
take the opening round on Lotus.
मैं बोला ना मैं अब नहीं छोड़ने वाला हूँ मैं.
Seemingly had a good
Now I
read
won't leave.
that somebody was going to be alone in the pillars area outside of B.
Clean round पे एकदम clean.
No hope for him.
ये paranoia changed everything और इसके बाद ये something का flash जो यहाँ पे रेस को flash किया और हमारा भाई साहब.
Something with the perfect timing. The haunt reveal onto Patty Tech. The chase down by Forsaken.
करेंगे watching नहीं भी आएगी तो करेंगे पूरा करेंगे रे टेंशन नहीं.
Paper Rex finds another crucial
कभी ना
pistol
कभी तो
round
आई
win.
जाएगी.
All classics here for Team Liquid. No buy up to speak of at all. A couple Guardians, a Bulldog, a Stinger, and a Sheriff. And already a kill for Patman. Looking for more. He's got 2.
Yeah, entry coming through. Camo does manage to get on top of Patman to find that elimination, but it has just been a firing squad. Opened up here from Paper Rex. In the corner here is Nats. Manages to make it a little bit more costly. 3 players surviving. Paper X close out the anti-eco and move up 2-0.
That's a-okay though for Paper Rex. You're able to keep over the 3 big guns that you'd really like to.
शुरू होते ही खत्म हो गया क्या? 1 2 3 4 5 अच्छा कम्बो बैटमैन को मार के गई है ठीक है भाई ओके कितनी देर की हुई है 4 घंटे ही हुए हैं 5 घंटे हो जाएगा खत्म होते होते ठीक है थोड़ी सी डैमेज खाया है कि नहीं खाया है नहीं खाया है
pen there on the Guardian, but damage not really going to be found. This Forsaken is going to go ahead and slot in right here.
Forsaken का पोजी देखो.
Judge in hand.
That opens up the map here for PRX to try to cut off some of these other attack vectors. Something going to be trying to hold the line at C.
Oh, nice.
Going to be heard as the wraparound comes through.
Nice.
But something in the headshot. Pico taken down. Nats trying to fight.
Nice.
Cannot get it.
Hey. Not with the judge, bro.
That kill, but eats an immense amount of damage. That was going to be routed through tree. Where the wall is set up. It's popped. Quick little last pack forward. Get this plant down ASAP. Line share the work is going to have to be on the shoulders of Penny.
वेले एकदम से फ्लैंक देखेगा 3 2 1 क्योंकि वालो टाइमिंग मेरे को पता है ना
Batman making some noise.
अब तो साउंड कर दिए तो ठीक है अब तो फ्लैंक देखना है
The swing, divide. Able to find one now.
17 एचपी टोंग टोंग
Completely revealed out.
क्या डबल पीक है भाई
Picks up where he left off on
आ क्रेजी डबल पीक है
3K form Forsaken on his feet. Bonus converted.
This is just such a great read off the rip. PRX
अच्छा ये Forsaken के ये एक्चुअली अब जो शॉट्स स्ट्रेट शॉट्स हैं वो बहुत अच्छे लग रहे हैं दोनों मार भी सकते थे हाँ मतलब मर भी सकते थे वो कि हाँ हाइलो सेटअप अच्छा था वो बात तो है कि भाई हाइलो सेटअप में जब स्प्रे अगर कनेक्ट हो गया तो हो गया अब नाइट्स थोड़ा सा हिलता डुलता दिखेगा बहुत जल्दी ने टाइम आउट ले लिया तीसरे राउंड में आई फील सो मतलब अगर 3 राउंड्स में तुम टाइम आउट ले रहे हो तो प्लान करके आओगे ना 3 राउंड को तो तुम प्लान करके आओगे कि अगर हार गए तो क्या तो चेंजेस क्या कर सकते हैं बोनस अगर हारे तो चेंजेस क्या क्या कर सकते हैं नेवर माइंड मेरा दोस्त पूछ रहा था टोरंटो जाने का हाँ इवेंट टोरंटो में है ना तो जा भी सकते थे लाइक प्राइसेस रहेंगे बहुत ज्यादा महंगे रहते मैं इसके लिए आपको भी नहीं पूछा कि आप जा रहे हो कि नहीं मेरे को पता है बहुत ज्यादा एक्सपेंसिव है $300-400 मतलब यूएसडी के सीएडी जो भी है दोनों भी महंगे ही होंगे बट यूएसडी या सीएडी सीएडी ना हाँ पहले एक्चुअली टोरंटो जाने के पैसे कहाँ कहीं से भी इफ यू आर नॉट इन टोरंटो तो आपको टोरंटो जाने का पैसा अलग स्टे का पैसा अलग अगर तुम 2 दिन के लिए जा रहे हो सिर्फ एक ही दिन के लिए जा रहे हो तो ट्रैवलिंग दोनों साइड की बहुत कुछ है भाई
looking to contain these players. It's all of Team Liquid. It's pushed up ready to try to just
400 कैड का मतलब समझ लो
into the side. Saturation not going to hit. Goes up the nose of the top.
Nice.
Batman, however, finds the punish before the refract.
एंटी रे एक तो इनके प्रॉलर्स ऑन टाइम रहते हैं
Finds the enemy raise fully.
मस्त मजा आता है इनके प्रॉलर्स ऑन टाइम देख के मजा आता है
Quickly dispatches him. Team Liquid now.
एंट्री नहीं हुई है बाबा 400 कैड को कन्वर्ट करे ना
trying to open up the map, trying to create a little bit of
20,000 रुपए के आसपास हुआ था 50 के हिसाब से
now something gonna slide over towards stairs. He's gonna be the first point of contact here against this Team Liquid.
20,000 रुपए की टिकट भाई
still all the way over at Mound, so this
वो भी सबसे ऊपर की 25,000 मैं तो 50 के हिसाब से गिन रहा हूँ
for Patty Tech to get in.
Sees the cam go off.
60 हुआ तो और 24-25 लाख में पड़ता बुरा ट्रिप स्टे वे सब गिनोगे तो ऑब्वियसली लाख में ही पड़ेगा इससे बेटर तो भाई इंडिया के अंदर है कन्वर्जेंस वगैरह मैं देखने जाता हूँ मेरा 30-40 हजार में पूरा ट्रिप हो जाता है मेरा 30-40,000 आया ना, मैं पूरा ट्रिप हो जाता है, जिसमें फ्लाइट टिकट्स, स्टे, सब कुछ। कोई थर्ड पार्टी इवेंट ही देखने चले जाऊं बेटर।
Good reaction here by Patman, not letting the waylay dash fool him too much. And then they have that vice wall to completely stall out the attack.
और स्टे भी ऐसा नहीं, मतलब अच्छा होटल लूँ तो 40,000, नॉर्मल होटल लूँ तो भाई 4 दिन का अगर मैं पकड़ूँ, मैं 4 दिन का समझो 2,500 के हिसाब से 10,000 दे रहा हूँ। काइंड ऑफ गुड होटल। मैं जब बैंगलोर गया था तब की बात कर रहा हूँ, लाइक 2,500 रुपया होटल का दिया था मैंने पर डे का, 4 दिन रुका था, 10,000 वो। टिकट का वाली कितना? टिकट का 6-7 हज़ार दिया तो
Nothing more to be done than to die. PRX continue on their merry way.
These are incredible reads that we're seeing from PRX.
All from the money of casting and all.
They are just one step ahead of Team Liquid at every twist and turn right now. Beautiful, beautiful utility from Patman. And Haunt is great. The C's follow up to set up the showstopper.
Must mara.
Perfect. Hard to draw it up any better than that. And that's got Alex pumping his fist. That's exactly what he wants.
Critical ultimates about the cycle in here for Team Liquid, though, are still going to be on a bit of a half investment. Quick little exit.
हिंडर थोड़ा सा लेट आया, अगर टाइम शॉट रे बैटमैन।
Quick peek and Camo dead on the floor. That's like spamming.
होगा भाई, PRX जीत गई।
Anything that he could possibly get to find some advantage. The PRX seemingly have every read, and Jing backs away. A rare sight indeed.
He was thinking about it.
Up on top of the tree, finds one. Penny will be able to trade it out.
अब तो वालों मोबाइल पे आ गया ना, डेट लॉन्च हो गई है, तो लेट्स सी क्या मिलता है फटफट।
Yes, they are still on the other side of this smoke. The pinch getting ready to come through from behind. They try to get an angle. Nats cleans up too. Sends that neural theft. Devi immediately going to be backing away.
2v1.
48 HP.
Well, it is Nats. He has already shown us.
दवाई पूरा सी पे क्यों भाग के गया उल्टा? I don't know.
It's the flash. Something slows down the approach, waiting for Devi to get a little bit closer.
जीतेगा 1v2 जीतेगा, मुश्किल है, बट नैट्स है, HP होती तो मैं बोलता जीतेगा, बट मुश्किल है। समथिंग पे फ्लैश है, हाँ एक फ्लैश है, इवन दवाई पे भी फ्लैश बचा है, लेकिन उसका फ्लैश सी पे पड़ा है, तो बड़ी टाइम नहीं है।
Swings in, but something is just a little bit faster. Nats cannot work his magic. PRX have the counter curse, and they have a 6-0 lead.
खत्म लिक्विड खत्म।
It's just the PRX way there. Just fight for control of the front of A main.
छोटा सा एंगल दिखा उसमें, अबे ये तो मेरे को बंदा भी नहीं दिखा।
Jing keeps pressing, uses that smoke to his advantage. He's very close to another showstopper. Forsaken there. Okay, they get outdone by Nats. Something.
छोटू सा एंगल में मारा उसने।
Liquid already into their.
ये एनिमेटेड रहता है रे, इतना मजा आता है देखने में। और स्टेज पे लोग मजे कर रहे होते हैं, वो पीछे एनिमेटेड ही रहता है।
The players on their feet, and as you said, the timeout call.
खत्म, मोस्ट प्रोबेबली खत्म। हाँ, टेक्सचर अभी भी ऊपर है। आर्टिजन करके रखना टफ है। इंटरनेट हल्की सी फ्लक्चुएट हुई क्या गाइस? रियली सॉरी, रुको, लग रहा है इंटरनेट हल्का सा फ्लक्चुएट हुआ, 2-3 सेकंड्स का डिले बढ़ गया है, 2-3 सेकंड।
There is something Zalt for a retake if it comes to that, but look at this. It is all 10 players Here we go.
This is going to be a titanic clash. Ults here on the side of Liquid is the showstopper going to be sent out the blind connecting. Rocket gets set, but Jing striking.
Jing is like bhai full W.
As we go way late for Raze. The Nightfall going forward. Gets the tag on to Divine.
दवाई एक मार देगा फिर
Flush
भी.
him out. He gets the spot.
बोला ना एक मार देगा
Finishes
फिर
off the
भी.
enemy Raze. Kiko able to
2v3. वही वो लंबी फाइट हो गई ये
Forsaken
तो.
at the door. Batman trying to play it slow, play it close. Finds the nearly has him lined up. Something now has arrived. Cage blocks.
Nice try, Ray.
But Team Liquid will at long last persevere. They get themselves on the board.
But you're kind of okay with that as Paper Rex. You do a ton of damage still. A bunch of ults had to be used. Everything but the convergent paths and Kiko's ult. And you still make it oh so close.
खराब लगा वो ट्रेड के लिए. मतलब फॉर पेपर एक्स को खराब लगा मेरे को. राउंड था रे पेपर एक्स का.
We're going to be facing a similar situation here as Team Liquid. With a ton of ults.
You heard it right there from the coach. We're back in the game. Could just be that first step.
Convergent. Actually, she hit it kind of.
Camo at the
I'm going in.
Sending out the convergent paths. Immediately pushing forward. Forward into the smoke.
भाई टांगों पे मार देगा वो.
Around.
Got his ult. Oh no!
Finds the headshot.
मैं ही पनपती लगता है.
Taken down. Nightfall now. Invested from Batman. Crashes across, connecting on to multiple players. Divide will go ahead and equalize the player count, but Kiko trades it back into their favor. Jing, however, another showstopper built up.
बट अरे दो मार दिए.
Awarded with 2 once more. As Paddington cannot get the clutch.
ये अपने शो स्टॉपर से 4 मार चुका है अभी तक.
PRX not looking to give any breathing room here to Team Liquid. They establish a lead at the half at the very least. It's now just a question of how big it is.
याला अच्छा मारा actually.
Scoreboard here if you get a chance, folks at home.
Trace अच्छा किया.
Jing, yes,
Gunshot
on top with the frag. But look at Patman. He nails a
एक तो कोई साउंड नहीं आता फेड अल्टी में.
11 assists on this map in 8 rounds. His fade play right now is beautiful.
बहुत अच्छा सेटअप करके दे रहा है. Like legit बहुत अच्छा सेटअप करके दे रहा है बैटमैन. लेकी को फिर 1 HP हो गया.
Forsaken had revealed the Odin in the previous round. He's looking to be as big of a
There you
pain
go.
in the neck as he possibly can be. He has already helped to tear them asunder. Something.
Hell nah, something.
Winning the duel at range with the sheriff.
मतलब सबको लो किया तो है.
Do have the tripwire to account for this lurk. A pause. Forsaken still gets a kill.
Spammed out. Jing blast packs over the top of it. Seems like it was heard. There's not much that they can do. They're trying to dissuade as Patman is also there. The cleanup comes in. The pain continues. 8-1.
It's every round on their feet for Paper Rex. There's nothing but confidence right now. They are just so dialed in, making the right decisions at the right time. Forsaken.
पहले Forsaken satchel करके गया उसके बाद ट्रैप तोड़े. वो play था
When Team Liquid thinks they're safe, Patman strikes from behind. You want to brawl? You want to run double duelist against Paper Rex? They're down.
Well, Jing clearly not getting the memo on that entry from Camo. Forsaken does manage to find a bit of revenge. TP into the back.
You just cannot go against the Odin of Forsaken.
Finds the first kill, but Forsaken has just already massacred the entire rest of his team.
Spikes down.
Cover going out. Pick up the Odin, try to counter spam out. But they're more than ready for that.
Hell nah, bro. What is this? खत्म हो गया. ज़्यादा कुछ हुआ something अल्टी pull out कर लेगा.
At this point, Kiko would love to try to save the weapon, but has to suspect that he's going to be surrounded pretty much on all sides.
बता रहा हूँ ज़्यादा कुछ हुआ something अल्टी pull out कर लेगा.
TP in the smoke, pushes out. He will get taken down, makes a solid go of it to be able to find the second elimination, but it is far from a round win.
It was kind of
Forsaken with
there.
Odin. Absolutely ridiculous. Oh my word. Oh, Nas just walks into it.
You just cannot. Like, in front of Odin, you just cannot.
Forsaken mow him down. Something still has the dimensional drift. Hasn't really had an opportunity to use it because the rounds are basically over in the first 10 seconds.
Unless he's there for the initial contact.
Yeah.
Doesn't got much to do. Over the top, no spot out there. Refract used from Camo.
Checking to see if Patman was waiting around the corner there. They're actually stacking behind the wall.
Blind is dead.
Top of the door, Penny out into the open. Divide able to collect. Two players trying to stay tucked into this cyber cage, but it's not
खत्म कर दिया, कुछ बचा ही नहीं है।
Flash out off the clone Divide with another 3K.
ये पेपर एक्स कहाँ थी इतने टाइम से? यहाँ से दवाई मार रहा है, यहाँ से पैटमैन मार रहा है, यहाँ से जिंग मार रहा है, कहाँ थी? Something तो दिख ही नहीं रहा है।
Looking unbelievably dominant as we go into the last round of this half.
It's 10 more.
Absolutely, just a massacre. They are swarming. Anytime they make contact with Team Liquid, they are taking the fight, and they are coming from a bunch of different angles. They are swarming Team Liquid whenever they have the opportunity. They're trying to get in their heads, trying to let them know. Team Liquid has 4 Guardians and a Hero Vandal.
They have long since been in their heads here.
We found one.
Couple ultimates dangerously close to being online here for Team Liquid.
I have the spike.
So they look to try to get themselves at least a 10-2. Spot out, Forsaken backpedaling.
पहली बार ऐसा हुआ है Forsaken को fall back करने पे मजबूर किया है।
Left in this one. Clear out, push forward.
पहली बार मैं बोल रहा हूँ पहली बार ऐसा हुआ है।
Damage, but still comes away with the kill. Convergent paths at the ready.
I'll handle this.
Thinks better of it. Waits for a little bit longer now, sends it out. Jing gonna be taken down. Dimensional drip, scouting them forward. Just gonna bounce up from Penny. As Divide hits the transfer. Steel Garden, now gonna be invested. The Nightfall's out. Nats is able to find one, but something cleans it up. 2v2 without their weapons. As something hits the sub-swing. And Patty takes position is known. Full HP, looking for the headshots. Spots out the Divide. The flash, fly.
खत्म कर दिया।
Once again, something
क्या?
escorts them forward.
वो कन्वर्जेंस में देखा ना क्या हुआ कन्वर्जेंस के अंदर?
PRX on the cusp of playoffs.
The train has not left the station in Toronto yet, folks. Oh my.
It is still very much here. Team Liquid need to pull off the miracle to end all miracles to run this back. Otherwise, we will be seeing PRX in the playoffs. We'll take a quick break and see you on the other side of halftime.
Wait, chill. Come to me.
भाई खत्म है। Around 6 seconds, na. Loved you. Halftime done.
All the momentum behind them. They have found that extra gear that we saw at the beginning of the tournament.
They are just 2 away from delivering what I think would be the third 13-1 scoreline of the tournament.
That is a head scratcher. The fact that that could be true. All right, well, it's a 5-man push. It's a weird, cheeky camera cleared by Jing. Trip right at the front door. Orb grabbed. PRX is just barreling in.
Tripwire caught there from the
Kiko gets one, but Kiko is 30.
Take down Batman, eats a bit of damage, but that's gonna be felt. Kiko still
Kiko is
breathing, still staying alive. Jing able to find 2.
कितना मारेगा रे इतने low में? ओए गो!
Turns back, finds the hit on the divide to get the 4K. And Patatek comes to the rescue. Team Liquid, they will maintain a lead here in pistols, 4-2 in that regard, as they find their second round win.
God, that was nasty. Kiko just gets a little bit of help from some friends too along the way.
Okay.
That one is
just off of audio.
That is crazy. At 4 HP here, you know, the PRX players are busy trying to clear out the encroaching players, and they never deal with them. Yeah, that's
Just 4 HP.
Hell of a way to start off the second half.
Couple
More
sheriffs.
investment here.
Yeah, a couple sheriffs though for PRX.
Oh, certainly a chance to do some damage. Push forward, tap of the door, trying to see if they get any response here. Cam is situated up and above from Nats.
Checking for some of that Cypher util. Just trying to clear out whatever they can, but Camera's going to be in a position where you're going to need a deeper smoke from PRX if you can figure out it's there to clear it safely. 2-2-1. PRX thinking about B. There's that trip. Jing could get over it, but
Others can't.
yeah, he doesn't have any blast packs. Never mind.
Spam from Penny. Rewarded with a kill. The peek from Patatek, absolutely monstrous.
गवाई लेकिन जाके एक मार के ही आया.
Levi able to find one. Pain Shell not quite getting the full deep bounce that they were looking for to finish the job, but Penny's Guardian will certainly suffice. 3K form to try to catch up towards that showstopper. Team Liquid cleanly close out the anti-eco.
Okay. It's a start for Liquid. An insane comeback. Don't want to give them too much energy here. PRX. The bonus would be massive. Yeah, just one round at a time. Absolutely. Has to be the mindset. I think PRX is just going to send it into B here.
Well, judge in hand here for Jing. Just going to look for an explosive entry. Tripwire cleared. Player going to be noted there. Patatek going to be forced away. Jing spinning over towards door. Boombot does get some damage, but how are you meant to push into this? They all fall to the wayside as a bonus conversion. Looks like it is not on the cards. Team Liquid are tied to the train track, and there is no masked hero on horseback coming to save them.
क्या ऑप्शन है नाइट्स बेचारे के पास? पूरी टीम होल्ड ही नहीं कर पाती है.
Match point locked in for PRX.
I mean, they just had a plan. It's just clear the trip and then let Jing do his thing. They love these judges. They put him to such good use. Team Liquid caught sleeping outside of that door. They're just not quite ready for Jing to be
Jing
there.
आज भी बच्चा लगता है बे.
About PRX, they're so fast, and now Jing is a showstopper already. And they are looking to line up over towards C, apparently.
Just the Marshall in half armor here for Patatek. Shots are going to have to be insane, but instantly the push at C is swept aside. Camo able to find one, a backstab getting ready to come through over here at B main. Penny getting the read, turns, finds it, clears it out. Showstopper value not going to be found. As the plant comes in, Jing down to 36 health. Forsaken catching a glimpse. Able to see Patty there as the shots go whizzing past.
Where are you?
Paranoia expended.
Utils के exchange होती है, मजा आ जाता
Looking
है.
to try to get this kill. Hasn't cleared him. Notes him now. Finds a shot. Another paint shell going to be built up. The Prowler doesn't note him somehow. This might lead Pat to think that he reroute, but no, the Jiggle Peak does spot him.
Nade है ना तेरे पास.
Find the headshot to keep Team Liquid in this game.
Oh boy, this one, I think a 3v5 at some point for Team Liquid. Hard to say with how fast those kills come through. Yeah, off the rip there. They're still able to fight back. Goodness something. What a flick. Or Forsaken, excuse me. Unbelievable. It looked like maybe, but that angle by Camo not dealt with fast enough. Penny there. Forsaken trying to get away from Patty Tech. Now you're onto a bit of a weaker buy for Paper Rex.
Not a weaker.
Sheriff. Have a showstopper now for Penny. And one away from a convergence path and a nightfall. On the side of Team Liquid.
Very good retake tools. So just a little bit of a util dump. Jane dead. Camo, he swung all the way out.
क्या चल रहा है?
Absolutely massacred them.
Back in a flash.
He's gonna go dashing forward. He wants this ace. Divide to try and deny it away. We'll be able to do so.
Nice
but
try.
my goodness,
But
Camo.
क्या चल रहा है?
What a
एक
round
राउंड चाहिए खत्म
to
करो
so
मेरे को सोने
quickly
जाने के.
Shut things down and keep Paper Rex still away from the playoffs.
Just anticipating the rotate there from Paper Rex, and they are not ready for it at all. And by the time they are, he's already scoped in. He's got the heads on lock. And he's ripping them off. All right. Starting to get it going. Still hanging on to a couple of those ults. Still one away from a nightfall. Paper Rex getting close to a nightfall and a steel garden of their own.
A rare double bucky round here for Paper Rex.
Cover going out.
Brothers in arms here, it would seem. Jing bouncing forward, dealt with immediately as the headshot comes in. Penny not wanting to take any chances. Sends it with a showstopper. Be able to find a kill off the back of that one. Something
Finally,
like Sheriff
something
shot.
gets one.
It's a tiny bit of value. Widely, Team
Gets
Liquid
another.
overwhelm. Conquer these players.
And अगर मार दिया होता ना, अगर मार दिया होता, तो 1v1 तक बात आ गई थी.
The victory. 6 more chances. Team Liquid are building momentum, and Alex has had enough. A timeout's going to be called.
Yep, this is absolutely the right call here by Alex. You know, Paper Rex was happy to just try to take this game into their own hands. The reveal right as Jing was bouncing in. The timing. That's here.
यहाँ अगर मारा होता ना,
Gun advantage.
What can I say?
But yeah.
Shit out like GG.
All right.
भाई बड़ा क्या?
Well, see if he's gonna be able to get them to cut it out. It's gonna be another buy coming through here for Paper Rex, but Company's still not in the best position. Some half armors here on 4 of the players, one of them being regen. They do have a steel garden as well as a nightfall of their own to try to utilize and bring this to an end, but definitely have to start getting concerned about this run back for Team Liquid.
Yeah, for sure. You know, it was fun for the first couple of rounds. Now you got to tighten up. Now you got to stop the waterfall here.
This is a nice spot.
And they have an opportunity. They've got the
Alt है.
Just got to find the right game plan.
This goes here.
Maybe another B hit.
That goes
That
there.
was the one round that went for them so far on this attacker's side. Maybe just spread the map a little bit. I wouldn't mind see them playing a little bit of ISO at the start. You know, they've been hot with the rifles. There is an op for Pad Attack. So, something to consider here. So he's going to be holding that stairs angle. Doesn't convert.
Here's it immediately though as he takes a shot over at something. Now they know that it's in play. Batman just poking and prodding, trying to see if he can find anything. Smoke out, trying to force.
Oh, Padotic पे Vandal भी है.
Will be able to do so. He's going to reroute. Spike, however, starting to be brought forward in towards B.
They're trying to sell a fake at A, and it's seemingly working. Team Liquid has bought it hook, line, and sinker.
Still going to be nearby enough that they can quickly try
Nice.
to top of this one, but Jing goes flying into upper, finds the kill. Convergent paths now about to be set. Forsaken. Teleporting his way out to safety. Arrives now back over at Rubble. But something's got caught up. That gives a player advantage now to the side of Team Liquid. PRX certainly not out of this yet. Forsaken just got to re-wrap through the baby door. Cut noise. Try to instill some doubt here. Smoke cycled onto upper once again. Basically tell the story. Mike gets planted. Team Liquid sending 3. Down towards Forsaken here. He's going to be caught in transit. And he can
Knife out क्यों भाई?
Camo with another massive multi-kill round. 3 at the moment. Potentially be on for the ace. Flash out to buy. Only going to be good for 1. It's another 4K. Camo gets the ace. And Team Liquid
पानी सर के ऊपर से
continue
जा
to
रहा है.
run this back. The timeout not resulting in the conclusion of this series.
That Waylay ult so impactful in this round. It forced PRX off this comfortable plant. And then Camo just...
पानी सर के ऊपर से जा रहा है. Forsaken not गया. Done.
He's deleting him. He is having one heck of a map here now. They have got to find a way to stop this momentum that Team Liquid is building. They've got 3 stingers, a sheriff, and a rifle for PRX. You've got a nightfall, you've got a neural theft.
3 ultimates still available for Liquid.
Yep. We got 2 here for PRX.
Forsaken making some noise. Plays off the back of that Prowler and does put Penny down to 12 HP, but Camo unscouted. Going to look to try to swing out, but won't be able to get the catch this time unless they get rerouted out of A, but they're not encountering any pressure here.
I'm not going to be ready for how fast he's lurking.
Let's continue to push forward, but yeah, no tripwires obviously with his setup here as Devi about to be knifes out, dead to rights. Camo finds the kill. Everybody from Liquid now getting clustered up, ready to potentially go for a flood, retake his Jing's head, gonna be spotted, TP up and over the top, the slide down.
What are you doing?
With that paint shell, able to go ahead and trade it out. Taking it for 1, Nats trading it back, Patman.
भाई लग गए.
Drop the spike, still not planted now, dead and drop. This is again gonna be some damage. The round win is not there. There's nothing fake about this. Team Liquid, they are continuing. 5 rounds consecutively, and Alex has to be wondering when do I pull the trigger on that second timeout?
I think maybe you give him one more chance here with the ultimates in cycle. Got 3 big ones available for PRX, but now Team Liquid is just matching PRX's intensity, matching their pace, matching their movements. So you just have to find that explosive moment here for PRX. And they've got a wide open A site if they can suss this out.
Time to jump. TP forward, something slides in along the door, dimensional drift.
मन भी नहीं हो रहा देखने का. इतना कौन throw करता है बे?
We'll see that this is completely opened up here for the moment. Early paranoia going to be sent there from Kiko. Not really going to dissuade too much. Zioru is able to clear things for them. Penny up over the top, Pat attack on the jiggle peek, the spray, not quite connecting. Showstopper, getting 7, Jing immediately shut down, Penny on top of the box! Finds both Forsaken and Jing! The wheels continuing to come off here, as Patman is only able to find 1 before getting taken down. It's all on Devi.
Are you guys serious?
Too many targets. All lined up, all pushing forward, looking to try to hunt him down. Finds the first. Can they allow him to divide and conquer? The defuse is being held and Kiko's going to kill Team Liquid.
भाई मेरे को सोने का है.
Unthinkably, 3 rounds away from taking this into another overtime.
This is madness. Team Liquid is full steam ahead right now. They're on a train of their own. And the destination, they want it to be playoffs. Just crazy stuff from them. They shut down the ult. They're not ready for the player to be blast packed up on top of the box.
Nice, Eric. Yo, I don't know how you did that.
Yeah, you got to take another time out here as PRX. Got to figure this out.
What do you want?
Something's dimensional drift there. Doesn't really see much. He just guesses that they're going to be at the top of A, and they're just not ready for Penny to be there. So just need to find that momentum, find that energy again here for PRX.
भाई कुछ भी नहीं भाई. They are throwing it. थोड़ा थोड़ा करके they are throwing it. अब या तो इस थ्रिफ्टी को कन्वर्ट करो, एक ऑप्शन, या 11वां कन्वर्ट करना, मतलब जो 23rd राउंड होगा.
The strats from the timeout call be implemented into the next round, but that doesn't work. You're looking at Team Liquid one away from an OT. Right now, the tenacity that's being put on display by this EMEA squad
कर दो पैकअप
is absolutely astounding.
भाई,
to
पैक करो,
behold.
सिंगापुर वापस जाओ.
The peek out, the kill found. Patman dead off the rip.
एक राउंड
You're being watched. Tap at the spike. Repivot.
पहले बता रहा हूँ, नाइटमेयर थिंग है, नाइटमेयर.
Very much nearby. Jing trying to close the gap. Paranoia, however, is a little bit too late. Ends up getting taken down. Penny here around the corner. Spots him. And something's just dead. He's just standing there. Offering himself.
Something सोया था क्या?
Yes, thank you very much. Fine once again to try to see if he can get it done. Finds the one, but nothing more.
ओवर सो
Team
जाओ.
Liquid here at 10.
Is the unthinkable going to happen? 2 more rounds for Team Liquid, and it's going to be OT.
It's only
It didn't-
in the bonus for PRX in this second half. Something trying to go for the setup, but somehow getting lost in
भाई
the
कुछ
sauce
बचा ही
and
नहीं है.
realizing just how close Penny was going to be.
He should have heard the blast pack. Not sure what was going on. Maybe too much comms, maybe too much chatter.
Virgin Path's at the ready here. Just going to be clear on the tripwire for now.
सांस लो. 5 लोग देख रहे हो गाइस, मेक श्योर टू हिट दैट लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब. ये या तो ह्यूमन लाइफ का सबसे बड़ा थ्रोन वाला है.
With this fully rotating close and Camo just inching wider and wider on the peak. Finds the kill. This Boombot getting some value. Reposition from Forsaken. TP's out the opposite side as the Convergent Paths does get invested. Swings in, finds one, tries to get the lineup there on the Penny, but cannot make it.
Where he was hindered.
He stays alive, maintains the player advantage for Team Liquid. Go, reposition.
लग गए.
Clear on the haunt from Nats. Disguises this. Ultimately, it seems like PRX are going to be pushing into the site. This Prowler is not going to check the angle. As something he's looking up, he's looking for the camera.
भगवान को याद कर रहा something.
Patman tucked in behind the box.
30 seconds left.
PRX.
सेव करो.
They have to just call to save these 2 weapons. There's not much more to be
भाई
done.
कुछ
Penny.
क्या बोलूं अब मैं, मेरा मन भी नहीं, मेरा legit अब है ना खत्म हो गया. दिल भी नहीं कर रहा.
That negative space they've given up. They're going to hold the line right outside of C. Penny,
10
though,
seconds
on the hunt. Absolutely.
बातचीत ओवरव्यू में चल के बातचीतें सुन.
8 rounds in a row. 10 in the half. Team Liquid are 1 round away from doing the unthinkable.
Thinkable.
One more to take this into overtime.
I mean, this is just stunning. And think about the comps that these 2 teams are running. They're both running double duelists, and neither of them can play an attack side. Absolutely insane.
We've lost the match. We've lost the match.
It's not over yet, but Alex is frustrated. You have a Nightfall to work with. It's going to need Patman to come up huge with that util again.
यहाँ तो ये सी की फाइट जीतो वरना कॉन्ट्रैक्ट खत्म हो जाएगा.
Nightfall across, able to find 2. TP into the corner here from Forsaken. Does manage to complete the ultimate safely. Follows the trail, looks for Nats, is able to flush him out. Feels like the first advantage that PRX has been
एक तो ये knife का
in quite some time. Sees Nade combo going to be sent. Prevents the plant from coming through. They still have not gotten this fight down, and something ends up getting picked off.
Here.
Came out good for the kill. The haunt cleared out as Forsaken turns.
एक एक करके क्यों जा रहे हो?
Picked apart. Some shots in. A tag out. Camo still alive. Still standing.
It's
fighting. Team Liquid have completed the run back.
Switching sides.
12 to 12.
done.
We
It's
get OT
done.
once more.
You've never seen anything like it at the global stage.
You guys were 11-1.
The comeback, the unthinkable happens. And Team Liquid has found another life, has found another chance. And PRX has thrown away what seemed like
Here, they'll make Alex cry, I would say.
it seemed like it was their game to take.
And they are immediately going into this overtime with a timeout call. Before we see any play, it's a timeout call to try to get this round win on the attack.
They'll make Alex
Coaching
cry, I would
standpoint, if you
say.
feel like if we can
Roll
get
it over.
this one done, right, the 14-12 is very possible. Alex with an opportunity once again to talk to the players.
Mindful.
They are actually
Now you're seeing
playing
the
right
stress
now.
you've been getting to him. Usually the Iceman is cold, but right now it has got to be sweltering inside that coach's booth.
I can't believe that I'm asking this question once again, but Toronto, are you ready for another OT? Damn right you are. Let's get this started. This Team Liquid want to pull off the biggest.
मैं क्या राम राम जी राम राम क्या देख रहा हूँ मैं कुछ नहीं रोना आ रहा है मेरे को रोना आ रहा है ये देख के पेपर एक्स क्या कर रही है 11-1 था स्कोर
All the damage. It's just mind-bending. The way that this all played out.
It was 11-1.
Chance here to do the unthinkable. Can they get it done? They've ran it back so far.
Bro, you guys have ults थे तुम्हारे पास double do this comp है तुम
Very well aware of this and now having their suspicions confirmed as Prowler's
ये fast भी hit हो गया ना
here outside of
full ranked वाला speed आ रहा है
at the ready. One goes before the other, however. Catch not to come through.
क्या मस्त movement पे आया हूँ
Catman tucked into the corner.
PRX fans actually are crying तो overpeak करना overpeak किया ना भूख मारूंगा
That's inching forward and immediately finding the headshot. Saturation not going to connect there on the Jing as he's able to trade one back. Camo going to be dead. Mance does get taken to 35. Thorns immediately popped. The wall still here on the C site. A double entry across this one, and Patty Tech wins the duel against Divide. Blind out something. Managing to find two quick kills as Penny and Kiko both going to be taken down. Forsaken arriving with the Odin. Is now going to be playing all alone. Nightfall at the ready. As he will have his suspicions confirmed. Forsaken has repositioned. But to where?
It's a guessing game. He's just rapping all the way through.
दोनों एक दूसरे को रैप कर रहे हैं दोनों
Knows he can come back and play this angle.
No smoke for 15 seconds, but a safe defuse spot here for Forsaken. Drifts out, shot, flying, how to take down the 10. And Forsaken will bail them
ऐसे
out.
मोमेंट पे कौन मेरे भाई कौन हॉन्ट कौन
He's on
निकालता है
his
ऐसे
feet
मोमेंट
before he
पे
even gets the defuse out. The PRX once again with match point in their control.
ऐसे मोमेंट पे हॉन्ट कौन निकालता है
Something was struggling on the defender side for PRX, but he comes up with two huge kills here. Catches Kiko trying to ride the wall. And he makes him have a bit of a fall. Man, Patty Tech. Frustration being shown, slamming the desk. Had an opportunity.
Can't fault him for it at all.
No.
To get this close and then have PRX
Bro.
in the opening round after you've committed your timeout.
अब एक अटैक बचा है
It's brutal, but if
बंद
it's
करो
anything like we got on Split, may just have some resets.
भाई जैसा है ना तुम इमॉर्टल या रेडिएंट लॉबीज के अंदर अटैक करते हो ना वैसा जाओ अटैक करो खत्म करो ज्यादा दिमाग लगाने का जरूरत नहीं है
Not really bothered too much there.
मैं होता ना यही कॉल देता ये टाइम पे
Just an orb grab.
क्या देख रहा हूँ
PRX. Looking to see if they can maybe
कुछ नहीं भाई ये सारे PRX फैंस जितने भी है लाइक मी
this series out.
Camo tucked in.
ये क्या है ये एक दूसरे
A thin door between them. As Penny not scouted.
पहली बार ऐसा हुआ है वॉच पार्टी करते हो 3 बज गया है बीच में नींद आ रही थी, नींद भी उड़ा दी लोगों ने गुस्सा करवा के।
From Patman, they're joining with the rest of the team who are committing into the A side.
एक तो ये रेड कलर वाला ग्लिच खत्म करो वे लेके स्पेक्टेटिंग से। 5v5 रीटेक।
Paper Rex.
जिंगी बॉय का एक किल।
Does it all end here? Or does Team Liquid take us the distance and then some?
वेले का एक तो स्पेक्टेटिंग ग्लिच खत्म करवाना है।
Everyone
वो बहुत गंदा है।
drop down into the site.
Pathetic 1 HP.
Takes them low. 97 HP between Pathetic and Camo. If something holds back here. The paint shells buy some time. The push is coming.
4 second 2. Dawai 1.
Divide fighting another. Nats has fallen. And it's all on Kiko's shoulders. The 1v3.
Finally they won.
Close but no cigar. Paper Rex. Nearly drowned in the Pacific Tides, but they keep their heads above the water.
Finally. Oh my. Nice try, Team Liquid. Nice try. भाई ये ना होटल जाके गाली खाने वाले एलेक्स से पक्का गाली खाएंगे। ये ना होटल जाके गाली खाएंगे एलेक्स से, पक्की है, पक्की बात है। रो दिया था एलेक्स एक टाइम पे। अभी हंस रहा है, हार के आए होते ना। 2 गेम ओटी में गए जो दोनों नहीं जाने वाले थे। आदि तेरे को पता है 8-12 ओटी, 1-11 ओटी। एक खाली जो सनसेट का मैप है वो 13-5 वन साइड जीते हैं। 1-11 और 8-12। भाई एपैक रीजन वालों क्लोज करना सीखो। इसको सुनते हैं क्या बोल रहा है।
Okay, first of all, let's talk about how stressful that game was, especially on the Lotus. I mean, Jason literally almost passed out.
I mean, it was like 11-1, so we kind of wanted to make it close, so the fans here have like a good show, so yeah.
I mean, even split slipped through your fingers, and even on Lotus.
अच्छा शर्म आता है बोलते हुए।
Tough, right? You know, it's just amazing how you guys were able to pick things up and course correct, especially in that OT as well. So what allowed you guys to do that? You know, was it the experience? Was it the talks? Or, you know, was it the hunger to be number one?
I think it's like a little bit of everything, but I mean, we're all really experienced, so I think we know how to reset properly. So yeah, I think that was the...
तो 11 राउंड मेरी शिट ना हुआ तुमसे।
Speaking of experience, I mean, Team Liquid doubling down on aggression with Raze and Waylay. I mean, you guys have tried Waylay back in Pacific. Would you say that experience kind of helped you guys out today?
Wait, sorry, again?
Waylay, what was your reaction? And do you think your experience of running the Waylay back in Pacific for a little bit helped you guys?
I think not really, because there was really long ago, so we kind of like forgot how to play with Waylay. But yeah, I mean, we just adapted and yeah, that's it.
Right. 11-1 in the first half. Somehow OT. What was going on in the comms?
I mean, we told each other like, it's not over yet, just focus. But then I think we were just having too much fun, so we went into OT.
All right, lastly now, we're about to draw for the playoffs. We
have draws
from
बचे हैं
the
ना?
first seed teams up on the stage. Is there anything you would like to say to any of them? You know, please pick us or please don't pick us.
I think it doesn't matter who picks us. We're just going to focus on our game and just improve from here. So I think anyone that picks us, we are gonna win them.
Oh, okay, you're gonna beat them. All right, thank you very much, Jay. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
All right, that was Jing with PaperX in the playoffs. It's time to throw it over to the stage where Vansily is on standby.
ठीक है।
Thank you so much, Jen.
जल्दी
Toronto,
जल्दी
one more
जल्दी।
time. Give it up for PRX and Team Liquid. What a game!
And after 4 days of group stages, it's time to kick up the competition a notch. We do have the first seed of each region now having a chance to pick their opponent for their first opening matches of the playoffs between Sentinels, Gen.G, Wolves, and now PRX. So going through from my left to the right, we do have our #1 seed representative from EMEA. It is Fanatics Milan. And for Americas, we have Josh RT from G2. On my right, we have XLG Huya representing China. And finally, last but not least, for Pacific, we have Coach Ewok representing RRQ. And also we're joined by our lovely Victoria that's going to give us the lowdown of the draw show, in case we forgot how it works.
Yeah, we did the same thing in Masters Shanghai last year. This is a fun one. So I'm going to pick the order of the teams in which they're going to go, and they're literally going to pick their opponents off of this. So the fate is quite literally in your hands. We're going to start clean. I'm going to go with this top match. Second team drawn goes here. Third, we're alternating. All right. And I think it's super simple, but again, it's all up to you guys.
So free-for-all, just to make sure regional matches are good.
Free-for-all.
There's no riot script. Now it's in the hands of the coaches. So without further ado, let's go ahead and pick up the first seed and the first team they'll get to choose. Come on, man. We have
XLG.
XLG. All right, Hoya. Who do we have here? Who do we think we're going to go for?
I take the boss of an A.
Do we want Sentinels?
One of the boss.
Okay, why Sentinels? You want the clout?
I think that's for the audience, definitely. I want to see XLG playing Sentinels. I think that's going to be banger.
I'm sure the Chinese fans and also the North American fans will be looking forward to that. Please, Victoria, let's go ahead and pick our second team.
अच्छा मतलब सीड 1 टीम्स को वो है
RRQ, Coach Ewok. By the way, Toronto, it is also Ewok's birthday, so let's wish him a happy birthday. Happy birthday, Ewok! So an early birthday gift, you get to choose your team. You weren't going to go for PRX?
No Pacific for us.
So who did you pick? Who did you pick? I didn't even look.
Wolves is ours.
Wolves! Okay. Are you confident about that one? Because remember, there's a lot of fans here that put... Remember in Bangkok? When we actually played a team like T1 at the last seed, they ended up winning the whole thing.
Yeah, for sure. It's not like I'm disrespecting them. I'm just saying I'm not playing Pacific right now. We came all this way. We'll take on Wolves.
Respect. So it's a teamwork right now for Pacific. Victoria, please, let's go on.
Team up for Pacific.
Last two, but before we do that, I'll invite here Coach Milan to stand in front of me on this side and Coach Josh RT. So we can do a showdown.
Yeah, you can stare into each other's eyes. All right, so third.
You guys have mics. You can banter at each other if you want to. So who do we have?
G2.
G2! Wait. Is this going to repeat again? Josh RT, who are we going for here? I remember a conversation with Jonah P. He said that if we wanted to make this
मजा आएगा एक्चुअली मजा आएगा अगर इसने पेपर एक्स उठाया hell nah bro
Toronto, do we want the G2 versus PRX? And Coach Milan, history repeats itself.
Yeah. We were talking about it. I think it's written in the stars. Gen.G, Fnatic, first round of playoffs, but I know Colin's around here somewhere. I'm sure he's having flashbacks to last year in Shanghai, but all I'm going to say is different Fnatic.
Yeah, different Fnatic, for sure. You guys came out with a lot of firepower. Let me just have you stand back with Josh RT here. I'm going to ask one final question as we go down. Sorry about that. We want to go here with, start things off with Huya. XLG, this is the first time here that you guys qualified for an international stage. And you also went through the route of Ascension. Very similar to Josh RT with the Guard/G2. Tell the fans over in China how your run is going to be better than G2's run on their opening season.
I want to stay humble.
Same time. I'm trying to instigate here.
Same time, we want to try our best to achieve the greatness, and we just come here to follow.
भाई बहुत crazy scenes है बे बहुत crazy stage पे बहुत crazy scenes है if you are on the stage ना बहुत crazy scenes है as a caster as a presenter as a host बहुत ज़्यादा crazy scenes हो जाते हैं.
I want to go here with RRQ. This is actually the first international that you've qualified as well outside of lock-in where you had the automatic invitation. So what does this mean for RRQ right now to step on the stage, and how and why will RRQ win everything here in Toronto?
For us, it's been a long journey, and we're just trying to improve a lot. I feel like we're really confident right now, and we're pretty confident to take on any team here. So we're just happy to be here, and also happy to compete, and hopefully we can win the whole thing.
This is awesome. Also, chat, I was expecting, and chat, because I am talking to the camera, I was expecting for this to be more of a trash talk, but everybody's so humble and nice. Is it because of Canada so far? Josh RT, do you have any bad words to say?
Not at all. I think this is an insane matchup. I mean, obviously everyone knows that PaperX picked us back in Shanghai, and that kind of kicked off our run in international. Hopefully, the story doesn't close there, and that we just keep it going.
So track by track, but it will stop with G2 to start in the playoffs.
Yeah, pretty much.
Awesome. And Coach Milan, you just talked about it a little bit more, but talk me through a little bit more about the Gen G matchup. Sorry.
I mean, I think some of the boys, they have history with this team in the first round, so I see it more as a fun challenge. I think if you want to be the best, you got to be able to beat everyone anyway, so I'm not too worried about it.
Awesome. And Victoria, now as you've shown the bracket here, what do we have coming up? What's the schedule going to look like?
We don't know yet, but these two matches will be on the same day. These two matches will be on the same day to keep it competitively even. As far as which one's which day, that's going to be decided in the next little bit. So just keep out for socials, all that fun stuff. But either way, it's going to be 2 days of amazing matches.
Exactly. As Victoria was mentioning, make sure you follow here the Valorant Esports Social, because the action will resume on Friday the 13th. Friday the 13th to start the playoffs. So make sure that if you're attending here in Toronto, you are bringing your lucky charms to bring all those 9-3 curses. But until then, enjoy the day off, and we'll see you on Friday.
वो कल ऑफ है और परसों दोस्त का बर्थडे है, तो आई एम भाई थोड़ा पर्सनल लाइफ भी देखना पड़ता है, दोस्तों का बर्थडे भी देखना पड़ता है, सुन के जाते हैं.
Let's go with Ender, Koala Noob, and joined by Forsaken from PaperX. We're just going to jump right into this because, Forsaken, no matter what happened on that stage, you have history with every single Seed 1 team, but it will be the rematch against G2. How are you feeling?
I mean, I think I kind of expected to be G2 again, but this time they pick us, so maybe we're gonna revenge them,
Yeah. Wait, so the last time it was
last
whoever.
time we picked them,
yeah, you picked them and then they won. So now it's reversed.
Oh, reverse maybe?
Yeah. Yeah. What did you make of some of these picks? Because you were saying that, for teams like XLG, going first here is a huge advantage.
Yeah, I think XLG getting the first pick was probably the best thing that can happen for them. Not that I think that they're a weak team. I just think when you look at Gen G, the form that they're in right now, G2, you really want to be a step ahead and be able to get these easier, maybe not, matchups.
Yeah, going last is the unluckiest position to be in, I think, with how strong Gen G were looking. But I'm actually curious, Forsaken, if you've been following G2 throughout the year, how many of their games you've been watching, or how closely?
Oh, but yeah, I mean, they're so great team. Their teamwork is insane right now, and all of the players can shoot, But I still believe in my team, so yeah.
I think you kind of manifested this because I saw the video of you and Trent, the little social videos. You're wearing each other's jerseys. I think he was sitting on your knee. You were sitting on him and stuff like that. So how are the vibes between you guys? You friendly? This is a friendly matchup?
I mean, I'm not really close to Trent, to be honest. Maybe Jogemo.
He sat on your knee now. I feel like that's a connection you
yeah, maybe now
break.
we're close now, yeah?
Yeah, no,
but
it's quite intimate, yeah.
I hope you don't wreck me,
Okay, but what about Jo? What's your history with Jogamo? You respect him?
Jogamo, I mean, we met him in LA and he's kind of fun as a person, so yeah.
How are you reacting post that final map there? Because it felt like completely you had crushed, and then somehow you wind up in overtime. What happened?
I mean, it was 11-1, right?
Yeah.
I was like this all the time. I was can't breathe, and I was shaking, but somehow we almost shocked at the game, guys. But hopefully we just shock here,
Oh, yeah, this is
no more
okay,
in
now
playoff.
you got it out of the way. You got it out of the way.
Yes.
Yeah, and of course, Forsaken, I think you're probably the best player / team to haven't yet won a trophy globally. Now, like you said, you got the choke out of the way. You're in form. You're looking kind of scary. You got G2 coming up. How confident are you?
Double confident.
You can get this trophy now.
I'm 100% confident because I mean every time we learn a lot of things. Even with Batman, now I think our role is good. And yeah, I think as a team now we're kind of vibing. We try to hype as a team and try to like always being positive when we're playing. So yeah, hopefully in playoff we can rank all the teams here.
Yeah, that's good to hear. I have a little bit of a question. So I think
देखा जाए भाई
internationally, you guys
5.5
always do
घंटों का
good
stream
against
हो
other
गया है।
regions. Like, how do you guys just consistently manage to like make this style of play work against like different regions who have like different styles of like comps, different like everything? You guys just always seem to like find that consistency and it just works. How?
Well, actually, I mean, our team actually, we just like, we don't like really think too much about how they play, but we try to like improve ourselves and our team gameplay, how we can make it better, and like maybe for like strat and stuff, we kind of like anti-strat, but like not that much. So we just believe, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? You made it now through the Swiss stage. But now that you've been able to play against some of the teams here in Swiss stage, you know the #1 seeds are coming out. Like, who do you think are the top dogs in the tournament, apart from yourselves? Like, has Gen G been able to impress you enough to go ahead of some of the first seeds?
Do you think it justifies the fact that nobody wanted to pick Gen G? Are they that good that everybody should be dodging them?
I think right now they're that good because I don't know, somehow even Genji they have new player, right? And last time in Pacific they also almost like choked, but they are somehow always improving, you know? So I think they're really looking form right now, and yeah.
Are they better than the G2 Fnatic, XLG and RRQ in the tournament?
I believe in Pacific, but I think Genji or RRQ both all good.
Oh, Genji RQ the best.
Pacific Pride.
Oh, I love that.
I mean, 3 seeds all made it through. Pacific, best region? Sounds like it.
I mean, Pacific, I think are definitively the best region here. But the
Actually, हमारा region भाई तीन टीमें
XLG, they have the advantage. They can pick whoever they want, and they pick Sentinels. Does that surprise you at all?
A little surprised, to be honest. I thought it would be between Sen and Wolves, but I mean, Sen I guess showed a little bit of a weaker like group stage. Maybe these teams think that they can like find something to like stop them and like shut them down. So to me, it kind of
देखा जाए 3 टीमें आई है टूर्नामेंट के अंदर टोटल 12 टीमें आई थी।
But yeah,
12.
I think Sen was like
there were 12 teams.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what's gonna happen.
हर रीजन से 3 टीमें। भाई पेपर एक्स क्वालिफाइड, जेनजी क्वालिफाइड, आरआरक्यू पहले ही सीड 1 थी। Bilibili Gaming, Team Liquid, GGWP हो गया भाई।
Completely turned it on its head, but honestly, I think Bilibili Gaming, unfortunate for them, they had the regional matchup up against Wolves, a matchup that they had been winning if you look historically, but maybe not adapting as well to the patch.
चलो,
slow play of
अब इनको एंजॉय करने दो। I'll also go and sleep. Love you guys. Views कम थे, watching ठीक थी, मजा आया। चलो भाई लोग मिलते हैं। टिल देन बाय बाय, टेक केयर, सी या, लव्स यूज। फुल स्क्रीन करते हैं और जाते हैं। सी यू बॉयज। लेट्स गो।